Danful offers unparalleled, curated, and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds, and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshi traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danful, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danful, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danful, Africa. To learn more, visit danful.africa.
Peace, fam. We are live again. Dynasty Samir, Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I would greatly appreciate it. Don't be a stranger. If you're here in the chat room, okay, if you're watching this right now, go ahead, subscribe, share, all that good stuff. All that good stuff. You guys know what to do. You know what to do. We go down the the what to do, the checklist every time I go live. So like, share, subscribe, and make sure you buy my documentary, you guys. Again, please go to documentary.searchforwho.com. Again, go to documentary.searchforwho.com and buy the documentary. I would greatly appreciate it. Love y'all. Love the support over the years. It really means a lot. Y'all, we ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. I don't think there's been a more consistent diaspora-based platform where we can all, even though we all don't agree on everything, where we could come to almost every day live and have discussions like this. I don't think there's been a more consistent platform like In Search of a Huru. So with that being said, to keep this thing going, I need the support, and part of that support is go buy a documentary. Of course, super chat and all of that, but go and buy the documentary if you have not bought the documentary yet. So go to documentary.searchforwho.com, or you just go to Danful.Africa, the travel brand, the travel site, and get it from there as well. And guys, once you purchase the documentary, you can stream it for the rest of your life. All you have to do is just create an account, buy it, and it's yours forever. Shout out to Miss Chambers, everyone. Shout out to her family. Let's give Miss Chambers a round of applause. Hold on, where my sound effects at? We're gonna give her a loud round of applause. There we go. There we go. One more time. Yeah, shout out to her, y'all. We appreciate Miss Chambers, and her support over the years. What do you mean you think you might buy it? Man, buy the documentary, y'all. Why I gotta fight y'all for a $10.99? Why do I gotta fight y'all for $10.99? Go and buy the documentary. Ain't no mic. Just buy the documentary. just go and support the documentary, y'all. So again, you can also go to downfo.africa and buy the documentary from there as well. So downfo.africa, that's a travel brand. We are rolling to Zanzibar. Yeah. Well, I gotta give you a hard time because listen, you had one girl. I'm gonna tell you a true story. There was one girl that was like, "Well, Dynas, your documentary's 10.99, but my Netflix account is only like I don't know. This is bad. I don't know how much Netflix costs, and I have access to thousands of movies. So why should I buy your documentary for 10.99 when I got Netflix?" And I just I had to tell like I bootstrapped this myself. I bootstrapped this myself. That's why. But she was dead serious. But it's all good. Listen, it's your hard-earned money. You have the right to be critical uh in how you spend your money. But support 1099 is yours forever. So we are going to Zanzibar next month, September 20th through the 29th. And then we are also we'll be in Kenya September 30th to October 8th. Then we're rolling to a 2-for-1. We're doing Ghana and Ivory Coast. That's going to be November 8th through the 19th. And then we're doing Sierra Leone November 20th through the 30th. Yeah, November 20th through the 30th. And then we're doing Benin Republic in January for the Voodoo Festival. That's January 4th to the 13th. So if you're interested in joining us, please visit Danfo, that's DANFO .Africa to learn more. And also the documentary link on the top, click on that and you can buy the documentary from there as well. So again, I appreciate y'all. Let me read the super chats real quick. Robin Mutali, 207, 10 Jules, hiding. Robin Mutali, 207, thank you for $2. Uhuru ni Umoja. Keep up the good work. Robin, if you're in Kenya, we'll be there early October. Safari in the city. A little safari in the city. So we're going to do the safari at Nairobi National Park. So looking forward to that. Looking forward to that. Shout out to Rich and Fortunate. Thank you for Alhala. Memphis power went out. Memphis and Dar told y'all them sinners. That's why it's only black cities. Hey, real quick, can you call in? Because every time I ask for people to call in and go more in detail, y'all too busy. It's a little off topic, but let's talk about it. Richard, if you could call in, call in and give us, your what you're thinking. So, but from what they're saying, it's storms. But damn, what kind of storms is in Memphis in August? I mean, it's August. I mean, help me out. What kind of storms are in Memphis and in Indiana in August? I can't. I'm trying to be low key. Okay. All right. Gotcha. But anyways, let's jump to today's topic. Professor James Small, great professor, living legend, is giving his thoughts on FBA and Tariq Nasheed. So let's go ahead and jump into it. When I think summer storm, I just think just hard rain. I just think hard rain. But let's go ahead and get into this video.
I was going to try to leave this alone, but I see people doing it all the time. And I think I need to just speak out on it. We are not African Americans. The word African is an acceptable word by close to 2 billion Black people as a way to define themselves. 2 billion plus Black people accept the term African as their definition racially. It doesn't care where it started. And no one can point to where it started because it didn't start in Europe. And the only place you find the roots of the word Africa or the word African being used in any context is on the continent of Africa, going all the way back to ancient Kemet, going back to Ethiopia, to Sudan, and especially in Tunisia and Algeria. So people want to do their research. Do research. Don't listen to people who want to do little emotional trips because they can't figure out how to fight white America. So they want to find an excuse to join them, or they're going to join some Indians that never existed. The Cherokee is just one nation among hundreds of nations who occupied a very small geographical space. Most Black people during the 7th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 1900s never heard of a Cherokee until the white man decided to call all Native Americans from the East Coast Cherokee and stick them on a reservation in North Carolina. I've been up there once or twice to do our family reunion because we have some of their blood, but my DNA only showed 3%. But we go up there anyway because some of them come down to our family reunion. But because I can take the 3%, what do I do to 20% Irish? Am I supposed to fly to Ireland, do an Irish family reunion? Or what do I do with the 87% African? I deny them because I have 3% Asiatic. I'm not going to call them Native American because no one is native to America. Asiatics, we call them Indians. The Black folks who came here before them, or we couldn't have come here when this place was covered with ice, by the way. So we talking about the Black folks who was in the Caribbean and Central South America. Don't confuse them with some Black folks in North America because you can't provide any facts. Show some facts for them. Yes, we were here in North America. Yes, we had merged with that yellow Asiatic and produced a red-skinned man from the Black and the Asiatic yellow marrying together. But let's stop being foolish. And then when you use a word, do the etymology of the word. Do the etymology of the word American. Do the etymology of the word African. Africa is a race. America is a place. And we are a race because nearly 2 billion of us accept that as our racial label. Doesn't matter whether you accept it or not. The overwhelming, unrefuted number of Black people accept the term African to define themselves. And you have the right to define yourself and not have other people define your reality. And we've defined ourselves as Africans, no matter where we got the name. Were we here before the white man? Nobody refused that except the ignorant Black people who just start finding out about it. We were teaching about this in the 60s, all right? Ivan Van Sertima, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Asa Hilliard, Jacob Carruthers. We were teaching about the Almac heads. We were teaching about the Black folks in the southern coast of the United States. We were teaching about the Black Caribs and Arawaks and Tainos in the Caribbean. We were teaching this in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Where have you guys been? You're not listening to our lectures and our tapes? They're all over the internet. You're not listening to Dr. Ben? You're not listening to Ivan Van Sertima? You want to let some white people help you rediscover every generation? Build on the past. This thing about Blacks being in America is nothing new. Blacks were everywhere on the planet before anybody else. We were in Australia. We were in Cambodia. We were in Thailand. We were in Vietnam. We were in India. We were in Ireland. We were in Scotland. We were in Russia. So what is the big deal about we being in North America? We were in Central America building pyramid civilizations. We are the Olmecs. We have other names in Central, South America. Long before North America, ice sheet receded. So stop being silly. I think people just want to find a way of not being responsible for fighting white supremacy, not being responsible for fighting to defend Africa, because somebody took your house from you. You're supposed to pretend it ain't your house. Why? Because you're too scared to fight to get your house back? You know? What you talk about the white man who came here? Columbus never came to North America. He never saw one Black person in North America because Columbus never came to North America. Columbus' brother never came to North America. They talked about the black people they saw in Central America, South America. And they talked about the dark-skinned Arawak and Taino people that lived on the islands of the Caribbean. That's who they were referencing. The only one that made a reference of any sort, and I haven't seen it for myself, it is attributed to Verrazano, who did sail in around New York and that area, and he said he saw Ethiopians. Well, most Native Americans are as dark as any Ethiopian. Have you seen an Ethiopian lately? And Ethiopian was the word that white people used at that time for anyone who was non-white, no matter whether they were black, brown, yellowish. They were referred to by white people as Ethiopian because they were non-white skin. Study the history and study the etymology of the word. Ethiopia itself is a Greek word that simply means baked in the sun, burnt in the sun, you know? So when we talk about how we're not African America, Africa is a race, America is a place. We live in a geopolitical place called America. The way the world defines themselves is usually by their ethnic identity, their racial identity, and their location. America is our location. It's a place. Africa is our designation for our race. So it's not a contradiction to be African American. Stop being foolish. Most of the people who are saying that is because they're behaving as white Americans. They practice no African culture. They practice no indigenous people culture. They speak no indigenous people language. They speak white people language. They practice white people culture, and they want to
I challenge anyone who is claiming to be an Aboriginal American to come on here, tell me your language, your culture, your religion. I've been saying that for years. The so-called we ain't African, we the natives. When you just ask, hey, what's your language? What's your culture? What foods do you eat? What's your spirituality? They have absolutely no response. It's an excuse. They default to it's the white man's fault. Why we don't have that. But go ahead.
refute Africanism. Give me a break. Let's get real. The word African, when in the 1700s, when the Prince Hall and the brothers founded the first Masonic Lodge, they called it the Free African Lodge. They didn't wait for Jesse Jackson in the 1990s or 80s. It was in the 1790s when they called their organization the Free African Lodge. People were using that word Africa to identify themselves from the time we got here. In the 1700s, the African Methodist Episcopal Church was founded. Not the Colored Methodist Episcopal, not the Cherokee Methodist Episcopal, not the Brown Methodist Episcopal. They call themselves the African Methodist Episcopal Church, 1700s. When the first Black Baptist Church was started in Savannah or Augusta, Georgia, they called themselves the African Baptist Church, 1790s. This isn't something that pop up from white people. This is Black people identifying themselves in the earliest times they were in America. Okay. In 1890s, T. Thomas Fortune and a group of Black women out of Rochester, New York, created an organization called the Afro-American League, 1892. That organization evolved into the Niagara movement with the same people: Booker T. Washington, Ida B. Wells, T. Thomas Fortune, W.B. Du Bois, Mary Church Terrell, a whole bunch of them. And they moved from being the Afro-American League and renamed themselves the Niagara Movement because they had a big meeting up in Niagara as the Afro-American League. And that Niagara Movement, the same group of people, named themselves the NAACP. They founded the NAACP. White people didn't found it. They had some white people with them when they decided to evolve from the Niagara Movement into the NAACP because they needed white people to help fight. White people have always helped us fight. White people, some of them built the Underground Railroads. Black folks didn't build it. We were a big part of it. But white folks was also a big part of it. Harriet Tubman was the greatest conductor of it, but there was a Black man who was the first real creator of it, and I forgot that brother's name. So we need to get history straight and stop being self-hating. Stop being ashamed of being who the universe made us. what we call Africa. We can call ourselves Hupu-Pudu, but we didn't choose to call ourselves Hupu-Pudu. Most of us in the world call ourselves African. It doesn't matter why, is that we have accepted it as our definition. Now, 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people going to go against 2 billion people in terms of what our names are? What we choose to identify ourselves as? Everybody's ignorant except the 10 people who are afraid to be African because somebody from the planet may not have, from the continent in recent years, may not have treated them right. They're going to think that slavery's effect on the ones of us who live over here is any less damaging than slavery and colonialism on the ones that live on the continent. And they say this foolishness about DNA. DNA will not tell you that you're African. DNA will tell you that what ethnic nation who's got a DNA cluster the same as yours is.
Facts.
Most African DNA is 99.910% the same, no matter what part of the continent you're from. Go check it out. Do all your scientific research. Don't confuse, aesthetics. The Yoruba may dress different from the Akan. They may dance, their sound, their language may be different, but DNA, the Yoruba and the Akan is like 1.1% difference. So study history. Stop playing with people, sounding all dramatic and emotional about you being a Cherokee. And nobody can be more Cherokee than me. And like I said, I hold my family reunion on the reservation with those white-skinned people who don't want to identify with us, except for the few, And most of them are not Cherokee. White man named them Cherokee. They come from the Chickasaw, the Wassaw, the Owendo, the Tuscaroras. The whites just dump them all together into one nation and stuck them on one concentration camp they call a reservation. Now they sit up there simply doing jigaboo, so-called powwow for white people to come as tourists and watch them live in their poverty and play out their life and give them a little park and a museum and say, you Indians. I like to keep it real. The Asiatics who crossed the Bering Straits and the Africans who crossed the Atlantic before Columbus, many of them merged together and became one nation, one people. Most of them died before the first slave ship got here. Most of them died from white diseases they had no immunity to. There weren't that many of them left to mix with anybody by the time we came here in appreciable numbers on the slave ship. The only reason we were brought here on the slave ship because the ones who was here died from the disease of the white man. Stop playing with people and study history. If you're emotionally afraid and ashamed to be an African, then say that. If you're emotionally afraid and ashamed to take the responsibility that comes with being an African to fight against racism, white supremacy, and the dominance of the world by white people, then say that. Stop trying to miss black people about identity when you don't even know what identity is or how one establishes identity. Most white people, most yellow people, brown people, and black people that was in the space of North America, Central South America, died from white diseases before 14 or say 1500. Certainly before 1619, millions of us were wiped out by their filthy diseases. We didn't have the common cold virus here. We didn't have the influenza virus here. We didn't have syphilis here. We didn't have pneumonia here. Those things acted just like COVID on us with no hospitals to go to. So you need to study history. Stop playing with people's mind. If you're ashamed or too cowardice to be a black man, an African man, to fight for freedom for African people worldwide, then say that. Say that. And stop trying to play with words and emotions when you haven't shown anything. Africa is a race. America is a geopolitical place. About 80 million of us live in this geopolitical place. Most people identify themselves in the world today by their race and their place. And that's not a contradiction. So this is just me trying to tell people, if you're going to be informed, to be informed. You want to find the roots word of Africa, why don't you look it up? Look at the etymology of the word Africa and see if it's something that comes from Europe. You won't find it there. The only way you'll find that word is in Ethiopia, in Sudan, and other parts of Africa in different forms. And so let's get things straight. Yes, there were millions of us probably in the Western Hemisphere before the white man. Most of us got killed by his disease. Brother Lamont from The Nation wrote a beautiful little book, Black Mexicans. You should try to get it. When he went down there on a vacation once and he met the people in southern Mexico who was telling him about the ones who came on the boat and the ones who was there before the boat. So Lamont decided to go back. God bless his soul. He passed away now. He was a young brother from the Nation of Islam. He went back to Mexico and he spent considerable time and he wrote a small book, Black Mexicans. Get that book and read it. Hear the words from the mouth of those people who really know and can prove they were here before Columbus. And they can tell you the stories of the ones that came on the slave boat that merged with them. So if you're going to get the story right, stop having emotional speculations, trying to intimidate people because you have some beef with the ignorant immigrant brothers and sisters from other places who are just trying to feed themselves, and they choosing sides with the people who have rather than with the have-nots. And we just happen to be the have-nots. I don't think it's nothing personal, even though I don't like it either. Then it's our responsibility to try to change our conditions and our situation, both here and abroad. But cowards don't lead revolution. Cowards don't lead people to freedom. People who use false narrative and false history don't lead people to freedom. They don't lead revolution. And they don't help people to establish authentic identity. You know, being shackled to your identity is the only true freedom you'll ever have. And right now, like I said, nearly 2 billion people accept the word Africa as a descriptive term of their racial identity. They may want to change that sometime down the road, but right now, that's what they accept. That's the term they use. I also use that term. Nobody can find another term that we collectively use before this except in smaller levels. And no one can prove the word Kibalan even existed back then. Matter of fact, the L alone will eliminate it because there was no L in any African language system. That came in through the development of the Arabic language system and some of the Latin system, which we did develop Latin in North Africa. It doesn't come from Europe. We developed it as a church liturgy tongue and exported it back to Europe, and then the Roman Church spread it to the rest of the world. We were in Spain for 400 years, so Spanish, for the most part, is an African Arabic language. But that would be going too far for people. Let people just understand. Those of us who live in America, who say we're Africans, we're not going to accept people sitting down and attacking us and not say nothing back. Especially when you don't know what you're talking about. You got to bring to the table more than emotions. You know, that emotion stuff sound good, but it got nothing to do with reality. America's a geopolitical place. You can sit and refute it all you want. America, as criminal and as evil as it is the most powerful political and military instrument ever arrayed by man. And we live here. And unfortunately, we help to make it what it is, despite its criminal behavior towards us as a race of people. Let reality, let truth be your reality. Don't live in no fantasy world. Don't make up fantasy to define ourselves. We don't have to do that. Our history is so powerful. Our lineage is so powerful. We are the first creation of the universe as human. We don't have to apologize, and we don't have to qualify that. That is, we are God having a human experience. That is real. That's not theology or mythology. Everything else, white, brown, yellow, whatever you want to call them, came from the loins of people who started the human experience as black, melanated people. Whatever language we were using then to describe ourselves, none of us know what that language is, because it's been millions of years in the past. So I just wanted to say that the young lady in her little dissertation about defining African American didn't define anything except show the same self-rejection, self-hate, self-denial that so many of us show because we don't want the responsibility of being Africans in the world. Because come with that name and that label is the responsibility to fight for freedom, the responsibility to restore our ancient, sacred, spiritual science, the responsibility to defend those among us who can't defend themselves, the responsibility to understand why the ones who are ignorant, backwards, and stupid are causing harm to one another, not destroy them, but try to transform them. So I'm not a white man, neither in character nor behavior. And I'm not going to let any black people who are white in character and behavior lead me or teach me when they haven't brought nothing to the table to lead or teach with. So let's study history. Let's study anthropology. Let's study archaeology. Let's study quantum physics. Let's study African sacred science. Let's study geography. Let's study continental drift. Let's study oceanic formation. Let's study the water currents from Africa into the Americas. Let's study those things so we can establish, in fact, when some of us got here and when some of us didn't. We've been coming here for thousands and thousands of years. We didn't call it the New World. That's white people called it that. This was a part of the same old world that we were a part of. You know, we didn't see Africa there and the Americas here. We didn't name either of those places anything. We just moved where the currents took us and lived where the environment allowed us and share our humanity wherever we land with whoever else we met from our clan that got there centuries before we got there. So we need to grow up and stop trying to make white thought black thought. Stop trying to make white behavior black behavior. And let's find out what it is to be black. What does it really mean to be African? What is being African? You know? What is our view of the world? What is the African world view? What is the African sacred science? What is the African spiritual system? What is the African contribution to cosmology and ecology and all aspects of science and life? Let's deal with what's real. We're in a war that's predicated against the darker skinned people by the white skinned people. And if we're going to win that war, we need to stop playing children's games about ethnic labels when we don't even understand what the term ethnicity means or the word tribal means. We let white people define them and then we try to explain them. You know, we're God having a human experience, and we have a responsibility to clear up the mess that the mutations and the mutants have created, instead of acting like mutant in blackface and think we sound intellectually rational and trying to explain Africanism to someone. Stop the foolishness. Study history and erase from your mind the white man's mystery. Anyway, I'm an African American. Africa is my race. America is my geopolitical place. If I was living in China, I'd be an African China. If I was in Japan, I'd be an African Japanese. Because there's the people who say they're Japanese who indigenous say I'm just Japanese. If they're saying Japanese racially, they can mean one thing. If they're saying Japanese politically, they can mean something else. I know that America is a geopolitical place. There's no race called America. It's a geopolitical institution. I know Africa is a race. There's no, the only and a continent. There's no geopolitical country in the world called Africa. There are countries in Africa, the continent, called Nigeria, called Ghana, called Tunisia, called Cameroon, called Mali, called Niger, called Tanzania, called Kenya, and so forth. Those are the countries. Those are the geopolitical countries African peoples come from. There's nobody that comes to the United States from the continent of Africa and says, I come from the country of Africa, because that don't exist. There's a continent that's called Africa, and there's a people who have defined their racial definition as Africans, whether you like it or not. Billions of us have defined ourselves as Africans, whether you like it or not. And because you want to shirk the responsibility of fighting against the white tyranny and white supremacy, you don't want to be there, then fine. Go join your white cousins. And if you think that you can minimize them by saying you join your Asiatic Native American cousins, go join them. Most of them didn't side with us during slavery. Most of them enslaved us just like the Europeans did. And many of them helped hunt us down like dogs, just like the Europeans did. There were some who did give us shelter and did fight at our sides. And we amalgamated with them, many of them, like the Seminole Nations and others, the Tuscaroras, the Tainos in the Caribbean. There's a lot of history to be learned if you want to tell the story, but don't play with the story with your emotions and think you're doing some dramatic explanation of what being an African American is or not. You know. Anyway, that's my little piece for the day. I'm gonna share it to those who want to hear it.
Go ahead, Skywalker.
Okay, first of all, how you doing, Dynas?
All is well.
Greetings to everybody out there. Obviously, Dr. James Smalls always on point, as always. Don't disagree with anything that he said. But I do want to, I always talk about how the creation of many of these kind of pseudo black groups, that they create these mythologies and oftentimes, latch on to other groups trying to steal their culture. How oftentimes I relate that back to the root cause, which is the education of African Americans. And James Smalls hit it on the head. He said most of these people don't even view the world from a black perspective anyway. They don't know a black language. They don't dress like a black person. They don't eat black food. But most importantly, they don't know true black history. They can't tell you the history of any of the black countries over there in Africa. They can't tell you the history of the countries in the Caribbean. They can't tell you the history of the black experience in South America. And they probably seldom can even tell you the very history, their own history of the experience of blacks in North America. But as always, I wanted to start off by reading from the Black Bible, the Blueprint for Black Power, an excerpt where Dr. Amos Wilson talks about other directedness and the reconstruction of the African personality. And by other directedness, Dr. Amos Wilson is talking about the African American personality. He makes the argument that our personality is other directed rather than self-directed. And I begin here. The other directedness of the modal African political economic personality is compatible with white American and European domination of Africans because it permits African consciousness and behavior to be manipulated by others than themselves, primarily by white Americans and Europeans. The center of psychological gravity, the source of motivation of the other directed African, lies outside himself and in the hands of others than himself. Who this type of African thinks he is, his self-perception, is the product of the history of his interactions with others than himself, i.e., with aliens. For he has no knowledge of himself prior to his coming into contact with his exploiters and dominators. For him, prior to his captivity and enslavement or his colonization by aliens, especially Europeans and white Americans, he was practically non-existent, unconscious, invisible, or at best, possessed of a savage consciousness, an existence he would rather not recall. Consequently, his identity was and is one given him by others, one he infers from how others, aliens, interact with him, one he infers and abstracts from accounts and histories of himself written by his alien exploiters and dominators. Moreover, the world he inhabits is constructed by others, his captors, his past and his future delimited by those who despise him. He is the plaything of the other, bereft of a knowledge of self, of his own history and culture, subjected to a distorted and twisted sense of his origins and reality. All these conditions perpetuated deliberately by his white handlers, he identifies with the alienated images, history, and culture fashioned and imposed on him by alien whites who are free to refashion them and do when the occasion calls for it. His consciousness, constructed as it is by the other, essentially the reactionary product of his domination by the other, brought into existence by the other, he cannot conceive of a future existence independent of the other, a future wherein the other is no longer in some way supreme. For him, there is no world for him without white people in it, without white people defining it, or world where he is the dominant force and is self-creating and responsible for bringing his consciousness into being and visibility through his interactions with himself and his kind. And I'll pause there. So Dr. Amos Wilson and Dr. James Smalls just hit it on the head. The people that we are dealing with, first of all, can't possibly be viewing the world through a Black perspective. This last thing I'm gonna say, Dinas, is I was explaining the other day at work, I was explaining to a bailiff the difference between viewing the world through a Black perspective and viewing it through a white perspective, right? And to do this, I was explaining to him, I was like, it's against the law for us not to sit, for us, I say this all the time, it's against the law for us not to send our children to these schools. And when we send our children to these schools, they look like a jail. Oftentimes you got officers there with guns, sheriffs there all around. And in the midst of all this, our children are being educated with a Eurocentric curriculum. Now, viewing what I just said from a white perspective, the bailiff said, well, the guards there, to keep people from coming in there shooting stuff up, and try to keep security. I mean, yeah, and try to keep security. Well, if you look at it from a white perspective, yeah, sure, that's the case, right? But if you look at it from the perspective of a Black person, then you have to take all these things into account. Like, for instance, the UN just identified slavery as the greatest crime ever committed to humanity, right? So that means that Black people are victims and white people are defendants, if you will, right? Because they are the ones who perpetrated the crime, they're the defendant, and every crime has a victim. Black people are the victim, right? So if I tried to kill somebody and they didn't die, right? I went to jail and I somehow got out on bond. And if you caught me around that same person I tried to kill with a gun, what would you say? You would say I was trying to finish the job, right? In the instance, it's the victim being caught right back. I mean, it's the defendant being caught right back around the victim, right? So if I view what I just said from the perspective of a Black person, it's, hold on. These people are the ones who enslaved us. They got us in a military-like environment, educating us with a white curriculum. So, like I say, looking at the same buildings, viewing it from a, and when I said that, he was like, whoa. He was like, whoa, I never thought of it that way. Well, of course you never thought of it that way, because you're viewing the world through a white perspective. And as long as you go about viewing the world through a white perspective, you won't see no Black problems. You won't be able to confront Black problems. The only problems you will see are white problems. You will sit around and watch a political debate and really think that the problems that the white politicians are talking about as if they really concern you. As if what he's talking about has something to do with your power and not his own power. That's the confusion that African Americans suffer from. And as a result of this confusion, they often form these different type of groups trying to break away from their true essence because they're so confused and they're in this intense search for identity. And we come up with these separate groups like FBA and Hebrew and even Nation of Islam, because they got that crackpot, mythology too, or with the tribe of Shabazz and everything. You know what I mean? Then you got the Moors, and then you get, everything except the things that, except the one thing that's most documented. I'm talking, you can literally go to the burial sites of many of our ancestors. The things they created are still standing over there, right? I mean, you can just look at videos of Nigeria and just look at the people walking around about the markets and see how much they look like you. But it's because African Americans, unlike Africans on the continent and unlike many of my brothers in the Caribbean, even though they also suffer from an educational crisis, but not the kind of identity crisis that's characteristic of the one that's unfolding in African America in North America with Black people. And that is because they have been completely indoctrinated with a Eurocentric curriculum and have been caused to ignore their own experience and as a result has adopted the consciousness and the very experience of people who are alien to them. And I'll pause there.
That was deep. Greetings, Dinus. Greetings, my brother. Can you hear me?
Peace. Yeah, we hear you. Go ahead.
That was very interesting, very informational, good stuff. Dr. Small is one of my teachers, and he doesn't even know it. I've been watching him for years, along with Dr. Clark and all of the greats. He said it all, man. He's obviously aware of the conversations going on. He addressed a lot of the points that folks are trying to refute, and it's this all the epicenter for this whole thing started on X, Twitter. I happened to be there, and there was actually this one room that went viral, and it was almost, I think, past 20,000, almost 30,000 people were in this one room, in which you had continental Africans and African Americans going at it with each other. Later became the Diaspora Wars. And so that's interesting how that room went viral. Never seen another room went viral since then on that level, which lets us know that it was by design. That was by design. So, the very first room, I just left a space over there. The very first room that I was in 6 years ago, I had no idea about the conversations in FBA. I don't even think FBA was being used at the time. They were saying other stuff that they were asking me, where I was from, questioning me, and I was like, not knowing anything. I was like, yeah, I have some Native American. They asked me, did I have any Native American? I said, yeah, I have African. So then they went down this rabbit hole with me, questioning me about African. And I was like, yeah, I know I have Yoruba. How do you know you have Yoruba? How do you know you have Congo in your ancestry? And I said, well, and I responded, that in my ancestry, I'm aware of the demographic on the social side. Now later found out about Gwendolyn Hall's research and what she did with demographic studies with slave records, and finding out the large populations of Senegambia and Guinea folks in Louisiana, which is where my mother's from, and then the second largest group were Congo. Not knowing that information, I was listening to little hints from talking to my family. My grandmother used to say when she was a little girl, this woman named Mam Sao took care of her. So mom was short, I believe, for Mademoiselle, because they spoke Creole and stuff. But then again, the Sal part, right? So, and I heard the president's Macky Sall. Macky Sall is the former president of Senegal. There were other things. So I said, well, that could be a coincidence or something, right? But then I started putting all these things together, the whole Congo Square and all of that stuff. Actually went to the Congo in '86 and studied Congolese danced with a dance company in Oakland, California. And then later went to the Congo to study there, because that was what my degree was in, dance with a concentration in ethnology. So that was, part of what I was doing, was studying dancers from Senegal, Guinea, Mali, and Congo. So all of these things, I began to learn little things here and there, and it was adding up. And then ancestrally speaking, I found out about my ancestry. Long story short, these folks in this space who were questioning me, I began to become turned off, because it was very invasive and began to be vitriol and xenophobic-ish. And so I left that space, very first space, y'all. Those folks in that space, one of the brothers was just in a space I was just in, and I reminded him of that because they ended up falling out with Tariq Nasheed, because Tariq Nasheed was, kind of the start of this whole thing. After he left the American Descendants of Slaves, ADOS, he was infighting with the Yvette Carnell. And so he left and created this FBA. And so this group that was one of the first ones that kind of signed on to the idea ideology of it, they ended up falling out with Tariq and became this group called Secure the Tribe, where they became Indians, right? And so now you have that whole thing, you know, kind of starting with this group. I don't know if they started it, you know, but definitely were in major impetus in that
Yeah, they quick to
whole
pull out
Indian
that
thing.
ID. They quick to pull out that Indian ID and say, "Look, I'm from you know, man, I got you know, my cousin an Indian or whatever. They live on a reservation. I done had them do that. They'll pull out that
Bro,
Indian ID too, man."
bro, it's really sad. It's really sad. And I wanted to wrap it up with okay, so we're talking about that the whole experience there. Dr. Small's going through the whole thing. Yeah, so just a minute ago we're talking about usurping blackness, you know, so they don't want to be black because they want to be black. They want to embrace the culture of Black America, African Americans. They want to use the word black, but when you ask them, are they of African descent, they say no. Well, they haven't found any Africans in their genealogy, and they don't believe in DNA testing. So if you haven't found any African in your genealogy, black comes from Africa. You know, it could be a descriptive, but it's also something that we use culturally, anciently, Kemet, even BB, for the Akan people, BB, Sudan means land of the blacks. So we've used black as a identity, I guess as a descriptive as well. And so they're trying to say that they're black, and they're trying to use that, but by them doing that, it's also what it does is it tries to erase the Africanness from African Americans. So they're trying to, you know, by them doing that, it does do that. And so we're standing 10 toes down, and we're having that argument about that. And we're not allowing them to erase our African ancestry, because you can't be black and be Indian, you know, and deny your African ancestry. And then when you look at them, you see pictures of them, the ones that have pictures, they look like they're from Central and West Africa all day, and they're Indians. So it doesn't make sense, y'all.
Hey, before I get off, I wanted to read one more little piece up out of here. And it says the other directed African personality is one characterized by subjective feelings of personal and group inadequacy, resentful dependency and submissiveness, conservatism and conformity, intolerance and frustration, either low self-esteem or narcissistic high self-esteem, inadequate or inappropriate self-confidence, negative or socially unproductive relations with others, immaturity, limited imagination, and a range of interests. It is a personality designed for powerlessness, gullibility, exploitation, and to futilely seek merger and identification with those who exploit it, fashioned to seek the approval and love of those who spitefully hate it above all else in life. The other directed African personality is a vacuous personality, an empty shell, a bottomless pit, an African container devoid of African content, and therefore suffering a chronic sense of emptiness, an insatiable craving for satisfaction. The vacuum created in this personality comes from it being emptied of its African core by its European enslavers. The niggerized version of the original, introjected into this personality by its Eurocentric creators, is designed not to be satisfied, for it is designed to consume things produced by others, consume others like itself, consume itself. The other African personality is a wounded personality, one produced by crippling blows to its African originated ego, to its self-esteem, self-love, and self-knowing. Being a wounded personality, it is a vulnerable personality, a personality under severe stress and highly conflicted, but an empty shell, subject to insatiable cravings for fulfillment, a wounded personality and suffering from chronic stress and pain, It is a personality vulnerable to addictions to consumption, religion, sex, excitement, the search for ecstasy, painkillers and sedative, stimulants, analgesics and hypnotics. The other directed African personality has the feeling of being always under pressure, always under threat, always under attack. It chronically strives to recover its balance, to protect its ego and self-system from further devaluation and disorganizing assaults from others, from aliens, other alienated Africans, Africans alienated from themselves, just as he is alienated from himself. Thus, the other directed African, intimidated by the other, dependent on the other, is first and foremost a defense-oriented personality. His primary purpose in life is defending himself against further self-devaluation and emotional hurt. His obsessive, compulsive concern is with the alleviation or avoidance of anxiety. As a defensive personality, he is prone to deny and or distort reality by a multitude of self-deceptive schemes in order to hold on to what he perceives as a tenuous, sane, and relatively pain-free existence. However,
Hey, Skywalker, we got other people on the panel, man.
I'm done.
Okay,
Go.
Yeah, let me read these super chats first, and I'll pass it to Elvis. Let's see here. Richard Fornate, I already read that. Summer None Other Baddie, thank you for $2 holla. How much it costs to not hear M or Elvis today? Well, Elvis is on. Summer None Other Baddie, thank you for $2 holla. Skywalker explained how math is science or miseducation. Robin Mutali 1207, thank you for $5 holla. In Amharic, Arabic, or Hausa, African literature and African languages, or in non-European languages, stretches to the 1200s. All right, go ahead, Elvis.
All right. Thank you, Dinas. Hello to you and the panel and the chat. I was just wondering if, besides Ivan Van Sertima, were there other Black, African studies, professors or teachers who came up with the ideas that African Americans were always here? Because even with Professor Smalls,
Dr. Imhotep, David Imhotep, and Clyde Winters.
Okay. Yeah, because even Professor Smalls was saying that Black people, I don't know if you mean dark-skinned people, but if you meant sub-Saharan Africans, were all over places like Cambodia and other places that he called. Is there evidence for that people that look like you and I, not just people who have dark skin, but with our, kinky hair and our broad nose and thicker lips, were those people in those places?
Runoko Rashidi has a lot of information on that in his primary research when he went to Asia, and I think it's Africans in Asia is one of his books, and he really makes big connections with some of the artwork that he photographed, and the connections is really powerful. So I would look at his work. Runoko Rashidi, may he rest in peace, and Dr. David Imhotep, may he rest in peace too.
Right, because I know, I just forgot, the name is slipping my mind, but you have those dark skin, what are they called? But some of them have blue eyes, they have curly hair, but their skin is darker. So if you consider those people Black sub-Saharan Africans, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because there are dark skinned people on the subcontinent of India, very dark skinned people. But looking at them phenotypically, they're not us. Their hair is straight. They have certain features that can be associated with white, Caucasian people, and they don't consider themselves white. So if you come to the United States, take somebody like Martin Van Buren, right? He's of German ancestry. Even Joe Biden, as recent as Joe Biden, who is of Irish, and Scottish ancestry. These people, families has been here as long as, just as long as many, African Americans who came here, even before the formation of this country. They still associate themselves with Ireland and Scotland. When they go there and give speeches, they say, well, my ancestors came to the United States from Ireland. They came from this town or that town. So the connection between the two nations are strong and blah, blah, blah. They always harken back to that lineage, that they come from these European countries. you know. So with the African Americans, it's like, I get it, right? Because if you attach yourself to Africa, then you have to attach yourself to its shortcomings, you know. But on the flip side, you can also attach yourself to its successes and its historical greatness, you know, in certain places. But this notion, because I see this guy Mike TV. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Mike TV. This dude do a marathon. He got a couple of ladies on the platform, and he's going for like 16, 15, 10 hours at a time. I mean, he's really dedicated to it. And it's like he must really believe it. You know, and again, you can come from a lineage of people who had some Native American ancestry, but to think that that's the vast majority of African American lineage is just wrong. So for me, I want to know from you, Sha. I have my, you know, not just you, but other African Americans who may be on the panel. What do you think is the deepest, you know, reasons why people don't want to be associated with Africa? Is it that you stay in America for so long that you feel as if that connection is completely ended? Because white Americans, like I just said, they never see their connection ending to Europe. They always call themselves a name. You know, I have Irish ancestry, I have German ancestry. They always say that with pride, and they never tend to disassociate themselves with Europe. Why is it that the black man wants to disassociate himself from Africa by all means?
And it's not just the diaspora. It's not just African Americans or Caribbeans or South Americans, Central Americans. There's also continental Africans as well who say things. Colonial education sums that up pretty much. That's a form of mental enslavement. And Brother Skywalker said it really well a little bit earlier, but I'll add to what he said from Dr. Joy DeGruy, who talks about PTSS, post-traumatic slave syndrome. She said that because no psychological support on therapy was provided to address the deep trauma of slavery and Jim Crow, certain behaviors develop as adaptive survival mechanisms. Over generations, these survival tactics became integrated into the culture and normalized, even when they are no longer productive. And that infers that the behavior that we were doing was a survival tactic that came
Hey,
out of our situation.
so there's other people on the panel I got to get to. So
Okay, all right.
please,
Yeah,
like,
I'll pass the mic down as you can go to someone.
Let me land with this. She hits 3 points. She said 3 core symptoms of PTSS is vacillating self-esteem, marked propensity for anger and violence, and internalized racism. I land.
okay. Go ahead after.
Yeah, greetings, Brother Dinus, you know, the panel and the chat. Please like, share, subscribe, and please support the channel. You know, great work brother is doing here every day, and there's not a lot of channels like this out there. Trust me, I've been around. And look, the reality is us African descent of West Africa or West Central Africa, you know, we actually genetically we've been the most closest people to our region. We find ourselves called West Africa, and we are one of the few people genetically who have a genetic spread globally. If you take the transatlantic slavery apart, okay, the only part of history I can say there might be a possibility of Africans traveling to America and settling in the Americas, that's North and South America, that might be the days of the Almoravid dynasty. Okay. And during the time of Ibn bin Tassin, when the Takur, I mean, I can post a link, you know, and even if you go to Chat GPT, will explain to you as well. Even some African don't even know this. They're trying to argue sometimes. It's just funny. When the people in you know from the Takur Kingdom or what you call it Senegambian region today, you know, provide over 4,000 troops of cavalry, you know, to enable them to deal with some of the issues that they had in Spain. And we know after the downfall of that empire, we know the Spanish and the Portuguese rose. And when they rose, they came, to West Africa, and that's when they started building these boats. But we know for a fact that a lot of Africans who integrated and settled them, and their conquest. In fact, in Spain, they had what they call the Bacon Police. You either, when Alfonso the Great rose, he drove the Muslims out. It wasn't about race at that time. He said to them, you either have a slice of bacon at your front door to make sure you're still not a Muslim, or you get expelled. And obviously, we know Mauritania, Morocco, all these Moors, right? They're not there for no reason. They're not named for no reason. The people are not there for no reason. It's evidential. Okay. Um, so those people who came, who you call Spanish today, and the Portuguese, you can tell they look different to the Europeans, neighbors. Most of them, not all of them, but most of them do for a reason. And because of those days, the Al Andalusia. So there might be some black people, who went to the Spanish, in conquest of new lands in Americas, during those days, who settled there and actually have some, genetic spread of West Africans, of the Niger Congo people. But other than that, let's be real about our factual things here. Let's be real about what we say, because, we cannot keep making stuff up without any evidence. I cannot see that happening. And to say also African is a race, I don't agree with that. Africa is not a race. In Africa, we have different race, we have different genetic. We are the most genetically diverse people in the world. And people in South Asia, just because they look black, they're not Africans. They're totally different people genetically to us. So there are different things out there, to prove that, in this day and age. Like back in the day, if you go back to a few centuries ago, without any genetic testing and phenotypes and so on, you might look at the average guy from Papua New Guinea, you think it's an African, but it's not an African. It's an Asian guy. But however, people of melanated people of melanin, have been around the world. We have been the dominant force on the planet. Even where I live in the UK, not far from me, I mentioned that yesterday, the cheddar man that they found in the UK, in England, is over 10,000 years old, I think. He was a melanated guy. His color skins have nothing to do with the people that correctly call themselves English. He's great. There's people in the village in Cheddar that are related to him. If you see them today, you wouldn't believe that they have that. They came from melanated person. So it's just one of those things. And also, you mentioned the name, yeah, Shah, you mentioned the name Sal. Sal came from the Tukulot ethnic group, which is a subgroup of the Fulani, because Fulani got different subgroup of tribe. So yeah, anyway, you hear the last name Sal is a Senegambian name from the Tukulot people.
Hey,
Yeah, so I mean, yeah. So
Mike,
so I
let me
mean that's how it is. And so yeah, I'll pass the mic for now. That's my take on this. Thank you.
I wanted to ask you a question, Africa. You said
Yes, sir.
that you said well, two things. First, Dinah, somebody in the chat, I think a super chat, asked me. I think they paid you some money. Asked me how is math and science miseducation. Actually, believe it or not, many of us think that math. Well, first, let me ask Africans think about race. Hey, you said, would you say that the people in North Africa, like the people in Algeria, the people in, would you say that they're Africans or that they're Arabs?
The people in North Africa, the Arab people came to North Africa later on in life. They came and
So they're not
conquered
Africans, right?
they came and conquered the Tuaregs, the Berber
Okay.
Tuareg who lived there. They're not African. The Berber Tuaregs have been there longest. Okay, they have been. I would call them. I could call the Berber Tuareg Africans. For the Arabs, I
They're
don't.
not.
And the problem,
Okay.
the concept of this Arab and the concept of this Arabization, in the north and in West Africa is a very old concept. It started during the time of Al Andalusia in that same dynasty, okay, during the Almoravid. Because when the Berbers and the Berber Tuareg, if I can merge them together now, and West Africa, when they conquered that region called Al Andalusia, called Spain, the Arab people are the one that destroyed this empire by bringing the Arabization in it, because during those days, the the uh, the Islam that they founded in Spain, it wasn't about going to the mosque, just praying and all this kind of stuff. It was mainly about science. There's a lot of book written. The gold in Senegal was used to build educational institution in Europe, called Spain today. So
Mm,
it was about that. And then the Arab came in. They said, you cannot rule this dynasty if you don't have the blood of the Arab. You understand? So they
mm.
started infiltrating those Baba Tuareg and the darker skinned people so they could take over the empire. And that's when things
Okay.
went wrong for them.
Nah,
Okay.
nah. I just wanted to be clear on that. Now we on the same page. And with respect to that question,
Okay.
um,
Mm.
believe it or not, math and science can be it's not necessarily universal. I'm gonna give a perfect example. Black people invented math and science, right? But and we end up teaching it to the white people. But we need to ask
Yeah.
ourselves, what was the purposes for us inventing math and science? Well, the purposes for us inventing math and science, you got to look at what our ancestors did, what they would look like they was building with it. So we invented math and
Right.
science, to build civilization. But we taught white people those same ones and twos, a plus squared equals c squared, yada yada yada, all those math principles and everything, and they used it and oriented towards solving their problems. And they created things to destroy civilization. So math and
Right.
science isn't necessarily universal. The teaching of math and science to black people or to any race is oriented
Mm.
towards solving their problems. And when it's oriented towards solving their problems, they create unique things with it. That's why people don't understand how black people was able to create the pyramids, because we were solving our unique problems using math and
Yeah.
science. So obviously the
I
things
agree.
that we create with it is going to be things that people don't understand. So math and
Mm.
science need to be oriented towards solving our problems. And when we do that, anytime we orient math towards solving our own problems, we create something that people don't understand. The dude in Zimbabwe did it. Henri Christophe with the Citadel Lafayette in Haiti did it. Our ancestors did it with the pyramid. So anytime we orient math and science towards solving our unique problems instead of solving somebody else's problems, we create stuff that people don't understand. So that's the answer to that question. And I'm finna get off. You guys have a nice one.
Okay, let me pass
Take
the
care,
mic.
man.
Let me pass the mic to Teddy on politics. Go ahead, Teddy.
Yeah, okay. So I just want to address something that Elvis said. He had a question about the black folks that live in that have the blonde hair and blue eyes. They are, they're Melanesian. They're Melanesian. They live in the Solomon Islands. So that was you said earlier that you didn't know who those people were or whatever. So now you do. And also to kind of address something else Elvis said, he said something about, he was asking why black folks do that type of, have the kind of attitude, specifically the FBA ideology. Those people with that ideology, just my opinion, I believe can't beat them, join them type of attitude. We can't beat white folks who go and join them. That's pretty much it. They weren't getting anywhere with reparations. And so they're not going to go in, and they don't have no smoke for white folks. So the closest people to them are other black folks. So they take out the frustrations on black folks that are in their proximity, that are near to them, just like other people do. Because so it's always a black immigrant or somebody or black from Africa or wherever, So they're not getting anywhere with white folks. So that's especially regarding reparations, they're not getting any money. Black folks are not getting any money. I mean, they straight up told you no. They told black folks everywhere no. So I think that's where this has kind of snowballed into being upset and being frustrated by the fact that reparations type idea, initiative is not going anywhere. They're not getting anywhere with it. And the last thing I want to say is that whole ideology, that FBA ideology, is cancerous. It's a malignant tumor. It is. And it's parasitic. That whole ideology, not the people. I'm talking about the ideology. So anybody that's adopted that or adheres to that ideology, something is, emotionally wrong with them. It's just some type of level of insecurity or self-hate or whatever it is. It's not black folks. I'll never go in on, even if FBA people, they're still black. So I'm not going to disparage black folks, but it's that ideology, the way they think is cancerous. It's a menace to black folks everywhere. And the people that adhere to that and adopted that, they're maniacal. They just are. and things, because a lot of things they say don't make any sense. They're all over the place with everything. So you can't have any type of establish any type of synergies with them, because they're too far gone. I just think they're just too far to the left. And I say, well, let them stay in their silo, let them do their thing. And Black folks that want to come together, unify Black people everywhere, empower Black folks globally, because we all in the same boat. Regardless, if Black folks in America, especially the FBA minded people, want to be at the top of the bottom, because that's where the fight is in America, is to be at the top of the bottom of the boat. You're still at the bottom. So the thing is,
Right.
yeah, you're not going to take our place at the top of the bottom. So we reserve our right to be at the bottom in American society.
Uh,
You're not going to
yeah.
come in and remove us and replace us from the bottom of the boat, which makes no
Right.
sense. So
Right.
that's
I mean,
pretty
this.
much what I want to say.
Yes, sir. I totally agree with you, sir. I mean, I'm not from the US. I'm in the UK. The argument that you're having today, the reason why I get involved in it so much, because it's like a deja vu. It's like something that we've been through here. We've seen you guys going through this same phase. You're one. I think you're one step behind us when it comes to these things, and we learn from it so bad. We learn it the hard way, and we're still trying to get, our we're still trying to get our brains back up together. But we're getting there slowly. We probably will do get there one day, but we don't want you to make the same mistakes. That's the reason why. And I think it's about time those that want to stay on that FBA, they could carry on doing that. But the African Americans who want to unite to the brothers in the continent, it's about time they start speaking out a bit more, because then they will actually mute these guys, once and for all.
Yeah,
Well,
they
they're
just kind of
fixated.
piggyback off of what you just said. I've seen a couple of videos going around where we're on our own and this, that, and the other thing. You on your own. These are FBA people I'm talking about. Well, you're on your own because you choose to be on your own. You did. The white folks
Right.
rejected you. They reject Black folks, period, regardless if you adhere to ideology or not. And then you don't want to be with other Black folks, so you choose to be on your own. So let them be on their own. You don't have they don't have
Yeah.
any allies. There was a whole video about, we don't have any allies. No, you don't have any allies because you don't want any. We're not excluding them or the people that have a Pan-Africanist mindset, global unity amongst Black folks.
Mm.
We're not excluding them. They're excluding themselves.
No,
So,
they should never
just
be
go over
excluded.
there and do what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The door should
yeah.
always be open for them. The door
They
should be, yeah. You
right.
should always leave the
They
door
stay
open
in
for
their
them.
silo, delineate and go be as white adjacent as you want to be or you can be, and just leave it at that. So you want to be America? America's a white country. It's run by white folks. White folks control everything. It's not Black folks' land. So do your thing, delineate, be as close, be as white adjacent as you can, and be happy.
Yeah,
I
those are
wanted
the
I
things
wanted to
that
ask you a question.
they fixate. Well, let me say this real quick. They're
Right.
fixated on immigration, and their focus on immigrants is African immigrants from wherever, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not worried about Ukrainians that have come over here in mass, almost 1 million of them, that are getting all their benefits, and they're fixated on delineation. These are the two things that they're fixated on, while they try to erase uh, African history from our group. And so we have to push. We're pushing back on them as African Americans. We're pushing back on that, because you don't get to do that. If you want to be Indian, then go be Indian. No, we ain't got a problem
Right.
with that. But you're not Black. You're not going to claim Black. You're not
Yeah.
you're not going to do it, because Black comes from Africa. And then somebody said, well, no group of people have ever referred to themselves as a color are Black. And we had to correct
Okay.
them on that history, which is a lie, because Kemet
Um,
means Black land, Black people,
Sudan.
Sudan,
Let me ask the
BB.
question, please, Sean.
Yeah.
Maybe you can answer too. So I've been hearing that the GPS, the Global Positioning System, was invented by a Black man, right? I
A
wonder if you
Black
guys,
Right.
woman.
a
Black
Black
woman.
person, Black person. Okay, what is her name, and is her family benefiting from her invention today? Are they getting, Uh, are they getting checks? Are
Yeah.
they getting some benefit from what she invented?
No, they're not. Just like
Gladys
the
West.
no, yeah, but she's not getting any type of benefit from whatever patent that came along with that. Neither nor is the brother that invented the stoplight, nor is the brother that had something to do with refrigerator, nor
Yeah.
is
What about the peanut butter?
doorknob.
Are they
None of
getting
it. None of
residuals
this
from
George
inventing the peanut
Washington
butter?
Carver?
Yeah. Are they getting
No,
none
a
of
check
that
for inventing the peanut
residuals
butter?
I doubt
are
it.
benefit
I doubt it.
from any of those inventions that these FBA people want to keep claiming that all these black folks invented this stuff, but they don't own any of it. They don't own any of it. You know who benefited from it? Everybody but black folks, or everybody including black folks. I mean, you have all kinds of accidents if it wasn't for the stoplight, right? But so, but none of their lineage, the person that invented it, the black person that invented that, they're not benefiting from it financially or any other way.
Well, there are some that are. They're few, far and few between. And then the sister whose the DNA that they took, or some aspect of her biology, Henrietta
Lacks.
Yeah. Their family sued, and they're getting something out of that. But trust me, it's peanuts out of what they've made on that. But there are some few and far and few between have gotten some from way back in the day where black folks have invented stuff. But yeah, we have contributed a great deal to the innovations and inventions of from the 1800s to present. You know, so yeah, that's a legacy that we live with.
All right, go ahead, Em.
Thank you, sir. I caught some of the monologue or the introduction, but I couldn't really call in. I was in the middle of doing something. But Dr. Smalls, his acknowledgement of the Roman, I ain't gonna say contributions, but origins of the word Africa. How the reason, the fact that he had to even acknowledge that shows that the grassroots is making very great strides. But his acknowledgement was shallow. His acknowledgement was shallow. He mentioned Latin, and he mentioned the contributions to Spain. But he failed to mention, and I actually learned this in school a long time ago, that the Latin comes from the Greek alphabet, which comes from the Phoenician alphabet.
Bro,
And
you are not. You can't stand up to Dr. Smalls because he knows what you're saying.
Oh, let me finish talking though.
Okay, all
the
right.
Phoenician alphabet is also known as Proto-Hebrew. You know the Israelites that be on the corners, the little alphabets they got on their garbs. That's That's the Phoenician alphabet, and that's the alphabet that was found in America that predated Columbus. That Proto-Hebrew, which is like a Phoenician Carthaginian alphabet that later became.
I need your sources. Go ahead.
Right. And how did he mention it? You said he mentioned. How did he mention Latin? And how did he mention the word Africa? Because he said he mentioned it, but how did he mention it? Because he mentioned Africa as a indigenous word to parts of Africa. Ethiopia, one he mentioned, and other parts.
Why you jumping into my time though?
Because
he mentioned it. He claimed Spanish as being African origin. He claimed Latin, and he claimed the so-called Africa's contribution to Latin. That's what I heard.
That's how he mentioned it.
And when you invoke the word Africa, like when you're dealing with programming, like on Python, C# or C++, right? And when you're dealing with ancient languages like the Egyptian language, they use logos, right? So in programming, you could actually take a bunch of source code and say it equals this one thing, right? So instead of typing in all of this code, you can just type in this one word, and you invoke all of that. The computer can understand that one word meaning all of these different equations, right? So we do the same thing with language, and the Egyptians did that with their symbols, their hieroglyphics, right? So when we use the word Africa, we're actually invoking the conquest of Carthage. We're honoring Julius Caesar. Everything associated with the word. It's not just what we're looking at now. It's the entire history of Africa and where it came from. And when we talk about ourselves, as far as Black Americans, we are more in line with the original Roman Empire philosophy as far as human beings than the African continent is, because I read this in J.A. Rogers' Nature Knows No Color Line First. The Roman Empire believed all human beings were either Romans or savages or barbarians. And the one thing that separated them from being a Roman or a barbarian is their ideology. They're willing to accept the law and pledge their allegiance to the Roman Empire or later be Caesar. You see what I'm saying? And this is where Islam came from, because Islam, they had the Shahada. The one thing that separates the infidel from the Muslim is their acceptance of Muhammad as the prophet. You got the 5 pillars. Allah is the one God. That comes from the Roman Empire when you had to acknowledge the Roman. You just wasn't born. It wasn't genetic. They saw, and then Islam, when they first started Islam, all human beings were equal. It wasn't no racism. That's how the Roman Empire was. But when you look at Africa today, they have 54 states, 54 countries, thousands of tribes, and don't any of them see each other as the same. So when we call ourselves African, us in America, we see each Black American as the same. What I'm talking about is Africa, how Professor Smiles was claiming it and holding on to it. And I'm saying that the Africans itself isn't the same as how we see Africans. We see everybody as the same. People like basically Pan-Africanism, right? Like in America, you got people from California, New York, Chicago. We see each other as the same people, right? But in Africa,
didn't claim it. He said the influence of the in the Andalusia period in Spain. And I just AI'd that information of what they contributed, not only linguistically but academically, to the formation of the first universities in in Spain.
I mean, as far as Spain, they preserve the world history, and also they enhanced the alphabet and the language. They included the number system and the lower upper.
What is your point, though, about him saying that he mentioned it, and now you're saying he claimed?
Well, the point I'm making is, we have to actually update the software. You see what I'm saying? Our idea of Africa is not the same as the Africans' idea. They don't see each other as the same people. They're tribal. And then when they come to America, they impose their tribalism to us. They don't see each other as the same people. They see each other as their tribe and their language and their own specific culture.
Well,
and our perception, our perspective is vastly superior to theirs. And the Africans must adopt our. That's what Nkrumah did when he came to America. He adopted our philosophy of Africa, and then they killed him because the Africans wouldn't accept it.
I think you're simplifying stuff, and you're looking at it from a very myopic viewpoint,
emotional point of view.
Yeah, and I got a question for M. How many lectures have you done? In the university? Is there something you hadn't told us about?
What does my lecturer have to do with anything?
Professor, you question. This is what it has to do with. You questioning Professor James Small. And
what did I question?
What
did I question?
What qualifies you? You questioned that.
You was correcting him about the Romans and the Latin.
No, I acknowledge that
he's mixing things up.
I acknowledge that Professor Small never before have he addressed the Roman aspect of Africa until now.
That's
so I acknowledge that.
That's
but it was half baked.
He has a whole lecture. He has a whole lecture on that time period. A whole lecture for 2 hours that I saw 3 or 4 or 5 years ago.
I follow him. Yeah, I follow him. He's correcting a lot of stuff he says. A lot of the things that he says, it makes sense.
I mean, that's what I'm asking. What have you?
I mean, credit to him. He does have a lot of little historical tidbits at his fingertips. So credit to him. I give him credit for that. But again, you conflict issues. You sprinkle a little lie in all of your summations. Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Elvis. How many tribes are in Liberia?
Excuse me, brothers and sisters.
There are 16 tribes in Liberia.
Hey, Jackson,
how come it's not one?
Yeah, we'll get to you.
Well, because
how come it's not one tribe?
Yeah, because as a ethnic group,
exactly.
Yeah, there's not one tribe in Europe. There are multiple tribes in Europe.
I disagree with those things. I disagree with those.
I concede the mic.
I gotta pass the mic to Tam. Go ahead, Tam. Unmute yourself, Tam. Unmute yourself, Tam. Okay. Go ahead, Jason. Unmute yourself.
Yeah, like, all right. No one is denying the African ancestry from the Atlantic slave trade or anything like that.
Nah, Jason. There
Listen,
Jason. There
can
are
I?
plenty of people doing
I
that.
know there's people out there doing that. I know that, but the people, some of the people that I've spoken to are not denying that. All right, but let me tell you, this is the part where it gets me. Let's put all the African slave trade, where we come from or how we got here. Let's put that to the side. We've been here 400 years, right? So the Jamaicans could say, I'm Jamaican. They don't put African in front of Jamaican. Trinidadians don't put African in front of Trinidadian. Panama don't put African in front of Panama. The whole argument is really weak because it's like you're forcing the Black Americans to say, oh, I can't call myself a Black American because you got a problem now that I remove African, so people can't come over and try to freeload off of us and be traitors and get up with the white supremacists and go against us and help out and make our struggle even harder. They would sit up there, we will boycott, and they'll say we going to work. How's that right?
Jason, give me an example. Give me an example.
Like they could come over here. The reason why Black people don't get fair wages because they can find another Black person.
Jason, I said, give me an example of the boycott.
There's examples all over. Go in Walmart.
Jason, I want you to give me an example of when FBA.
All right, I see it.
No, Jason, I want you to give me a specific example of when FBA said we boycotting and Black immigrants said, nah, we're going to work. Go ahead, give me an example.
They do it. They still go to work.
Oh Lord, Jason, you got the answers or you don't?
We said we was boycotting the Asian shop. The immigrants are still running in there. The Black immigrants.
Jason, I live in Atlanta, Georgia. It is FBA women going into them Asian shops getting their
the whole point you listen. So you said, but this is not about just boycotting though.
What is it about, Jason?
It's about our lineage.
Jason, hold on, Jason.
It's about our lineage.
Jason,
it's about our lineage.
Okay, that's fine, but Jason, you just gave an example.
So it's not about lineage.
Jason,
we can't.
Let me finish, Jason. I'm the host talking. Be quiet. Be quiet. I'm the host talking. Be quiet. Thank you, Jason. You just gave an example of a boycott at an Asian beauty supply store.
I see it in Philadelphia.
And then what I am telling you, Jason, I live here in Atlanta. I used to live in LA. It is FBA women up in there getting their yaki and their nails done and all that, regardless boycott or not. So, Jason, stop it. In fact, Jason, I'll give you another example. There was a situation in Texas, I think it was, where a sister was discriminated against at an Asian nail. In fact, let me pull up the video, Jason. Well, go ahead.
She was a Nigerian.
Jason, stop it, Jason.
She was a Nigerian.
So she wouldn't have gotten discriminated. She was African American,
right? Does that matter?
I'm not saying that she wasn't discriminated. I'm just saying that they're the type of people that will go against the Black Americans. You got some of these immigrants saying
you look like Burna Boy, bro. You're African looking presenting man.
I'm not saying that I don't have an African ancestry. I'm not denying that. I'm just saying we can be able to stand our claim as Black Americans that fought for our struggle and still fighting and not letting up on nobody. But when it comes to other groups of Black people that's not
Africans
of this country,
fought for their independence from colonialism. A lot of them fought for it.
No, but they coming over here. But they want to come to us. We're not going over there. We're not going over there in drones looking for benefits and looking at
Americans shouldn't come to
we're not trying to backstab.
Yeah.
We're not trying to backstab you in your own country.
So give us examples of Africans backstabbing.
But can you
backstabbing us?
Give us examples.
You taking jobs from us by coming here. You shouldn't even be here.
So
what do you mean? There's plenty of jobs in America.
Why
Jason, you don't make that decision, Jason. The white man does.
You fight for your liberation and then you get what we got. and we still ain't happy with the little crumbs.
So,
Not happy with
Jason,
the little
Who's
crumbs.
taking your job, Jason? Who's taking your
what's
family
the
member job?
percentage of Africans
People
going to
like
America?
you and the rest of you cousins.
Can I ask Jason a question?
Oh,
All you
Jason.
cousins.
Can I ask you a question,
please,
Jason?
All you cousins. We the ones
Jason,
that we were
Jason.
doing the Pan-Africans that
Jason,
should have went
someone
2
wanna ask you a
ways.
question.
Let me
That was
ask you a
one-way
question,
street.
Jason. Let me ask you.
Pan-African was a one-way street.
I
Can
just
I
want
ask
to know
you a
who's taking your
question?
job,
Hold on,
brother Jason.
guys, Mike, Jason, can I ask you a
Why
question?
you think Mother Gardner had
Jason,
to come over here?
Jason,
Mother Gardner came here
Oh
because
Lord,
y'all wouldn't get on call with him over in Jamaica.
Jason, I'm asking you a question,
What
Jason.
about Gaddafi? How
Golly,
he got
Jason, can I ask you a
educated?
question? Are you gonna keep
Because
yelling,
of
Jason? Jason,
mute him down.
I'm about to remove
Mute him
Jason.
up.
I'm about to
Mute
remove
him.
you, Jason. Let me ask you a question, Jason. These jobs, are they being hired by non-FBA people, or are they being hired by FBA people?
First off, you shouldn't even be here to get it, to be honest
Jason,
with you.
I'm asking you a question. Who's hiring?
That's my answer. You shouldn't even be here to get it.
That's not
Jason,
an answer.
are these opportunities
You
created by
don't come
non?
over to your
Are
country
these
trying to take from you.
are these
You don't come over to
opportunities?
your country to try to take from you.
Jason,
And
are
then,
these opportunities?
then y'all let,
Jason,
then when y'all do
Jason,
get,
are
then when y'all
Jason,
do get y'all businesses, y'all don't hire Black Americans. Y'all gonna hire people
Jason
that
is
come from y'all
asking,
But can you
country.
he's
mute
asking
him?
a question,
Can you
brother.
mute him,
Jason,
Dynas?
you're too emotional, brother Jason. You
Mute
gotta
I
him,
ain't
calm down.
Dynas, and
emotional,
then
man.
ask him the
I'm just
question.
spitting facts.
but Jason,
I'm
I'm
just
asking you a
spitting facts.
question. But Jason,
I'm just spitting facts. Look in your fucking chat.
oh Lord,
FBA,
Jason, you gotta
FBA
stop
don't agree
yelling.
with none of that shit y'all
Jason, you gotta
saying.
stop yelling. Jason, you gotta stop yelling.
And y'all fucking, you know,
Jason, you
y'all
gotta
think y'all
stop
slick.
yelling, Jason.
Y'all go messing with our elders, trying to get our elders. Y'all know our
This
elders
brother,
gonna
we need
side
to
with
help
y'all.
him. We need to
Because
About to
help
get
him,
the
brother.
boot, Jason.
that's why this mess never got cleaned up.
About
This
to get
mess
the
never
boot.
got cleaned up because of our elders kept siding with y'all because they don't know no damn better.
They know better than you.
Jason,
They
hold
don't know
on.
better than me. That's why we in this shit. We in the shit that we in because they helped y'all traitor ass motherfuckers come over here
Mute
and
him.
kept giving y'all
Mute him.
excuses.
You're too emotional, Jason. You're too emotional, brother.
Mute him.
I'll mute my goddamn self.
Jason, but Jason, my question is: are the corporations who are hiring these black immigrants, are they FBA owned or white owned? Answer the question. Okay, he doesn't want to answer.
He muted
All right,
his
go ahead,
goddamn self,
You
Dynas.
shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be. My
He not,
answer
he
remains
not
the
answering
same.
the question.
You shouldn't be here to get no job.
Who are
weak
you?
coward.
Well, who
You're a
makes that
Telling
coward.
this
decision,
That's
shit
why
here.
Jason?
You
you
don't
ran.
control no
You're a coward.
economics.
You're a
You don't
coward. That's why
control
you
no
ran.
politics in
The
this
That's why
white
you
country.
man made
ran.
this.
You
The white
fucking
man made a
coward.
decision for us to be here,
You
Jason.
fucking coward. He didn't make no fucking decision. We
All
fuck
right,
with.
well,
Look at y'all
I'm done.
disrespectful motherfuckers.
We're
Y'all
not
some
You're the
disrespectful
one
Nobody's
motherfuckers.
being
disrespecting the
disrespectful.
conversation, Jason. We're not being
Y'all some
disrespectful to you, brother.
disrespectful fucking
Nobody's
traitors.
disrespected.
Y'all fucking traitors. Y'all don't even
How
believe in
so,
no
Jason?
action.
Give us
Because
examples
you ran
of
for the oil, because you ran for
Oh,
a country
you're out of
all
pocket,
black.
bro. You
To
out of
get
yeah,
other
pocket.
white
that's
people,
not being a traitor. That's
You're
not
motherfuckers.
what
out
a
of
traitor
pocket,
is,
bro.
Jason.
Y'all fucking traitors.
You're out of
That's
Y'all
not
pocket,
don't
what
even
being
bro.
a
want to be
traitor
on
is,
your own.
Jason.
Y'all don't even want to be in
We
a
don't want to hear
country
your
full of
rhetoric.
black people.
The white
Y'all
man
wanna
from
fucking talk.
Norway who lives in America,
You're
is he a traitor
babbling,
too,
bro.
Jason?
You're
The white man
emotional
from
and you're
Norway who lives in
babbling.
America, is he a traitor, Jason?
You're a fucking traitor.
You're
No,
emotional
no,
and
but,
you're
The Indian
babbling.
that lives here
ask
from
him about
India, is
the
he a traitor,
Latino.
Jason?
We
You
don't
can
want to
ask him
hear
about
you
the Latino,
babbling and
the
you're
I
Arabs,
ain't
emotional.
worried
the
about the
Indians.
Indians. Indians don't
Huh?
affect me. It's the motherfuckers that's cosplaying as me affect me. The motherfuckers that can pass for
We
me
can't
that affect me.
cosplay you,
That's
Jason.
why,
You look like
that's why
Burna
you
Boy. Your
motherfuckers
entire
You're
got to
you're
phenotype
go.
looks like
cosplaying
a
us.
Get these
Nigerian
motherfuckers
African,
out of
You
brother.
here.
Indians are
You look like
cosplaying
me. I
us.
look like you. How can I
Out of here.
cosplay you,
You
brother?
No,
Indians are
I ain't never fucking
cosplaying
do
Black
that.
he's nothing like
Fuck
that.
out of
He
Americans.
looks
here.
nothing like that, man.
You
Look,
Indians
Y'all
are
fucking
cosplaying
copy.
Black
I gotta
Americans.
pass the mic to Ball. Let me bring Baller's Life on. Go ahead, Baller's Life.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
No.
yeah.
Okay, like
Get the
I don't
fuck out of here.
understand these FBAs. I don't understand these FBAs because my thing is this, bro. Like y'all got more of a problem with immigrants than y'all do the white man that brought y'all here, put y'all on plantations, and enslaved you for 246 years.
Once you're
Like
gone, you
I
get
don't
back to the
understand. I
white
don't
supremacy.
understand
We
this.
taking care of
No, I
you
don't
first.
understand
You
this
gotta get the fuck out of the
because
way so
y'all
we can
got
go to
more smoke
war.
for
Y'all
us
niggas ain't
than
ready
y'all
for
do
war.
the
You're not
American
ready for war.
government.
Okay,
You're
That
not
is
built for
that's
literally
a
this shit.
fine,
industrializing
Jason.
it
You
to
You're
gotta
not
us.
you gotta
built
go.
for this shit.
Yeah,
Y'all niggas
your channel as well.
Shit. That's why y'all ain't got
Man,
shit.
this
Jason,
dude
you
like a
have
child.
no emotional impulse control, brother.
Somebody
You're
needs
too
to give this
emotional for a
dude like
man.
a muzzle or something.
Y'all niggas ain't
This is the thing I
fucking.
don't understand,
Y'all
bro.
niggas ain't hitting on
This is the thing I
shit in
don't understand,
Jamaica.
bro. This
Man,
country
20
right now.
hours was
Do you know
shit.
that 60% of
That's
America
fucked up. Not giving a
voted
damn
against
that shit.
reparations for Black Americans? And you want to know who
We're
You ever been
against
shot?
erased?
You ever been shot before,
because they got
Jason?
niggas like you in office. Because they got
You ever been
niggas
shot
like
before,
y'all in
Jason?
office.
Don't even talk to him like that. Don't even give him that reaction because this
Yeah,
dude is like a
dudes
chihuahua,
like
man.
this get shot quick, man. The emotions get them into
Nah.
trouble,
You don't
man.
even got self control. We not even gonna talk like that. We not even gonna
Hey,
let him.
hey, y'all, let's not, no, we not doing that.
Yeah. We gotta be
We not,
mature. Like
but real quick, I gotta play this video for Jason real quick. So Jason, this is Tyrone Muhammad. So Tyrone Muhammad went, a black lady was being discriminated against at an Asian nail shop. So he went,
I already
shut
seen
the
the
Asian.
video.
I'm talking. He went, shut the Asian nail shop down, and guess who came back the next day? Hold on, let me.
Consistency is key.
I'm not saying we don't got some of that going around.
Hey,
But
it's
I'm
a
just
lot
saying
of it going
that.
on.
But if you motherfuckers was to get out of our way, we'll be able to get back to business as usual.
What
But y'all
business?
in our way.
What business as usual, Jason?
Hey,
What
Maestro,
business?
I have
Y'all in our fucking way.
Jason, hold on, Jason. What
You
This
know
guy
business?
what's
sound like
fucked up?
South African.
Yo, you know what's fucked up? I'm gonna say one thing. Y'all need to listen. No joke. I ain't even gonna curse. You know what's ungrateful? That my ancestors fought for civil rights that y'all benefit from, for the 14th Amendment that y'all ride off of, and y'all got the nerve to talk about a white man gave that to y'all, but he ain't want none of you motherfuckers here. And y'all gonna
Because
shit
a white
on our
man did.
ancestors.
Because a white
And
man
y'all
did.
shitting on our ancestors.
A
And
white
y'all
man
shitting on our ancestors. That's some
Jason,
disrespectful
Take it to
motherfuckers.
your
I'm out of
ancestors,
here.
Jason.
Y'all
all
some
right, Jason.
disrespectful
Thank you, Jason.
motherfuckers.
what
I'm out of here.
ancestors are we shitting
All
on?
right,
I'm out of here.
What
Fuck
ancestors are
you.
we shitting on?
All right, see you
I
later,
ain't
bro.
saying nothing about the
Put the
ancestors of
link out for
so-called
Collar Diners,
FBA.
please.
All right, well, go ahead, Ball His Life. I won't play the video now. But go ahead,
Bro.
Ball His Life.
This is the thing I don't understand because I was just in the comments, right? And like the amount of FBA goofies that are up in the comments talking about oh yeah, Africans smell, they don't got toilets, they wipe their
You can't
asses
take
with
them
their
serious.
hand.
Ball His
Hey,
Life.
ignore them.
You can't take them serious. Ball His
Yeah,
Life. You got
I'm
to.
not taking them serious, but my thing is like they got more smoke for other black people than they do the American government
We don't
that
got
is
no
literally
smoke for
industrializing
anybody. Y'all
itself.
the ones that got smoke when y'all come
Nah,
here.
bro, because y'all
We
got
was
more
on
smoke with us
Pan-Africanism for
than
100
y'all do the
years. What you
American
talking about?
government that is literally
We
continuously
was on
industrializing itself
Pan-Africanism for
off of
over
your
100 years.
off
What
But
you
of the
let
talking
him
money
about?
from
finish.
slavery, bro.
Let him finish.
Do you know that? Do you know that these banks still have money from slavery that are literally industrializing this nation day by day? And y'all got more smoke for black
You
immigrants
got smoke
that are
for us.
also victims.
We don't got
Bro,
any
we're
smoke for no
also
Africans.
victims. Bro, my thing is this. Y'all be acting like we didn't get colonized. You'll be acting like y'all are the only ones that lost something to the
You
white
are in
man,
our
bro.
country. What do
Bro,
we owe you?
a country that's built off settler colonialism. That's your
You owe us
country.
respect for being
That's
here.
a country that you're proud of. A country built off
You
settler
owe us
colonialism.
respect. We don't owe you
I can
anything.
respect. I can respect you. Listen. I respect Black Americans.
Talking
I
about
don't respect
FBA
FBA.
goofies. We've been on Pan-Africanism for
I
over
don't
100
respect FBA.
years.
I don't respect y'all. Y'all literally
So
have
what are you here
what?
for?
Y'all calling us tethers,
But
bro.
you're
Why are
My
you
interrupting
thing
him.
here?
is,
Let me finish.
bro. Why am I here? I was born here. I was born here.
Why did your
What are you
family come
talking
here?
about? What do you mean?
Oh
I
Why
my
did
was
your
God.
family
born
come
here.
here?
I didn't
Am
choose
I
to come here.
actually
I was
really
born
hearing you?
here. What are you talking about? And then
You
this
got a
dude is
14th
another
Amendment
goofy.
birthright
Wait,
citizenship
hold on,
off
hold on,
of
hold
my
on, hold on, hold on.
ancestors,
Ain't you the one
and you
that's
don't
trying to
show us
justify
any
what the
respect.
American
Yeah,
librarians did in
thank you for
Liberia?
That's
your
not
thank you
true.
to your
Ain't that
ancestors
you?
for the
Show us
14th
some
Amendment,
respect.
man.
Ain't that
We
you?
appreciate
Ain't you the
that.
one that's trying to
Our
justify what the
family
American
fought for that.
librarians did in
No,
Black
they
Liberia?
family in
Isn't
the
didn't.
that
Civil
you?
War.
No, they didn't. No, they
Show us some
didn't.
respect. Someone
They did
calling us
not.
some
Show me
They
some
did
FBA
respect.
not.
I
They
got
did
goofies.
not
respect.
fight for the
You in our
14th
country.
I
Amendment.
don't
Show
got
us
No,
some
they
respect
did
for
not.
respect.
FBA. That's what I don't respect.
Your
You will
re-
FBA is
never.
black
I will never
Americans.
respect FBA
your respect
ever.
stops when you start to disrespect. Then we'll disrespect.
It doesn't stop when you in my country. It never
I
Nah,
stops.
it
don't got
stops if
respect
you
for
try to talk
FBA.
shit. I'll talk shit back
Respect
to you
never stops
tenfold.
in my
I respect
country.
Black
Your
Americans.
country,
That's
white people
who
don't
I
You
even
in my
respect.
fight.
country.
I
Like, what
respect
are you
Malcolm
talking
X.
about?
I respect
This is my
MLK.
country.
I respect
Yeah,
Dinus,
it's my
Malcolm.
country
please
too,
tell
brother.
these people.
Your country.
Dinus,
Your
please tell these
I
people that
mean,
country,
but
bro.
America is our country, right?
If an immigrant comes here and gets nationalized, it's just as much as this country now too. Only thing is they can't run for president. So I don't
But
know.
Dinus,
I don't know what to
please,
tell you.
please tell these people this is our country.
No. But this is my
Yeah,
thing,
but
though.
yeah,
Okay, this is y'all
but
country,
I'm
right?
sorry, but Elvis is Elvis immigrated here. He's nationalized. Is as much of his country as mine.
But still,
But
it's our country.
it's just he can't run for president. It's what it is. I mean,
That means that he has less privilege than me and you because both of us can run for president. He can't.
Yeah, but my kids can. My kids can run for president.
When you gonna go back to Liberia and run for president?
You changed the topic.
I got to pass the mic to James Charles.
Liberia kicked y'all out. Ain't that you? Ain't you the one that complained about Liberia kicking you out? And then
Well, he didn't kick out. They didn't kick out.
I think he passed the mic to somebody else.
Let me pass the mic to James. Go ahead, James Harlem.
Hey, how y'all doing? The only thing I don't appreciate is I don't appreciate any kind of disrespect for a black person. I'm a foundational Black American person. I'm fortunate to be able to say that. But I have a great deal of love and respect from the people from the diaspora. Wherever you're from, if you're a black person, I recognize you as someone whose lineage has went through some kind of struggle. It may not have been in the United States, but wherever you're from, our history dictates that there was some struggle that a black person had to go through in these times. So all foundational Black Americans don't hate the next person because they're not a foundational Black American person. So I have little respect for anyone who's intelligent but wish to remain stuck on stupid and just saying.
You do know FBA and Black Americans are two different things, right?
I understand that the gentleman who just spoke, who was disrespectful, he's a Black American. I'm a foundational Black American person, meaning that my lineage traces back before, but definitely since.
Wait, you said I was
just created like 2-3 years ago. That's not even a thing.
I think he was speaking about
that I was disrespectful?
As a definition, it is a thing. And the distinction comes because I'm not of the same lineage, and that doesn't make me better, but I'm not at the same lineage as that person whose ancestors or whose mother and father came from another country, though immigrated here and they were born as a result. That person is, if they're from Africa, that person is an African American. Or if they're from the Caribbean,
Obama is a Kenyan American. He's not African American.
That Obama can consider himself an African American. He doesn't
Obama's not a Black American.
He's a Kenyan American. Not African American.
He is a Black American. He's not a foundational Black American.
He's a Kenyan
He would not
American.
be. Okay,
Yeah, he's not a
you
Black
say
American.
something, I say something. Okay.
What is a Black American?
From my point of view, he can be considered a Black American.
But he's not. He's
What's your definition of a Black American then, brother?
A Black American.
There is no category.
Let him speak.
There is no category called Kenyan American.
Even though I'm a foundational Black American, I could just use the term Black American, but it's an incorrect or is an inadequate descriptor for me. A Black American can be a person whose foreparents are from Africa. They migrated to America, became naturalized, and then they had him. He was born here. He's a Black American. He can also be.
No, that's not how he works.
Okay.
I agree. I actually agree with that definition. It goes both ways, so I agree with you on that point.
You say no. Somebody could say no, and I can say yes, but I can describe why I say that, and someone who
can I just say something real quick?
Let the brother finish, man. Let's be fair to him. Let him finish.
For James.
Let him finish. I gotta pass the SMH. Let him finish. I gotta pass it to SMH.
Okay. And the reason that the foundational Black American term is an adequate description for people whose ancestry was here, maybe before, but definitely since the foundation or the founding of this country. is an adequate term because we are the ones who did the hard, inhumane suffering in this country. And other people of our of the diaspora who ancestries did not go through the same thing as our foreparents do. They don't sometimes understand the severity or the implications of someone whose ancestry's been here all the time. They just like someone who's, I would say, a cook who cooks a meal for a lot of people for, let's say, 4 hours in the kitchen. And they're basically someone who just comes in and start eating. Of course, they got to pick up their own knife and fork and put the food to their mouth. But the preparation and everything that it took to make it possible, they can't appreciate. A lot can't appreciate because they didn't have to do it. Only thing they had to do was just walk in and start eating. And for people of the diaspora who don't recognize or fail or wish to ignore the aspect of our existence, is problematic.
So James, what do you want Black immigrants to do when they come here? Like, what do you want them to do? Just a simple acknowledgement, or like, what do you want?
First of all, I would love everyone to just be themselves, first of all, and be a better version of everyone. Be themselves, but just be a better person, a better self. And sometimes,
are you holding that standard for FBA? Are you holding FBA to that? Are you telling FBA to be better?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This brother is not even
because
being combative, bro. Relax.
Yes, sir.
All right, ball. Let him
answer that
finish.
question?
Guys, don't interrupt him. Let him finish. Go ahead, James.
I hold that standard to anyone. I would ask that people who are foundational Black American don't prejudge or hate the next Black person. Be they not foundational Black American, but don't hate the next person who's of our diaspora because of their lineage, because everybody who's not of our lineage doesn't just automatically hate us or see us as indifferent. So yes, I would definitely hold them standard.
Okay.
I mean,
go ahead, SMH. Huh?
Fair enough.
Go ahead, SMH.
Is he done?
Go ahead, SMH.
Yeah, I mean, all that rambling is all talking, Tariq Nasheed talking points. To anybody that never really listened to Tariq, he might sound like he knows what he's talking about. The dude that just spoke. It's all the Tariq FBA talking point, all ignorance, all retarded stuff. But I didn't even want to talk. I'm not even want to go back and forth with the whole FBA thing anymore because to me it's just a bunch of.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh my God.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Why do you think Tariq Nasheed is the only foundational Black American who has some?
He's not the only one. He's he literally is the founder of FBA. He trademarked.
But
FBA.
why would
you know that, right? He owns
he
the term
trademarked
FBA, right?
for goods and services.
FBA is
for goods and services, but he can't own the lineage. He cannot own the lineage.
What race in America is trademarked by one single person? Give me one. Julius Caesar trademarked Africa.
All of them.
What? What are you talking about, bro? That's not even Julius Caesar created Africa.
How did Julius Caesar trademark Africa? Oh Lord. Go ahead.
Look it up.
He trademarked it. Oh, Julius Caesar.
I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
The landmass was already dead. He can't
They're
create
talking
a
about
continent.
Scipio Africanus, man. That's stupid, bro. They're talking about Scipio Africanus.
You can trademark a name, but you can't trademark a lineage. You cannot trademark a lineage. Tariq Nasheed is a great man.
Okay.
They're all uneducated.
What's the lineage? What's the FBA lineage?
I was saying the lineage is where we stem from.
It's slavery.
Our existence here.
So is Drake
not FBA? Just all of us weren't. All of us, fortunately, weren't enslaved. a large
Straight
amount
FBA.
of foundational Black Americans.
He's
That's
straight
not
I'm
FBA.
James.
not
That's
going to
not
Can
argue
you
with you,
can
not
you
the
bro.
definition
trademark
of the
your
word
family
lineage.
lineage?
But you
Can you
asked me
go
a
and
That's
question.
trademark
not
Like
your
the
great
straight
grand?
definition
FBA.
of the word lineage.
It
That
doesn't
is
make
not
sense.
the
You can't
The
definition of
trademark
the
your
name,
word
family
lineage.
lineage, bro.
Yeah, a lineage is a bloodline.
Right,
So you
right,
want to
right,
tell
Right.
me that
right,
right?
every
right.
Black
That's what I
American
thought.
is related to
Anyway,
every other Black American?
Flora Shaw trademark
Yo, it's my
Nigeria.
turn, bro. It's my turn.
How
I
does
don't
she
want to argue with you,
trademark
bro.
Nigeria?
Like I
Yeah,
already,
let
Oh
SMA.
Lord.
You guys
I
like
think
speak
you
I
before
meant
already
she
SMA.
told
coined
Oh,
the
you.
term.
I gotta
It's
pass.
my turn.
SMH, guys, don't interrupt. SMH, you got a minute. I gotta pass the mic.
All right, bro. Africa, you still here?
Yes, brother. I'm still here, fam.
Africa, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still
I
here.
guess
I'm still
not.
here. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I'm still here. Can
I
you hear
can't
me?
hear you, bro. But
Uh,
yeah.
Hey,
Anyway,
SMH,
you're breaking.
you got mic issues.
I'm
Call back in. Call back in.
You're breaking, man.
Go ahead, K2. Go ahead, K2. K2 and me. Okay, he fell out. Go ahead, Mbalo.
Yeah, greetings, everybody. Nah, it's
Yes,
merch.
fellas.
This is the last time I'm ever having this conversation. I'm never anything that's about FBA. I'm not even gonna comment on it no more. My thing is, bro, all my advice to y'all that consider yourself FBA, if y'all really want to curtail immigration, y'all need to hold y'all administrators accountable for their foreign policy. They have a infatuation with going around the world destabilizing people's governments, extracting their resources so they can have the
Thank
standard of living
you.
that y'all have
Yeah,
now.
but Mbalo, if I can interject, but that's the problem. FBA, their claim to fame is they fought in every single war and they part of the military, so they're just as complicit. So
Yeah, which that
Now,
is a
why you
valid
saying,
point.
hey, you know your family was in wars too?
Hey, excuse me, brother.
I know they fought in the war. I know my dad fought in Korea. So, but I mean, that's the point. Like, we're just as complicit. So, but go ahead, Mbalo.
Yeah,
Yeah, them are all facts, Dinus. Them are all
no,
facts.
but I'm saying like y'all need to. What I would say, my advice to y'all is hold the administrators accountable because even beyond the immigration, they direct foreign policy tactics are influencing, and they really finna permanently lower your standard of living going forward from now on. So really, bro, y'all need to, instead of coming on the internet and arguing with people, and I don't even know why continental Africans or even immigrants come on here. Why do y'all care what they think of? Like that don't matter. Like they opinion towards because they really not holding no power for real. But you should have respect though. Y'all do, some of y'all do be real disrespectful, but that's besides the point. But I would say again, bro, hold the government accountable. They doing more harm to y'all than any immigrant ever did, bro. Y'all need to start lobbying these people and making sure that these immigration policies, if they do have immigration policies, they need to be conducive to the areas where the regions where y'all at. And really, to be honest, bro, you can't get mad at nobody for assimilating to a power structure and you don't have no alternative for them to fall back on. Like people, dude came on here, goofy as hell, talking about they taking our jobs, bro. We've been over here for however long you say you've been over here, bro. We should have institutions to where should no immigrant class be to compete with no jobs for us. We should have institutions to where we actually hiring immigrants. Like I just was in other than around Cincinnati, Ohio, where it's none but subcontinent Indian subcontinental people out here, bro. They got their whole area. Patel brothers get grocery stores out here, like on every other block. Like, bro, it ain't not one single chain black groceries. Like, come on, bro. We gotta be honest, bro. Like, we dropped the ball over here for real.
Did they not burn our cities down? What are you talking about?
Nah, bro,
But
brother,
we're talking about right now, 2026.
yeah, functionally,
You
like
don't think it has an effect?
no, it does have an effect, brother, and I'm not even trying to say that it don't. But again, I like as far as we face insurmountable, mine that is they definitely surmountable. We face
Nah, fuck all that. Fuck all
deleterious.
that, man.
Hey,
We
bro, I'm not doing this. I'm not. Brother, you a grown man. Have respect for yourself and the platform and me, and don't interrupt me while I'm speaking.
Please.
Reflect on your people that raised you good, and I'm reflecting on the people that raised me good, and we're gonna keep it like that.
Well done.
But let me finish with this. I'm finna land. As black, as quote unquote, fam, what I don't even want to say that, as quote unquote African Americans or Black Americans, bro, direct your energy and your resource to stuff that's actually finna affect change. Because at the rate that y'all going, bro, the culture is finna go down the toilet, bro. Yeah, they love right now. The
Hey,
swelling is going
Mbalo,
up.
sorry to interrupt. You know, I saw some crazy shit today in Atlanta on the Beltline. And sorry to interrupt because you brought up the whole
You
culture
good,
thing.
brother?
You know, I'm sorry to interrupt, man. But so I'm running on the Beltline today, and I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Go ahead, Mbalo. Go ahead. I'm not gonna do it. Go ahead, Mbalo.
Nah, but yeah, I was finna. All I'm saying, bro, like if our ancestors that y'all always love bragging about that fought for, which we should rightly so. If they could see the condition of our community right now, bro, they would be utterly disgusted. Like our family
You telling me a
dynamics are
person that was a
horrible.
slave would be disgusted by seeing us free in schools?
Nah, I'm
Does that
talking
make
about
any sense?
Some of the
interrupting me
stuff.
for,
One
man.
second, Mbalo. I'm sorry, don't interrupt Mbalo. Mbalo, 1 second. Some of the stuff I saw today from the culture, our ancestors would be embarrassed. But go ahead, Mbalo.
You don't know if they was us?
Mbalo, they was definitely.
Yeah, I'm
Go
already
ahead,
What do you
Mbalo.
knowing, man.
mean
Like,
free
dude
free
is
in
delusional. He
schools?
can't. There's no way he could be from Chicago and saying what he's saying right now, bro. Come on, bro.
Yeah.
Even within the last like 50 years, it's done got worse. As far as like from a, I'm talking about. I'm not even talking about from the
It'll
slaves and
never
stuff.
get
But
worse than a
people,
slave plantation.
not brother. Okay, if you
Oh
going to that
man.
extreme, it'll never get worse than that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because you know you cattle. But I'm
Thank
talking
you.
about
No,
after.
no,
You
no,
just
no.
had
Your argument is irrelevant.
Nah, but it's not because you getting emotional.
He
If
live
you
in
keep
one of the most
interrupting me.
degenerate cities in America, and he doesn't know that it's getting
Nah,
worse.
that's not true
Degenerate
though.
city.
That's
Nah,
not
fuck
It's
true.
all
not
That's
that.
even
not
that.
true.
It's
That
Million
it's
Let's
not
times
even
better
stop
that.
doing that.
than Liberia.
that's
It's
not
Yeah,
true.
nah.
the
It's
Hey,
murder
not.
rate is
Nah.
100 times higher than what we have in Liberia, brother.
Nah.
The
It's not even that it's
incarceration rate
degenerate.
is 100 times higher.
Mbalo, you got a minute there. I pass somebody. You got a minute. Go
yeah,
ahead.
I was finna land, bro. They just keep interrupting, bro. They derailing my train of thought every time. But like I've said before, I'm gonna finish this no matter how much y'all get mad or emotional. It just is what it is. Okay, so he said slavery. Let's cut that out. After Reconstruction on, bro. If our ancestors from after Reconstruction on could see our family dynamics, could see how we interact with each other, could see how we value each other, could see how we speak to each other, they would be utterly disgusted. And instead of coming on here, getting on the internet and complaining about the immigrants, regardless if they black or if they would European, if they Arab, we need to come. I'm not saying we. Y'all need to come together and actually reinvigorate and recapture that flame that y'all had that y'all bragging about, bro. And once y'all do that, bro, y'all gonna get the respect that y'all deserve, and y'all gonna be a good people, and y'all gonna be successful. But my
Right.
advice to y'all, bro, is hey, don't stand too close to that white man because these cars finna fall though. But y'all brothers have a wonderful night, bro, and keep the decorum up, bro. Love each other, respect each other, bro. Black is black, man. We good. Don't see it. Y'all good.
All right, go ahead, K2.
May the ancestors bless you. Thank you.
Unmute yourself, K2. Unmute yourself.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, bet. I'm gonna try and get this off before the internet kicks me off again on my Obama phone. Look, in all reality, the separation thing is the worst part. Like, it's unnecessary. The FBA stuff or whatever that came with Tariq Nasheed, I say it every single time. Technically, I'm FBA, but I don't rock with the whole separation thing. It's unnecessary. Like, who are you fighting against? Like, Haitian, Caribbean, African, whatever, y'all aren't my enemy. They're not doing that. They're not taking your jobs. There's some truth to the stuff, but what I want to really get at is, do y'all realize, I don't know how much y'all pay attention to the South Africa stuff. I know Dynasty's had plenty of shows on South Africa, but it's like, you really just sound like what's going on in South Africa minus us going and beating up immigrants, because we don't do all that. But it's like, it's stupid. Now these same people that in South Africa that were doing all that, now they're joining up with AfriForum and the Afrikaners and the people that actually did come in and colonize their stuff. And the difference between them and us is they actually are the majority in that land, and those people have been over there controlling everything. They're the ones that are, in control. Everybody else is broke, but they're still going to join up with them. There comes a point where y'all look at, like, again, this is a popular conversation to have, where we have these conversations about this stuff, but it's like, there's no benefit to it. Like, You know, if somebody wants to, oh, hey, I'm FBA and this, that, and the third or whatever, just ignore them and let them go their own separate way. The same way that, you know, now don't get me wrong, stuff has to be said, you know, but it's like the same thing with like people that are, oh yeah, man, I'm from the hood and I gangbang and I'm gonna make excuses for dumb shit that I do. Or the same thing of, you know, a person that comes over here from another country and will talk shit about FBA or whatever because it's what they're taught. Like there has to be some kind of a they say we're not a monolith, you know, but there has to be some point where we just realize that, hey man, like none of this is a benefit to us as a whole. Somehow we have to come together. We should be talking about, okay, hey, if you're from Liberia, you're from Nigeria, you're from this place, how can we get together? Whether you're quote unquote FBA or you're quote unquote Nigerian or whatever, how can we get together and do business together, like in a real way? Not just talking, but in a real way to actually get some stuff going to where we can come together even on this. The same way that Elvis's kids or whatever, they can be, you know, run for office or whatever, but Elvis can't. Okay, cool. So there's different things that we might be able to do here as FBAs that you wouldn't even be able to do, but there's certain things that we can't do in Liberia that he might be able to do. Why can't we bridge that gap like other nations and other cultures do? You know, whether it be Korean or Chinese or anything like this or whatever, where they work together with their own people, even with whatever issues they have with each other, they work together with them, they build businesses and they build different, you know, supply chains and stuff like that, and they work together with that. So that's really what I want to say. Like, we need to actually be working on building supply chains. There's no like us fighting is pointless. All it's doing is making everybody else laugh, everybody else happy, but it does nothing for us. So that's all I want to say.
Okay, Jason, I'm gonna pass it back to you, but you gotta show some decorum and respect. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, the brother just came up here. He was screaming nice to you guys. He showed you respect. And what did you do? You showed him who you truly were. You know, a tether is, let me give you a definition of a tether. It's not just the immigrant person that comes over here. It's an immigrant person that tries to undermine what Black people are doing or saying. And then it's when you have these traitor tactics that you use. You try to come on friendly. You try to dress like us. Try to, you know, sometimes sound like us. But guess what? You're off code because you're going to side with the white supremacists. Every time you get up into some type of award show or you get something big for yourself, you start repping where you come from, your country, which we don't have a problem with that. What we have a problem with is when y'all get in trouble, y'all start this discrimination against a Black person. See, that right there is the problem. Y'all give us your L's, but you keep the wins to yourself. And then another thing, the brother came up here and said, you know, y'all not my enemy. Well, y'all will tell us to vote a certain way, even though we have done that for over 60 years and it didn't work. And instead of y'all getting on code with us and saying, you know what, we're not going to do this that way. Y'all would do the totally opposite because it's going to benefit y'all financially.
Jason, the majority of FBA who vote still vote Democrat. You can't pin that on immigrants.
I'm just saying that a lot of immigrants, you know, was as far as the voting Black.
Yeah, but Jason,
they want to try. They're the ones that fought for
Jason, I'm talking, Jason, I'm talking. Jason, I'm talking. But the problem is, you're telling them to get on code. They're on code. The majority of Black Americans, because I'm the host, Jason. The majority of Black Americans, FBA, who vote Democrat. So they're on code, Jason. So what are you talking about?
They're not on code because we don't vote them. We're not no longer voting Democrat.
Jason, the majority.
Lineage.
Jason.
We're voting lineage.
Jason.
Lineage based.
You have a whole demographic of Black women.
All right,
Jason, the host is talking.
Kamala Harris didn't get elected either.
Right, I understand that, but
and
still,
didn't get our votes. That was not a majority
Jason. Oh Lord, I can't,
because
Jason,
majority.
I can't, Jason, you gotta just be quiet. All right, African American, go ahead, African American. Okay, he dropped off.
No, I mean, look,
Yeah,
nobody's.
it's just the arguments are so tired. So number one, the whole voting and all that. The majority of Black Americans who vote Democrat. So technically, people like Elvis is on code.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Mr. Dynasty?
Go ahead, El.
What do you think? Well, let me try to structure this question properly. Do you think there's a problem with us and immigrants and our politics in America? Do you think there's an issue?
I don't, because again, the majority of Black Americans who vote Democrat, and Democrats are for open borders, and they're for immigrants.
I mean, as far as like harmful, something that's harmful to us as a people, as far as our growth, our birth rate, our economic status. Do you think there's could it be improved? Can it be improved?
The majority of abortions are done by Black people.
So you don't think that's a problem?
It is a problem, but we can't get mad at immigrants. But this is shit that needs to be cleaned up in house by FBA.
Are they helping us in that problem, or are they hindering us?
What help do you need from them? What help do you need from Elvis?
All they could give. Like say for instance, you go to the war, you gonna give exactly what you expect. Like say you a cook, you a person holding the cannons, whatever you can do. We need help, and they're not really here to help us.
What help?
So how do you want us to help you?
Yeah, how do you want them to help you?
I mean, you gotta look at things that's in need. They always talk about our cities.
Bro, you understand that we're colonized and oppressed by our government.
Are you're in Chicago? Is what's the mayor of Chicago? What's his name? Jason. What's his name?
Brandon Johnson.
Is Brandon Johnson FBA?
According to what I know, he is. They claim he's
so Brandon, what do you want the immigrants to do?
I mean, as far as like if you're coming to our society, you could either help or get out the way or hurt. Like I'd rather them get out the way.
Get out the way, do what? I mean, what do you mean?
Get out the way,
and we're the minority of Black people. You guys are the majority.
Yeah, we're the majority of Black people. How are they in the way? That's what I'm confused. How are they in the way?
What I'm saying is, say I go to school right now, right, and there's a bunch of Africans in there, and then when they in there, they are associating with the white people. They're like adversarial. How they just are. Like they are totally against Black people. Like they don't even socialize with the Black people. Like
I'm not against
why
Black
do we
people.
need that?
I'm Black.
What do you want? When I was in high school, when I was in college, there was always the Black person that hung out with the white folks. Like, why are you offended?
I
mean, why are you offended, Like when I was in high school and college, there was always a couple Black folks you always just saw with white people. I mean, why are you mad?
It's not being mad or offended. I'm looking at it objectively and scientifically. If you have 3-4 million people in America and you're so-called Black, why not try to help the Black people? Why just come here?
What help do you want from all this life?
If we're not really Black, then why do you want our help?
Economic help.
Economics how? How? What do you want?
I mean, as far as spending money, chopping up bread, stuff small things.
What are you talking? You just rambling now, You're not
even trying to listen to what I'm saying, man.
I am trying to. What do you want? I mean, okay, Elvis comes on. I'm Black American. Elvis is by the same documentary of mine about 10 times. The same documentary. He's bought my same documentary 10 separate times. The only guy to buy it was, but he's bought like 10 copies.
Elvis has. I don't buying 10 copies to somebody that he's trying to impress. But I will say this though: when you go to Nigeria,
Elvis doesn't have to be here.
Are you expecting when you go to Nigeria to just standoffish, or are you?
You think I'm trying to impress diners?
Yeah, I argue
with diners all the time.
10 documentaries, like why would you do that?
He supports Elvis is about like 10
Isn't he giving back to Black Americans?
Go to somebody that you don't know and help them. Go to another Black person. I've
never met Elvis before.
Anything that we do enough?
That is
go to somebody that we don't know and help
them. He can't help it.
You can't help it, man. You just do the go. All right.
I mean, whatever. You ain't trying to
I
When
gotta
is M
pass the
gonna go
mic.
to? When is M gonna go take some free land in Africa and rebuild like what he keeps
He's
saying?
not
I
gonna
keep
do
hearing
it.
this all the time. He's on the panel.
I
But
gotta
the way
pass
he's
the mic.
Like when is he
speaking,
gonna go to Africa and make a
I
country?
gotta pass the mic. Go ahead, African American. After Americans, my sisters.
Peace, and I'll try to keep it brief. Thanks for passing me the mic. Um, FBAs, and I'm African American, so we are of the same lineage. I have a solution that I don't think you ever thought of. Just as you see Africans and Caribbeans living it up in the U.S., why not take your U.S. dollar to the Caribbean and to Africa where it stretches further, and you as an African American could live like royalty over there? Really, don't get mad, get even.
Our
Do
parents are already
everything.
doing that, bro.
Well, I
We're
don't know
already
why you
doing
felt the
that.
need to. I don't know why you felt the need to cut me off, though, brother. Are you triggered?
I'm just letting you know we are already doing that.
Who is
No,
we?
Ask
no,
any
Ball is live.
African
He
on
said
this panel.
Ball
We're
is
already
live. He
doing
said
that.
Ball is live. He said African Americans. Ball is live. Are you African
Exactly.
American?
Oh, my bad. All right.
Yeah, mute up, brother, please. And the point is this, and you see that African is triggered when I speak about African Americans going to his country and living it up. Really, that's the solution right there. You want to be a thorn in their side as African Americans? Go to
But
Africa.
I mean,
Go to.
but they're not. You think African American? You think M is gonna move
Why would I be
to
bothered about Black
Africa?
Americans going to Africa? You're
Well,
African.
listen. Well, let me respond to the host. I'm talking to the African Americans that will move. I'm talking to the African Americans that will buy real estate in the Caribbean and in Africa, like I already did. I'm in the Bahamas right now as I'm talking to y'all. Really, it's nothing to argue about. And I pass the mic.
well
All
done,
right,
well done,
all
well
right.
done.
Let me pass the mic to Maya. Go ahead, Maya sisters.
Yeah, thanks for having me up. I just wanted to make two comments, and one partially in support of Jason, who left the panel. You know, the difference between the immigrants, the new arrivals, I would say, in the last 30 to 40 years compared to the immigrants who were, I would say, Ellis Islanders, is that the Ellis Islanders, they had to enlist in the military. There was a military draft. And being someone who is ex-military, a veteran, I would say that a lot of the issues that immigrants don't understand about our country, they would have a very different perspective if they actually were forced to serve in the military by a draft. You know, we have confused citizenship. The Ellis Islanders, and who were mostly white, when they came, citizenship was about assimilating, becoming an American, and about serving your country. The present group of immigrants, they are here for an economic opportunity. But oftentimes, and I won't say all, but oftentimes I don't hear about what they are actually contributing to make America better other than their own individual gain. So that's one point I wanted to make. And the second point is those of you who are opposed to FBA, especially Black immigrants, I just don't understand why you want to Africanize FBA, because your rights flow through the 14th Amendment, which was secured by the descendants of slaves and also whites. If they if if our government was to delink our FBA citizenship status, you do understand that it would make immigrants and even children of immigrants more vulnerable. So my question is, why are you fighting with FBA? If anything, you should want to reinforce the idea of citizenship being enforced or honored through the sacrifice descendants of slaves. So I'm just not getting it. What do you profit from trying to make FBA immigrants and insisting that we are Africans? When you say we are Africans, what you're essentially doing is you're saying we are less American. So if the people who have been here over 400 years are less American, then that would make those of you who just arrived here certainly less American. So I would just like for you all to respond to those two questions or those 2 points that I'm making. And Dinus, thanks for letting me speak my mind.
Oh, no problem.
So can I respond to that?
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I respond to that or okay?
I said
all right. I just
go
want to
ahead.
make sure. All right, yeah. So
And after you was Wharton, I'll be right back.
all right, cool. So the thing I don't really understand is we literally live in a country where 60% of the population has Irish holidays, Polish holidays. White people will literally tell you how European they are. They will tell you, oh, I'm Irish, oh, I'm German. Like they literally make
Nobody asked
holidays
you about white people.
that we are all forced to celebrate because they're colonizers.
Nobody asked you about
But
white
then
people.
wait, hold on. But then Africans is where the line is drawn when it comes to being American. Can you explain that to me? Like, can you help me understand that?
I don't
Why
agree.
is
I don't agree that African is where we're drawing the line where citizenship is drawn. I never said that.
No, okay. What I'm trying to say is if a Black American, right, chooses to identify as an African, why does that downplay their Americanity or their Americanness? Like, why? But then these white people are literally talking about, oh, I'm Irish. I eat kielbasas. You know, my ancestors killed 300 Indians and they were from Poland. Like, why is the line drawn when it comes to Africanity, especially Black Americans that identify as Africans? But then when it comes to these white people who will tell you like every freaking European bloodline that they are and make a personality out of it.
The lady just told
It's
you when
not.
they came from Ellis Island, they had to fight in wars. You had
my
done
African
nothing.
brother, do you know why?
Are
Do you know
you
why?
kidding me?
Because
You're trying to give them credit right now?
They came
my
here and
African
fought
brother,
in
do you
wars.
know
You
why?
did nothing.
There are a lot of
Oh my
Africans
God,
who
you
fight
can't be
who are in
My
the
African brother, do
military
you know why?
who
The
fought in wars.
answer to that is, do you know why? It's because of the big letter D. That's what some of them are scared of. Because African can be deported, okay, and they can change the laws in the future, like in England, for instance, okay, in the Nationality Act, they can actually deport someone of a parent of dual national and also deport someone who is naturalized. But for African, for example, like the Black Americans, they want to distinct themselves from that group that can be deported. You can see, look, if you read the comment, you can see most of the word that they use
That's not
is
true. That's not
deportation.
true.
But
The reason we're
that's
delineating
what I
has
heard.
nothing to do with us being fearing
No,
of being deported.
no, listen. If you look at the comments, it's one of the reasons. It
We
is one
cannot
of
be
the things that
deported.
they put. No, exactly. You just make a point.
Why would
Okay,
we
so
fear
you
something
cannot be
that's
deported
impossible?
You can't be
yeah,
deported, but you could be detained. You see what's happening to the American Indians? They're
American
literally going
Indians wasn't
missing
exactly.
even
because of
allowed to be
ICE.
Be
citizens
careful
until
what
the
you.
20s.
This is why you need to be careful of what you wish for. I 100% agree to you having your own identity. You know, as a group of people. You know, if you want to delineate like in that form to say, look, we're a group of people. We're Black
The
Americans
reason
or
we delineating
African
is because
Americans.
of these nasty attitudes and this disrespect from these people. We don't want nothing to do with that.
Okay.
What
No,
nasty
but
That's not our
attitudes have
culture.
you encountered from an African here?
You
but
are nasty,
we
disrespectful,
so
despicable
far
people.
so
We don't
far
want that.
so far
Oh
so far
You don't have no
you know I
decorum.
stand
You
So
disrespectful.
all the black people who's killing
um
themselves in Chicago and going to prison and being and being raped in prison and being all kinds of degenerate in Chicago.
Probably
Is that what you
Africans.
want the
I
Africans to
I
be
mean,
like
they
when it comes
represent
Probably
to
the
Africans.
America?
justice system, though,
I would
man.
They're probably
disagree.
Caribbeans and Africans.
Oh, they're probably they're not African Americans. They're all Caribbeans and
Right,
Africans,
they're
right?
Caribbeans and Africans. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Isn't
a delusion.
Chicago a majority
I will
Black
not
American city
tolerate.
since the Great
They
Migration?
brag about how they came from the South and went to Chicago and settled there and got jobs, but now it's
Yeah,
all
the
the
South
Caribbeans
Side
and the
is majority
Africans.
Black
Yeah.
American. What are you
Caribbeans
talking
and
about?
Africans.
Yeah, that's what
There's
that's
barely
that's who
any
M is.
there.
Crime rate
He's
increased drastically
embarrassed of
after
his own people.
1965.
He
Okay,
wants to
let's
love
pass the
right and
mic.
say
Crime
everything
rate,
negative
crime
is
rate
other
went up.
people.
Let's pass
Yo,
the mic to
majority of
Gordon.
Y'all
black
people are
residents
Gordon, you
living
degenerate
haven't
in
on the
speak.
west
Chicago, and
You
side
haven't
you
speaking
always
it.
want to
trace
talk
their
shit about
ancestry to
Africa.
the Great
You talking about
Migration, M.
my
Okay,
people? Look what
guys,
y'all did
let's
in
pass the mic.
Liberia when
Pass
y'all
the mic.
people hearts
Oh
killed
my
off the black
God,
Yeah,
let us
yeah,
talk
Americans.
yeah.
about
But you guys
Liberia,
are killing
man.
each
See,
other even
So
when
why
there's
don't
no
you go
war.
back? Why don't
I
you
ain't
go back
killing
to
There's
nobody.
no
what you
Liberia?
war,
just
and
did
you've been
right there.
killing each other
Pass the
for the
mic.
last
That's
Pass the
30
mic.
years.
Africans. Those
Why
are
don't you
Pass the
go back
mic.
to
Africans doing that.
Liberia,
There's
M?
no war, and
Why
you're
don't you take
killing
it
each
over?
other, blowing each other
Those
heads
are
off.
Africans. Those are
Yeah,
the
Why
you're
don't you
killing
African
each
why
other
don't you
right
go to
Americans.
now.
Liberia
There's
and
no
take it over,
war.
man? You seem bitter.
Y'all
Why
are
are
the
you guys
ones
killing
doing
each
that,
other in
not us.
Chicago right now, bro? There's no war going on.
I ain't killing nobody.
Your people are. They're killing a lot. They're killing
No,
each other every day. They're
those
killing
are
little
your
kids.
people.
They're shooting
That's what
little
your people
kids.
are doing.
Oh, that's what my
Those
people
are
are doing.
half breed. Listen. It's
You're
like that
pathetic,
guy
man.
Angola.
You can't even stand up for
That
what your
guy
people are doing.
Angola is
You're
a half
ashamed of your
breed
people,
Pass the
African.
bro.
mic.
You're ashamed of your people.
Pass the
These
mic.
half breed
You're
African and
ashamed of your
Caribbeans.
people. You
Y'all the
live in
ones
a
doing it.
degenerate city that everybody in the whole world,
My city is a first class
in white
city.
America, they use your city as a poster
My
boy.
city is a
They
million
use your
times
city as the
better
poster boy for
than
degeneracy in
Liberia.
Chicago is
America,
not a
bro.
first class city.
Chicago is a million times better than Liberia. You talking about a degenerate city? We don't do
Yeah,
that
the
You guys
defecating on
are
infrastructure,
the
already.
what you
streets.
didn't build,
We don't
all those
defecate in the streets.
skyscrapers wasn't built by black people. The
We
apartments you
don't
live in wasn't
defecate.
built by black people. The homes you live
Look.
in wasn't built by your people. But you know what your
But in
people
Minnesota
contribute
it was.
to the
In
murder rate,
Minnesota,
to the
listen.
incarceration
Minnesota.
rate. That's what your
Look.
people contribute to. So if you want
Minnesota was
to
built by
be
black
stupid,
people.
I'm gonna be stupid with you.
Look.
You
Minnesota was
contribute to the
built by
murder
black
rate and
people.
incarceration rate. You didn't contribute
That's
to the
what
building of those
Liberia is doing.
skyscrapers in Chicago. You didn't
That's what
contribute shit.
Liberia is doing.
What you
Okay,
contributing to
pass
is
the
the
mic.
crime
Pass
rate,
the mic.
Built by black
raising
people.
the crime rate in Chicago. That's your contribution.
Gordon, it's your turn.
Google Moody Nolan, a black architectural firm in Chicago that built many skyscrapers. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Sure, they
Google
built many
Moody Nolan.
skyscrapers. Yeah.
Yes. There's black architects and black engineers, black builders in Chicago.
Yeah, but then there's a lot of murderers. There's a lot of
Okay, but
criminals in
majority of
Chicago
the
also.
white people
Africa
own
is full of
everything.
murderers.
It's full of
Gordon, are you
murderers,
there?
bro. We see the drill scene. We see all those kids killing each other.
Why y'all babbling? Somebody was asking a question.
No, don't try to change the subject and run away. You're talking
Can you
shit. Stand on it.
can we not,
Liberia,
Elvis, I
Minnesota was
apologize.
built by
I
black people.
apologize. Please, guys, 1
Liberia when
second.
you're from
Let's
Chicago,
pass the
man?
mic. Let's pass the mic to Warden. He haven't spoken. Thank you.
Yeah. So where I'm at in this whole thing is that we need to probably separate from the people that don't believe they're African and stuff. It's okay that you believe you're American and you can stay on that side. The only thing I'll say
Are you going to leave America?
Why
No,
does
I'm
he
not
have to leave
leaving
Can you just
America
let
if
the
his
man
ancestors
speak,
built it?
please?
I don't have to leave
You
anything.
don't want to be
I was
American?
born
Go to
here.
Africa. Go to
Did
Africa
I
if
say
you want to be
that?
African. You still
You
Did I say
sound
that?
like a white man, bro. You
Go
sound
I
ahead.
like a
know,
Go
because
ahead.
white
he
man.
is. He's
You
integrated.
literally
Can you just
sound like a
Go
racist
ahead.
white man.
thank
He's
you,
integrated.
Do you hear
Warden, go on.
yourself?
Look, we
See,
don't got
that's
we don't
also
got a
another
cow.
thing.
We don't
We
got a
also
Okay,
have
kowtow
to.
to
let Warden
assholes
speak.
like him.
But
I like
we also
African
have
Americans,
to.
I respect them. But when he's talking stupid, I'm gonna talk stupid
Go
too.
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'll say that the people who want to integrate and make America better, even though it hasn't treated them any better, they're still hanging us. So if you want to stay with that, you stay with that. That's cool. Because at this point, if we're building schools and stuff, we got stuff in Africa already built. But at this point, you keep on saying what you're getting. Okay, don't worry about it because you're not African. Stay out of African business.
All right. What about the Africans that don't want to be with Black Americans?
Okay, then they can be in their opposition.
Yeah, they don't want to be killed by gang violence. They don't want to be incarcerated
Man,
because
don't
the way
talk
the
about
part
gang
had
violence.
drug
You
in
got
it.
the whole.
They stay away
thousands
from it.
killed. I just saw an article. It was thousands of Christians in Nigeria that got killed like a couple of days ago. What you talking about?
Yeah. Is that gang violence?
What does that have to do with
violence?
Yeah. Y'all killing like crazy.
And you're still in
Is that
America.
gang violence?
Yes.
You know, America.
And people are still getting killed killed in
quick.
America. So what are you
There's
talking
more
about?
You
killing in
live in a
America
developed,
than
civilized
Can I just
country, and you're
ask a
killing each
question real
other for
quick?
what? For what?
I ain't killing nobody. I ain't doing
No,
none of
your
that.
people are.
Nobody's
Don't say
talking
you.
about you.
You talk about FBA. Your FBA brothers are
those are
living in a
tethers.
He's being
civilized,
very
developed country,
semantic.
and they're
That's all
killing
he
each other
is.
for what reason?
Those are the tethers doing the killing.
Oh, those
Can
are
I
the
ask you
tellers.
a
Okay,
question?
all right.
Can I
See,
ask you a
he's just
question?
buying in it. He's stupid.
Let
I want to
Warden
Y'all
answer.
say
I
y'all
want
gonna
to
stay
let
over
ask
there.
a
That's how it's
question.
gonna be.
no, but you
You
guys are
all
not
yield the
fair to the
floor.
guy. Warden, the Warden haven't finished. You just interrupting him. Carry on, brother. Warden, it's your turn.
I'd like to answer Africa's question when he asked
Yeah.
about why there is a difference between the Irish celebrating their heritage
That
versus
was me. That
the
was me.
oh
That was someone else. Well, yes, please answer it, man. Yes, yes, man.
yeah. Well, I know it doesn't. It's not fair, but the way it is that those Irish typically they are Ellis Island immigrants, and
Okay.
many of them they can trace their ancestors back, at least 100 years, perhaps, to the Civil War. There's documents, um, for a very long time proving their citizenship. It 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 doesn't sound fair, but that's just the way it is, and that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, ma'am. I
Okay.
just want to like
It's so
I just want to
stupid.
get an understanding of what you're trying to say, right?
Mm.
So you're basically saying that because they have like a paper trail to who they were before they came to America, that's sort of why they're more like
It's
European
called
than Black
seniority.
Americans would be like African. I'm not talking to you, bro.
Seniority. You have no seniority in this country. Just
Bro,
keep your
I'm not
mouth
talking
shut
to you. I'm
and just
talking to the
and
lady. I'm
know
talking
Seniority.
to
your
you.
You
role
wasn't
and
in the
shut your
I'm
mouth.
not
military. What are
talking
you
to you.
Like the
talking
Rock
about?
say.
See, this
You have
is
no
why I'm getting on
seniority.
you.
You have no
This is
you
why
have
I
you
get
have
on you,
no you
Ed.
have no standing.
Bro, we're not
Hey,
talking to you,
Yeah,
ma'am. I'm
Valid.
you're
You
talking to
you
you're
said
the
Maya's
what
bottom of
happened.
the
sister. I'm not
barrel in this
talking to you.
country, bro. You cry and whine to the
look,
white men about
you guys,
racism, about
in
suppression
all
and
I don't
fairness,
oppression,
whine about
and you're
anything.
trying to talk about
leave.
You whine about a
you're on
lot.
top of the
Don't
Africans.
So Maya's
don't
sister,
fall in
basically the
trap.
point
Don't
that
fall
you
in
were
his
trying
trap.
to
Don't
make
fall in
You
his
have
trap.
is
no
that
What
seniority in
M
my
is
country.
doing, M is trying to
You don't
do is
have any
comedy,
seniority.
and
so
you
Maya's
guys are
sister,
trying to
basically the
fall
I've
into
point
been
that
here
you
trap.
were
longer than
trying
you.
to make is that
I don't
because
care.
those
What's that gonna
Irish
do?
people, right, were able to trace their ancestry to a certain immigrant, right? That's why it's like they are more of what they were before they came to America versus like Black Americans would be African. Is that what you're trying to say?
What I'm saying is, and it's certainly not fair. I just want to just make this point,
Yeah, I'm just trying
and
to get an understanding.
yeah, but many whites believe that the Ellis Islanders and the old stock whites
Mhm.
they are more American
No,
than
they're not. No, they're not.
wait, wait a minute. I just hold on. Let me. I'm not agreeing with this. I am just telling you how white folk feel about this.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, that's my bad. That's my bad.
Okay. So you know, so the old stock whites and the Ellis Islanders, they believe they are
Hold on. So when you're saying the
more
old stock whites, you mean the ones that stole this land? That's the one you're talking about?
Bro,
the
be
old
quiet. Let us finish, man. Come on.
the old stock whites.
Yeah, I mean,
Sometimes they're referred to people who came on the Mayflower. They are the
Okay.
immigrants before Ellis Islander.
So the land stealers. Okay. All right.
Well,
I mean, that's what they are. That's what they are. This land doesn't belong to them, but I'll let you continue. Yeah, what are you
yeah,
saying? Sorry.
I'm just
Yes, it
trying.
does. They conquered the land. When in Africa, when you conquer land, you conquer another tribe. That's your land until they come and get it back in blood. So the
No,
white man took
I
the land
don't.
from the
No,
Indian
it
through
doesn't.
blood.
No,
It's their land, bro. Don't be
it's
don't
not
be
their
a
land.
don't be a snowflake. It's their land.
No, it's not their land. How is it their land? Because they
When you
stole it from
come,
the
when you
Indians,
go
bro.
and take somebody else's land before the United Nations was founded, when you go and take somebody else's land, it's your land.
Okay,
I think she
That's how
we're
it
mentioned that
not
works.
doing it,
I
right?
think she's talking about the fact that they've been here for hundreds of years. It's like in Chicago,
It don't
we have
matter.
a
The
parade.
Native Americans have been here for tens of
We have a
thousands of
parade in
years.
Chicago that's been
That
going
was
on
the
for
way of the world, bro. When people go
listen,
into
listen,
your village and
listen.
they raid your village and overpower
Hold
you,
on.
they own that land now. It's their land. You got to come and take it back through fighting.
We have a
this
parade in
conversation
Chicago.
today,
It's been going on for 96 years called the Bud Billiken Parade, right? This parade been going on way before a lot of these immigrants got here. And when they hear the age of this parade, I can see the shock on their face. We have the Memorial Day
my
parade. We've been doing that since the Civil War. It's like
my
we have
problem,
traditions. We have traditions that go back hundreds of years in this country.
my problem listen, my problem I got with all this movement is not because I have problem with I don't think we Africans shouldn't be having a say. to Black Americans who
They
they
ain't
want
got
to
no
be, what they
seniority.
want to do. No, that's good. Okay, it's none of our business. Okay, if Black America want to delineate, they want to be, they want to form their own ethnic group and so on. I am fine with that. I'm already missing. I already made my point clear here. So anytime I speak, people already know where I stand with that. Okay, but where I don't understand is, my problem is, why do you have so much smoke for the African who are minority of the ethnic group that goes there compared to the rest of the world, who actually happen to be your cousins, okay, than the other group who are coming to your neighborhood, taking over, and actually rivaling with you guys when it comes to jobs, opportunity, and all the other stuff that comes with it. And they happen to be the biggest threat. And for me, I think it's a plus for you guys to work with the Africans than working against them, because there's never been a time where Africans physically went against Black Americans. They might have been easily swayed, because some of them can be naive. They don't understand what this um, white supremacy is, how it works. Because some of them are very naive in the continent when it comes to white supremacy and how it works. And when they go to America, it's not going to be any different. Okay,
I'll tell
they're
you
gonna
this.
be the same way. Okay, now wait one
I'll tell you
second.
this.
Okay,
Go ahead. Go
okay, one
ahead.
second. I haven't finished. So you need to understand that nobody is against Black Americans. Nobody is against FBAs. If people are against FBA, they got personal issue. Okay,
I'll tell you
so
this.
that's. Well, let me just finish. So people should be supporting. Is in the interest of Black Africans to help and be with their black brothers in America than being against them, because the hand of the white supremacy, it always go to the black first. But it will be stupid for Black Americans to look at Africans, migrant who are the minority, migrant that goes there as their enemies, instead of looking at their real enemies. Because right now, there's a lot of distraction going on. Okay, there are a lot of things coming up that's more important for you guys to galvanize and looking through the elections that's coming up, and how you can actually galvanize the populace, of the African migrants, the African Americans and the Caribbeans. You can come together and form group and alliance and take some of the stuff that belong to you, and you can actually start working on taking some of the neighborhoods that belong to you. But America is definitely your homeland. Africans got second homes. African got some second place they can call home. All the other group that in America they got another second home they call home, but you don't. So I can see why you taking it more seriously than the others,
But
and
I'll tell you this
everybody should
though.
understand that. Okay, so
I'll tell
don't
you
see
this
us as
though.
your enemies. We're not your enemies,
Hold on, hold on.
bro. Stop.
I'll tell you this though. You said Africa's never done anything to harm African or FBA Black Americans. Are you saying in America or universally?
I'm talking about I'm not talking about the. Don't bring transatlantic slave trade. I already made that clear. As
So
if you know where I stand.
okay,
I'm talking about the
okay,
African migrants who
okay.
went there, to do a
All
little
right.
job, because
I'll
these are
say this though.
economical migrants, and
I don't think you want to.
these
I
are
don't. I don't
economic
think you want
migrants.
to. I don't think you want to hear the answer. I don't think you want to hear the answer. But
Honestly,
Africans did in the 1980s conspire against Black Americans in Liberia. That's a documented fact that they slaughtered the people and took the country, a country that was a second
yeah,
home for us.
I brought
That
this. I
was,
brought
and
this
then
point.
Sierra Leone.
I brought.
In Sierra Leone, Black Americans are not allowed to own land outside of
Are you
Freetown.
talking about Black
Are
Americans or
you?
American Liberians? Because aren't those two distinct ethnic
The
He don't
Black
know
groups?
what he's
Americans
talking about.
that went to Liberia that set it up in the 1800s. See, we
Yeah,
have
those are
hundreds of
American
years of
Liberians.
tradition.
See,
First of all,
We
wouldn't
have
you consider those
tradition that
people
goes back
now,
hundreds of
fleers?
years. But as
Wouldn't you
far as
you
in
consider those
just
people
America,
fleers because they left America?
First of all,
hold
those
on.
people were
and
not
you
Black
just
Listen,
now
Americans.
you just
Those
now you
people
just
were
but
Africans.
as far as inside
yeah,
this country, these Africans who come here, they are competing for limited spots in like Ivy League colleges,
Limited
and they come as
spots.
the auspices of being black. And there's
Are
really
they
honestly,
no
are they
distinction.
taking your spots from the Ivy League college, M?
There is no distinction that
Would you have
separate
gone
Black
to an Ivy
Americans
League college if it wasn't
M,
for
do
black
you have any smoke
Nigeria,
for
M?
immigrants.
white people?
honestly,
Do
So
you
they
have any
have
smoke for
these
white people?
minority quotas. So these,
Didn't they
it's like
just
they're
take out
overly.
Black Americans
Look, y'all
either
don't
out of
want to
Ivy
hear the
League
answer.
college?
Y'all don't want to hear the answer.
Because you're not talking about
either
Even though the Africans make up a small minority of the population, they are overrepresented in these colleges.
Why?
Well,
Why
we
is that?
heard.
Position.
Why is that?
Because they are cosplaying as Black Americans. We need to put policies in place to separate ourselves legally. Separate ourselves
So
legally.
M, how do you
And then-
want us
and
to
then-
present ourselves when we're in America?
Wait,
You want us to
bro,
wear
just
like
wait,
a
wait,
leopard
Elvis
skin?
even admitted
You want
on
us to
one of the
wear
shows
Leave
that he
Zoom?
was
Like
M.
you
able
want
to
us to
get
walk around
Black
Bro, you
American
can,
with animal
bro,
shields? Like
leave
with
Not
M.
true.
how do you
I
want us to
said
present?
black. I'm black. My race is black, M.
You are African.
So
You're
M,
not
No,
how do
Black.
you
I'm
want
black.
us?
My
You was
race is
able
How
to
do you
black.
get
want us to
Black
present in
resources.
America? You want us
Because
to
I'm
wear
And then
black.
leopard
you are so
skins and
disrespectful.
zebras? Like what do you
After you
want?
done
Who's
benefited,
disrespectful? You think I'm gonna take your shit when you come here and talk shit? Fuck out of here,
you are
bro.
very
If you
disrespectful.
talking
Africans don't have
shit, I'm
no
gonna talk
say in
shit
this
back to you
country.
tenfold. I'm
You
no
don't have
down
that
south
right.
African. I grew up here. I've seen
You don't
people
have
like
a
you all
right
the
to do
time,
that.
man.
Your
No, I
people
do
are
have a
serious
right.
law
I do have a
enough.
right. You
You
stupid.
don't have a
You think if you talk shit to me, I'm not gonna talk shit back to you? I don't have a right to
Elvis,
do
all right,
that.
okay, Elvis. Tell me a
M, you
struggle
just
that
lied
your
about
people
two
fought
things.
for in America. Tell me.
You just lied about two
What
things.
did your people fight for in
You
America?
just
Tell
lied
me.
about two things. We need to you need to
But
clarify
Elvis,
those
tell
two
me
things you
what did
lied
your people
about.
fight for in
No,
America? What sacrifice did your people
I
make
don't
in
know what you
America?
mean by that. My people ain't fight for nothing in America.
Exactly. You don't deserve nothing.
Yeah, well, I guess then you deserve what you got there, Em. You get everything you're getting now. You deserve it, Em. So kudos to you.
Exactly, because my people suffer for the struggle, the
Yeah.
sacrifice.
I'm not competing with
no civil rights. The fact
I'm
that
not
you could go
competing
into
with your
the
suffering
front of the bus,
Olympics. I'm not
the
part
fact
of
that
it.
you go downtown around these so-called white people is all because of the struggle of the civil rights movement.
Well, yeah. Thank you to those people who suffer and struggle, man. Shout out to them.
How do you want Africans to
Yeah.
present
I didn't
since you don't
struggle.
want us
Yeah,
to?
I didn't. My people didn't.
Nothing.
Yeah, my people didn't contribute struggling, man. My people
How
didn't
do you want
contribute struggling. They
Africans to
didn't
present?
struggle. So yeah.
So you don't deserve nothing. You made no
How
sacrifice.
do you want
You
Africans to
deserve
And
present
not
everything you
only do
get.
you make no
they
sacrifice,
don't copy
you
you?
are
How do you
disrespectful.
want?
Who's disrespectful?
You
You're the
disrespect
most
Black Americans
disrespectful,
every show.
whining little bitch on the platform. You come here and whine every day and
tell you why
complain
you
about all the
disrespectful,
things
right?
that happen to you,
I'm
bro.
gonna tell you why you disrespectful. Because
Yeah,
you
tell me.
mentioned earlier talking about what is Gladys West, the woman who invented
I
GPS,
asked the
what they
question.
probably benefiting from? What are you?
Yeah, is she benefited from it?
Do you listen? Do you realize at
Is
that
she
time
benefited from it, Em?
we was under Jim Crow segregation?
So
we was
were the
under basically
Africans under
apartheid.
colonialism. What's your point?
Do you know we was under apartheid during that
Do you
time
know the
period?
Africans were under
Russell Monroe
colonialism?
was in colonization too.
We was under
Yeah, do you know the Africans were under
90 to
colonialism?
95% of its artifacts missing.
Do you know the Indians
These
were under
people been
100
here, took
years plus of
everything from us.
But what did you
colonialism?
create during colonialism?
You think you're the only person that suffer under the globe?
Look, we created GPS during segregation. You created nothing under colonialism.
All right, you benefited from the GPS now. Good job, man.
Infrastructure?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, we created nothing.
Our
Do you
people
think the
made
white people
contracts
are
and
the ones that
inventions
made the cities
under
and towns?
colonialism and slavery, and we was oppressed and robbed by white people.
Yeah, well, all your invention has benefited your people. It has uplifted your people socially and economically.
Because
Kudos
they
to your
robbed
people.
and oppressed us. Don't you realize that we was under oppression?
So why you bragging about it then? If it doesn't benefit you, why you bragging about it?
And now you're benefiting. We
Why
have
you
to fight
bragging about
against
it?
a lot of that.
Oh my goodness!
Even Prince and Michael Jackson, even Michael Jackson and Prince had to fight MTV to get black artists on MTV. We have to fight a lot of struggles.
You bragging about something you don't benefit from, bro.
We had to fight a lot of struggles, and now we're here. Now what?
If it wasn't for our fight, you wouldn't have anything in America at all. You wouldn't
We
even be
did
over
all
here.
that struggling, and now we here. Now what?
You done nothing. You don't deserve nothing. That's why we gonna get rid of you.
How do you want African immigrants to show you respect? What are you asking? I don't understand.
I don't
How
want
do you
nothing
want
for
us
you.
to
I
show
just
our
want y'all to
gratitude?
mind your business and get out of our way.
You sound like
Mind your business. Aren't you in our business right now?
This is a guy who was engaged to an African Liberian woman who dumped his ass. You know, you're just a bitter guy, man. I'm sure he dumped because you talk too much. You complain about the littlest thing, and you are a feminine male, so she dumped you, bro. Damn, man.
It's too much. It's too much emotion coming from him. It's too much emotion.
You are a very bitter guy, and I think you're very confused.
I mean, Africans don't deserve anything in my country. Everything they get is because of the black
people here that get
people get what they want for them. Nobody is entitled to anything. You have an entitlement mindset. You think you get things because you deserve it. If you work hard, you get what you deserve.
What did you work hard for in America?
When I went to school, I work hard with my brain, and I make money in this country. That's what I work hard for.
How did you get that opportunity?
By using my brain, fool. By going to school and being smart. What do you mean?
Okay. Tell me this: was school not segregated? at one point.
Oh my God! This guy, were your school ever segregated? Did you ever go to a school that was segregated?
You gotta look at.
Did you ever go through a struggle like that? What are you talking about, man?
My mother and father did. My mother and father did.
Yeah, but not you. Not you.
Now you wait for the struggle to get. You wait for the fighting to get done. Now you go in here and benefit. Look what I did.
What's funny? Now
this guy's pathetic, man.
Immigration is
now I
because
understand why rich black people don't want to sit with any of y'all.
That's why South Africa don't want you. South Africa don't want you because they did all the struggle for apartheid, and once the fighting got done, the Africans come in and try to benefit.
That the white people
After all
who
the fights
refuse to
got
talk about
done,
are the reason why
the
we're
same
here
South Africans that was fleeing to other African countries for refuge, and they took them in.
He just want to
Okay, so then tell your white colonial masters to stop destabilizing our country.
I don't have a white colonial master.
You do have a white colonial master.
No, you obviously do because you don't talk about them. You
do have a white colonial master.
You don't bring them up.
Look,
bring them up.
Saw it was Dinah had a show yesterday. Dinah had a show yesterday. Made a deal with Donald Trump.
Do you have ADHD? Are you struggling with ADHD?
Y'all made a deal with the white colonial master.
No, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to address what I'm saying because then he knows he has to buck up to massa, and he don't want to do that because he's too much of a punk.
But he knows
he's too much of a punk to do that. He's too much of a punk to do that.
This guy, honestly,
he's too much of a punk to do that.
Yeah, but listen, I already listened to him carefully.
I
can finally tell, and I've studied his behavior.
Against slavery.
I'm studying his behavior, and I do believe he got ADHD.
It's so stupid to come in a country that still has people getting
whatever you're talking about. That's regardless of nothing.
I do believe.
No, it's obviously not nothing because it's showing.
I mean, regardless of what you're trying to diagnose me as, Africans don't deserve anything in my country. That's not going to change.
Did you graduate from high school on time, or did you get your GED? Did you graduate from high school on time, Em, or did you get your GED?
You contribute nothing. You contribute nothing to my country.
You're a 46-year-old man taking architecture classes, man.
Go ahead.
That's kind of late, bro.
I mean, you destabilize your own country. Why did the Liberians?
How do we destabilize?
I'm here now, bro. I'm here now, bro. You can take a 5-hour drive and come see me in Minnesota. That's how close I am to you, Em. I'm right in your space. I'm right in your country. I've been here for over 25 years, bro. I'm here now.
Don't fall into the trap.
Oh my God, man.
But,
y'all did it to yourself.
James Harlem is your turn.
We did it to ourselves, really?
I mean, your country enjoying all your benefits, Em.
Y'all stole all the money out of your own country. Now your country, your dollars worth.
Your country enjoying all the benefits.
He's just coming up with something now.
Can I ask you a question? So who put the Western educated elite in power in Africa? Who put the Western educated elite in power in Africa? Who did that?
Are you enjoying your country? Do something about it, Em.
Was that Belgium?
Bro, you're making it hard about
No, because you don't want to talk about that white man that you love so much and you love to kiss ass to.
Go ahead.
That educated our people and made them
stop blaming other people for your incompetence.
To destabilize
you're the one blaming everyone for taking opportunities from you.
Blaming other people.
You did it to yourself. Stop blaming other people.
The Cato Institute just came out with a report that immigration is a net positive to the United States. Go read it. That's a right-wing organization. The Cato Institute.
Africans kill Kwame.
You just don't want to do the work.
The dude died from cancer. What are you talking about? African children.
Africans killed Patrice Lumumba too, right?
Africans did it. Yes, they did.
Oh my God, you're such a sellout, man. You're such a sellout.
I mean, what do you listen to this dude for? This dude is a habitual complainer.
I'm not listening to anything. I'm not listening to anything. I'm just letting him talk.
Uneducated people, like even just allowed to like
thank you very much. That's exactly what I said earlier.
If America did so much damage to you, why are you over here? Why are you over here?
Because the white man said it's a lie.
Destabilize your country. Why are you over here? You a traitor.
Because the white man said
British destabilized India and took all the resources, but the Indians still go to England. What's your point?
Because Indian controlled and owned India for a long time until Gandhi and his non-violent resistance.
What are you talking about? Gandhi was fighting for the freedom from colonialism from the British Crown. What are you talking about, man?
They got the British out of India. What you talking about?
And
the British and the Indians still go to Britain, even though they were colonized. So what's your point?
Ghana didn't do the same thing with the British.
Are you actually that really, really mad that you're going to engage this form a conversation with this guy when you already know the problem?
I mean, you
I
asked
don't
some
blame
questions.
him. I blame you
You didn't
guys
want to
by
hear the answer.
entertaining him.
You
No,
asked me
I
some
blame you
questions.
guys by entertaining him.
You asked the question.
All right,
You didn't
man.
want the answer.
I'm gonna
and
mute
you
up.
was
I
talking.
think Emmett is just a complainer, man.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna mute up. Somebody else can
He
speak.
whining.
I blame you guys.
He's just a
Man.
whiner. That's all it is. I ignore him. Just
Look,
gotta
all I'm
ignore him.
doing, all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to prove a point, right?
No, bro,
All I'm
no,
trying to
you
do
spoke a lot.
is
Just
show.
pass the mic.
You don't
I'm
prove a
trying to
point to
show that
somebody who
these
don't
FBAs
listen.
are cowards because they won't talk
Bro,
about
you listen.
massa that's
Ball is live.
destabilizing the
Ball
whole
is like
entire
pass the mic.
diaspora and their
Ball is live.
communities.
Pass the mic. Pass the mic. We got it. Warden, what? Yeah, I'll pass the mic. Yeah, Warden,
One
go
thing,
on.
the one thing I say is that you have to just grab your patience because it's useless talking to people who don't get it.
Right.
Because you have to let them, like, if they go to Mississippi and something happens, that's on them, right? They go to the southern states and thinking that this is their country. They find out, oh, it's not my country. And
What
just
about
like
going
the
to
boy
Ghana
who was,
and coming up missing when you
did
go
I
to Ghana?
speak? I'm speaking, bro.
Stop interrupting.
It's blacks that get killed in Ghana too.
Okay, and you can still get hanged here. So now what?
So what's the
By
difference?
white people. There is no difference. The thing is that you think that you're in a country that is you don't own, you don't control.
This is my country. This is my
Okay,
country.
and they're gonna show you that it's not.
Where's your country in Africa? Tell me.
I'm not in
This is your
Africa.
country
I'm an
that gets
American.
passed to the white man.
I'm African American, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I ain't got nothing to do with a white man. What do you keep mentioning the white man for?
Because he's the one that controls his country.
I mean, the white man is in power, yeah.
Okay, then tell them to stop destabilizing Africa so the so-called tethers
I
don't
mean,
gotta
you
come here.
destabilize your own country. You make deals with the white man.
Yeah, but guess what? It's their country. They own their country. We don't own this country.
Let me ask you
What are you
this. Let me
talking
ask you
about?
this. Let me ask you this. Is Ghana still not part of the British Commonwealth? They're not British Commonwealth countries.
Warden, my brother Warden from America. Do you know how America was built? America was built because of exactly what happened in Africa. The Europeans were fighting each other. The Europeans were fighting one another. Like when people say Africans are always in fighting, that if you look at what Europeans used to go through in this continent, were
you not allies to the Europeans? Were you not their allies?
These people
Were you their allies?
savages.
I believe he's talking.
Europeans were real savages of this planet.
See, Africans work with the
So
Europeans.
when they decided, what happened is they wanted to find a new land in America. They wanted to find a new land, outside Europe, so where they could go and form what they call Pan-Europeanism. That's when America came and fit in. America.
You don't know nothing about America. You don't know anything about America.
Was a place where Europeans.
You know nothing about America at all. You don't know anything about America.
He just
Africa, don't talk too crazy about his massa. He don't like that.
This dude don't know anything about America.
I just don't listen to him. I let him just.
You don't know anything about America,
bro. Don't he?
People like you need to let him talk to himself. Because that's what he likes.
No, I agree.
Like the attention.
You know nothing about America.
The problem with people like that, because they got ADHD, without the attention, they can't.
Now you want to say I got ADHD? You got ADHD.
You do have it. You
got
have
ADHD.
it. Okay, all right, that's fine.
You got ADHD.
Some people just can't remain quiet. That's just how it is.
I think he loves the white man.
You got ADHD.
I think that's part of it too.
Yeah. So basically, that's how they founded America.
Africa asked 5 different questions, and when I tried to answer it, these dudes jumping in arguing. They wouldn't let me answer another question. Now I got ADHD. What if you got ADHD? What if y'all got ADHD?
No, but you're not letting people. You're not letting people.
Africans never attack Black Americans. What about Liberia? Wasn't a genocide in Liberia from Africans killing Black Americans?
Made it this long.
How did this guy get a Liberian?
You got a coon down there. You got one of these Pan-African coons that Africans can do no wrong. Everything's the Black Americans' fault.
For not calling out the white man.
Bro, let him speak.
You Africans are allies to the white man. That's our biggest argument. When you come to America, y'all kissing the white man's ass.
You're doing the same.
Align with the white man against us.
You're doing the exact same thing right now.
Who hires you, Em? Who hires most African Americans? It's the white man.
Who are your
Every
teachers? When
accusation.
you go to school, who teaches your
Elvis, you are so silly. You don't know anything about a country.
who hire you? Who hire you? Who teaches you in schools? Who are the doctors that treat African Americans in this country? It's white people. It's white people.
Prior to 1965, we
You
had
always talk about from history. I'm talking about right now.
And we had two separate societies.
We're talking about right now, bro. Not what we have. What we have now.
We have been in a decline. Now you're talking about, look at the decline. Let us go.
I'm just telling you right now, your kids, if you have kids, the teacher are most likely white.
Look.
If they go to a doctor, their doctors are most likely white.
They probably Nigerian. If we go to 1964,
God, no,
if we go to 1964,
we're in 2026, brother. Stay right in this current reality.
There was no Immigration Reform Act, therefore there was no Africans.
I'm talking about right now.
Let us go back.
Why we gotta go back? We live in this present reality, bro.
Because right now
white people hire you. They teach your kids, and they're your doctors, your physicians.
They hire you. They teach your kids.
They don't hire Black Americans.
They hire you.
Do they hire Black Americans?
They hire.
I think we just need to.
This guy is so embarrassed of his people. He doesn't like to say the truth. You're actually scared and try to hide the truth from yourself. You can lie to yourself. You can't lie to me, bro.
And before we start doing the civil rights and advocating for you Africans, 90% of Black businesses or Black employees was hired by Black people.
So the Africans were the reasons why you don't have businesses?
You are our downfall.
Are the Africans the reasons why you don't have businesses?
You are our downfall. You are a net loss. You haven't contributed nothing.
I knew that's where he was going. This dude was so pathetic, man.
Nothing to assist us in our growth and development. You are.
They don't have to assist you in anything.
You are a cancer.
What are you talking about?
You are
why did you call that Liberian girl?
You love him.
Why did you call that Liberian girl?
Put yourself up by the bootstraps.
Oh, that's the only girl you could get?
Right?
You sound lazy.
You are a disease, man. Y'all are killing us.
You follow Liberian girl and close to her.
Stop sounding lazy.
You are
an embarrassment to our ancestors.
Oh, but the white man ain't.
No, you are an embarrassment to our ancestors. Your ancestors.
You are literally sounding like an embarrassment to our ancestors.
You are from Africa.
Whining.
I thought you was
I'm not from Africa. I'm African American.
You are an African. You ain't one of us.
Okay, awesome. I don't care.
You lost your car. You lost your black car. You no longer
lost your car.
You don't have a car. What are you talking about?
Like I let you hold my black car.
You are no longer black.
All right, guys, I'll mute up.
I'm kind of laughing because it's funny.
You're no longer black. You're an African.
Good for you. Okay. That's so stupid. Okay, what now? What?
Thank you, Warden. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
That's why I'm like, we need to separate ourselves. There's an intelligence barrier that we need to separate ourselves from. Because it's like
drugs, man.
This is the downfall of Black Americans, seriously. Because that's
the downfall of the entire Black race.
All these Africans down about us.
Yes, as a Black American, I can talk about you, another Black American, being cooked.
You got this British dude named Africa want to call me having ADHD or something. Like he's a psychiatrist.
Are your feelings hurt? You need a Kleenex.
British down in Africa talking shit. This British African talking about they never done nothing to harm us. Do you know they drove us out of Africa? In Liberia, we don't have a country.
Lord,
yeah, not a miracle Liberian, M.
We established a country in Liberia, and these savages stole our country.
You're not a miracle Liberian. You're Black American.
You savages stole our country.
Oh, we're savages now. Oh,
and you ate our hearts.
What country? What country?
Oh,
so funny.
Are you
Liberia
white?
was established by Black Americans. What are you talking about?
Em, are you white?
It was established by America. It was established by the country of America. What are you talking about?
Black American. It was established by the American colonial
The
society.
whole history is literally on the internet.
For free slaves, and these savages stole
yes,
from us.
Because the majority of white people didn't want you here.
Africa made a false statement talking about the Africans never harmed us. Please, I'm finna get up off here though.
Okay, bye.
Bye. See you later.
Bye.
What the fuck?
When Liberia was literally created by white Americans because they did not want Africans there.
Let him talk and let him go.
You can look this stuff up. We cook. It's over. It's done. It's done.
The whole entire
We're
black
the
race is
deep.
cooked,
We're
man.
the
It's not
deep
just black
shit.
Americans. The whole entire
We're
black race is cooked.
this is not exactly from motherland in Africa to America to the UK. I am telling you, bro, we're in the deep shit right now. I feel sorry for the black race. Our ancestors, our ancestors who fought so hard must be
Our
looking down
ancestors
on
would
right
strike
now,
every single one of us down.
right
If they
now,
came back and
straight
saw
up.
this, they'd be like, "Where's this asteroid? We need to send down an asteroid to this planet because this is getting out of hand." Yeah, I think our ancestors would have
Crazy.
said that because it'd be like, y'all not showing the progress that we thought that you would be showing. So
And do you know what?
we need to fix that.
Absolutely. Do you know what, Warden? And those people were tough. The ancestors were tough. They've been through the toughest times in human life, 400 years of slavery, colonization, all kind of stuff. And they fought. And the times that black people should actually take on the baton and rise, where things have cooled down a little bit, is the time that we're falling apart. It's so sad, man. It is
Yeah,
so sad.
but
Yes,
I'll
but
say this. I heard this
a
one
lot.
before. They said that the main people who will end up destroying the community are the people that are actually in the community, not the white people
That's
that
right.
are actually outside of the community. So yeah, I believe
I
it
said
now.
this before. I said this before.
Yes,
Hey,
a lot of the vitriol comes from the fact that the initial immigration were the Europeans. The Europeans were brought over by the white people here because of the increased population of black people. So they flooded America with European, and they also gave them reparations of sorts. They gave them land. They gave them ability to thrive in America. And in the 1960s, we fought to even those numbers up. That's why we were so vehement. We were so gun ho about having Africans to also immigrate over here to this country, because we seen the play that they was doing. The problem started when the people who came over here from African countries, also the Caribbeans, because we we protest and we fought to have people from the diaspora come over. And the problem started was when the people came over here, we thought that they would be on code with us, but they separated themselves. And for so many years, when people from the diaspora come here, instead of uniting with us, they went to their separate enclaves. And when
So it's just the diaspora's fault.
they will give can I finish? I'm not saying it's the diaspora's fault. I'm just saying what happened. And you can lay blame where it went. I'm just giving you the history. The history of it is that we fought to have that. We fought to have black people from everywhere come over the same way the Europeans was coming over here. But no one got on code with us. And for so many years, because of the benefits from being immigrants were afforded to you, some thought that they were better or that they work harder for their achievements. When in all actuality, they were allowed to have those achievements over the people who were black that were already here, just as a dividing mechanism. And for so many years, it was said that you guys are better than us. And today, when you see in the foundation of Black America,
Who said that they're better than
some
you?
of the hostility.
no, bro, let him finish. Then
This
he can come in after
was the
him.
prevailing. This was the prevailing sentiment for so many people, because they seen themselves prosper when they seen, let's say, the downtrodden underbelly of us that didn't. Of course, all over this country, black people have always thrived, and many of the cities are not a representation of all black people in America. But because most immigrants come into limited parts of America, they see limited experiences or the limited results of our existence. They just don't see the totality because we are all over. The foundation of Black Americans, the scribe that we are making now to delineate ourselves is coming with some downfalls as far as us having so much animosity, and a lot of the animosity is a result of the animosity that was distributed to us when many immigrants came over here thinking that they were better than us. They did not. They did not get on code with us. They did not get on code with us. They separated themselves from us.
Sorry, brother. Can I ask you a question? This immigrant, did they came from Africa? To be specific, majority of them from Africa. And if
I'm
they're from
speaking
Africa,
about
what? Yeah.
The entire diaspora. No matter where you come from, if you're not from America, most of the people come here, they go to their own enclave. They do not wish to assimilate with the foundation of Black Americans or the Black Americans as we were previously known, still known to some, but they did not try to conglomerate with us. They remained separate. They wanted to be a people or a nation unto themselves, so to speak. And that was the first delineation. So what we see today, we like, listen, we got to get our shit together. Like the brother said earlier, if we want to get respect from the people of the diaspora and any place else, we're going to have to do for ourselves. And this is the attempt that we are making when we say that we are foundational Black American. We have to distinguish ourselves because we are the people who fought all the wars, who built this country from scratch when nobody else was here. There wasn't nobody from the diaspora here doing what we did for hundreds of years. So yes, my lineage of people deserve a great deal of respect, and we deserve a great deal of honor. And we also deserve.
You'd be surprised, brother. Majority of Black Africans.
Right, and we haven't reaped the financial rewards from the suffering of our parents. So therefore,
that's a
we are
shame.
striving for reparations. Right, but we're going to unshame that.
That's a shame.
And this is the efforts that we're making.
I hope so. And
this is
we
the
should be.
efforts that we
I
are
am fully
making
behind
now.
you.
So all foundational, all people who consider themselves foundational Black Americans don't hate the diaspora. Don't hate you because of who you are apart from us. We may look the same, of course, but we are not the same. That don't make us better. That don't make you worse. But the fact still remains that this is our country. We were here before the colonizers came here. Our ancestry reaches far for thousands of years. Like it or not, this is what it is. We did not come over here on slave ships.
Oh God!
Most of us were already here.
Don't speak for all of us.
This is the facts. This is the facts. You can dispute it. You can. This is the facts that how I know it. This is the facts that how I know it, and this is the facts that I
no, that's
hope
fine.
that
No, we
people
hear you. Let
understand.
other people speak now, brother. If you don't
But
mind,
back
please.
to my point. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, we hear you. You know. Okay. So you wanted to respond to him quick, Bollis. You got like 2 minutes to respond. Are you there? Bollis live. Well, let's pass the mic to the sister Maya sisters. You know, after everything that you just had, what do you make of Andy and James? Because Maya sisters, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I really don't have a comment. There was just so much going on, and yeah, all I can say is that M is perhaps raising a point. Maybe he's not articulating it in the right way.
Okay.
And I guess the question that he's trying to ask, and maybe it's not very tactful, is this. If we think about the civil rights movement in terms of a bank where you make deposits and withdrawals, what M is asking, what deposits have Black immigrants put into the Civil Rights Bank? And as he was talking, that's what I thought of. And maybe that's a question you all can ask. Are Black immigrants withdrawing more from the Civil Rights Bank than they are depositing? I think that's what he was getting at. That's all I have to say.
Sure, there's more Black Americans stealing stuff from the bank than anything. From your own bank. What are you talking about?
Warden, can you elaborate on that? I'm not following you.
When we talk about, we not scamming in general, but we talk about the using of different programs and stuff like that, right? Majority of everybody that's really taking everything are Black Americans. While there are majority like Somalis that are taking stuff, there are Black Americans that are also doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason why I asked the question earlier.
I'm not talking about the bank in terms of money. I'm talking about the bank in terms of fighting for legislation. That's what I meant.
So we need to do a lot more than until we do that.
What legislation have Black immigrants successfully passed to uplift not only Black immigrants, but also FBA or those who identify as FBA? That's my question.
I mean, look, I don't know a lot about America. Okay, I am just speaking from looking at it from the outside. So, when you talk about bank, I think you're talking about the hard work that you guys put in, the ancestors put in terms of the laws that make life easy for Black migrants and also the how African American paved the way for a lot of Black African migrants to come into America, and they are benefiting, for example, from housing to jobs, to some of the social security that they're getting from from that. But some Black Americans will say to you, as my brother Warden said to you, there's no such thing because that bank there is a bank of all. It's not just African Americans that own that bank. But of course, yes, the 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 uh, the legacy of the civil rights movement, it's not just Africans who are benefiting from it. If you look at the majority of the people who are benefiting from the civil rights movement, are people, that are coming from the Latino people or the white migrants for that matter. Okay, so but the Africans who are getting the blame for taking it, uh, getting the blame for benefiting from it, they're the most minority migrants. So the argument again is very counterproductive. The only place I will accept, the only place I will agree with Black Americans or FBA that yes, they should have their own identity when it comes to politics, nationality act, and so on. They should be a different ethnic group. I totally agree with that because they've been in America for over 400 years. They cannot be identified as the same as migrants that came from Africa yesterday. But if that's the things that American people, deserve the support, from the U.S. government, from the African migrant. They need to give them that respect also to realize these people, they've been through a lot. Okay, they have been here for 400 years, and also all other African migrants, all other migrants. Because let me tell you one thing: majority of the people that quote Martin Luther King, I noticed like when I look on YouTube, are other migrants. They talk about how Martin Luther King paved the way for them to be in America. So you can see it's not just the African migrants, you know, that Martin Luther King paved the way for. If you listen to his speeches, it's for the entire human race. But why blaming the minority, tiny amount of African migrants? I just think, let's be honest, I think it's the legacy of transatlantic slavery because the Africans are seen as you are the people who sold us, put us in those boats. You are the people who, your ancestors collided with those white masters. And now, after 400 years of sufferation, and now, we try hard to make this life easy for us to be, and also potentially for you guys to come in. And now you come in, you did not side with us, you stay on the side, or you sat on your arms, and and there's so many things. I can see that. I witnessed that in the UK. But the thing is, the difference in the UK is the Caribbeans, they wasn't hiding it. They told us this as African migrants. They made us pay for it. Okay, they hound us outside the schools, outside in the streets. We paid price for it. People lost their lives for this. Is that where we want to go as people of color? Is this what the ancestors who were fighting for civil rights movement want? And when people quote into what's happening in South Africa, is that what we want to happen in America? The whole world would laugh at us. We'll be the biggest laughing stock in the world already. That's going to just add fuel to the fire. I mean, there's schools when I was in school in the UK, we had kids waiting for us outside the schools. Some of the kids get chased home because they're African migrants because they were accused of the people who sold their ancestors as slaves. Do you know what battle we have to fight to actually make sure to let the other Caribbean brothers look? It's not us that did this. We didn't even know about this. These things were kept, but also we are the victims. By the same perpetrators. We're a victim. All of us were a victim of this stuff. You have suffered a lot more than us. That's true. No, don't let any Africans come here and say, oh, because they suffer colonialism, that means they suffer the same as Black American and Caribbean who went through, transatlantic slavery. Anyone that said that, they've been deceived, genius, because African American and Caribbean suffered the most. But, we should be careful what we wish for. We have seen it here. We learn from it. And the reason I ask you about the migrant that goes to America who take the advantage more, are you guys, which region they come from, is because I gathered they probably come from the East African region, either like Somalia and so on, because these people don't have that much connection to what the transatlantic slave trade is. So they don't have that much connection to Black Africa anyway. They have no respect for the Black race anyway. There's so many things you can connect the dot on to realize, even though we're all Africans, but we're different people. That's why I said Africa is not race earlier. So we are not really enemies. We are brothers and sisters who struggle, the same faith, but we are just fighting one another based on the crumbs, trying to make ourselves feel superior because, either the African got a bit more closer to the white man, they got a bit more better job. They're making them feel the Africans think they're better than the Black Americans. They don't want to be next to the Black Americans or the African Americans who've been in America for 400 years, and paved the way for other Black people, even though they've been let down by their own, to make them feel like, look, we're better than you. Without no matter how much money you got, you're actually in our home because without us, you will not be here. This is very counterproductive.
Yeah.
This is very big distraction, man. So I
Yeah.
pass the mic, Ms. Myers.
Yeah. You know what? I was just reading some of the comments and Macro Dub said something. He said pre-1965 immigrants are not the same as post-1965 immigrants. And I believe he's right. There's a very different social contract with immigrants who came before the Immigration and Naturalization Act and those who came after. And so I think maybe that's partially what we're struggling with, and that is we are redefining what an immigrant is, or what that, or that new social contract. And also Black immigrants, they you know, they have to create a identity that's separate from the American descendants of slaves. So macro dub, that was a very good point. Well, I've got to go, so you all have a great evening.
Yeah, and also before you go, Ma, I mean, you as a lady, as a mother of this show, I'll be really grateful, for us to preach more unity between our groups, because the voice of a woman is very powerful. That's why if you go back to ancient Africa, most of the times when these kingdoms run have been shattered. If you go back, most of these kingdoms were brought back from the brink by women. Okay, so I think you have a great responsibility, to preach more of a unity between the group. Women's are children. A man, even if when they're 50, even though they all the way to 60, they still got a child of a brain. So when you come here, most of the time, it'll be really helpful to preach more of unity, than division. And I think you're doing that sometimes. I'm not saying you are or you're not, but that's my advice to you, man. But thank you very much, and I hope you have a great evening, Mrs. Myers.
Yeah, she left. Yeah, but I stand true to say that we need Africans that want, and African Americans that actually want to build and create unity should just stick together and let everybody else who want to do whatever they want to do just fall where they may. Let the leaves fall where they may, because it's useless trying to talk to people who just, if y'all want the country, great. You don't own it, but you want to be here, great. That's how that works. But I am getting out of here. It was great talking to y'all. I will see y'all on the next one.
Yeah. Dennis, are you there? Dennis? Yeah, go on. Why don't you can make a point? Oh, is that James? Yeah, James, you go on. What do you think about what we just said? James Harlem, are you there? I think James Harlem, are you there? No, it's not. So, I mean, while maybe Dennis might be here before by the time I finish closing, but my point is that African Americans, FBA, Black Americans, I don't think we have the luxury to be going through what we're going through right now as a group of people. And I just hope this issue that's going on here, as people, like this conversation about FBA versus Africans and Caribbeans is just on the internet. And I believe it is. But sometimes these things will start on the internet, it could spill over somewhere. And that's why it's nice to nip it in the bud before you get too far and burn your fingers. So what we should do, we should preach peace and unity between each other. If we cannot unite and have peace, we should go different ways, but at the same time, start the best of what you can in your community. Don't destroy what you haven't built. If it's not broken, don't try to fix it. Because the thing is, we don't have that luxury. Right now, black people globally, we're not in the best place to be fighting right now. We're not in the best place to sow division between the groups. In the UK, black people are going through their own stuff. In America, black people are going through the same similar problem. In Africa, the same vein. Look at the Sahel. And look at the video that we played the other day. A European member of parliament is begging his own people to stop making special weapons and deliver it to Africa and stop robbing Africa. Instead of taking from these guys, start working with them as a partner. Let's not continue doing this to ourselves. This self-defeating mindset is going to destroy us. And the self-hate is what's causing all this. And I mean, Skywalker, from the beginning of the show, he read a few quotes that actually says all about some black people, some of us what we're going through. That's why I think it's important for some of us to, read our history properly and understand, from the times, pre-colonialism, pre-slavery to colonization to independence to where we find ourselves today. So, Dennis is not here, guys. I'm just hoping he'd come back before. Yeah. So we guys have to just, stop. People are talking too much online, and all we do is talk. We are being entertainers, and we're entertaining right now. I'm sure we are entertaining our enemies who are actually running the show. Because, like today, I was, following a thing about the right wing nerds, like those in the Silicon Valley who actually managed to get Trump in White House. How they managed to use the internet, and technology, as a modern day fascist tool. The fascism, the anti-black, anti-Jew, or the racism that's actually spilling online, through the Silicon Valley at the moment, and all the billionaires. That's like Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and what's his name of the other guy? Yeah, these guys, the amount of money that they spend to actually bring this sort of things that's going on right now globally, to bring racism back, to make it actually trendy, and push for the election of Trump, and actually have someone like J.D. Vance in the White House who is pushing the agenda. It's unbelievable. You can see how much effort these guys are making, and putting all this money. This started around George Floyd era during the BLM. You can see how much money and effort they already made to actually push this agenda. So we need to realize who our real enemies are. Our real enemies are still there. They're still fighting us. They're still using money, and they want to make sure. And there's no such thing as democracy. There's no such thing as powerful government where people can be held accountable for what they do. We want to continue living life like this, where we know these are the same minority elite who actually formed different groups globally and started transatlantic slavery. Because during the days of transatlantic slavery, it was mainly like monarchs in Europe. There was no such thing as, so-called, um, there was no such thing as where we have today democracy, human rights, and all this stuff. There was no such thing. It was a minority elite who had the power over the government, because the Silicon Valley are trying so hard to control the world government, to impose rules and order globally to anything that they want because they realize it's the only way they can keep the white race going. And then we want to fall into this trap of FBA, you're African, you're this, you're that. To be honest, it's not just Black American, even us Africans in the continent. We're busy fighting over the white man religion. Some of my people are thinking Arab people are and the Islam. They have more interest in their interest to hearts more than their own African brothers. And they've got some other brothers. They think Christianity, they're more closer to the Christian, to the white God than the Arab God. It's like we're fighting each other, and this tribe think they're more superior than the other tribe, that tribe. So the reality is, sometimes us Africans, we don't even have what it takes to actually stand up to these FBAs or this stuff that we're hearing online. Dennis, are you back? No. So
Yeah,
what we're
that's not
hearing
a good
online.
thing to say. I mean,
Sorry?
to fight against. I said that's not a good sentiment to express. It doesn't sound good to my ear. It may be how you feel, and I can respect that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
there's no need to try to fight against foundational Black Americans.
Okay.
What I try to do, for example, is to educate those foundational Black American people who might have some kind of animosity towards someone like you or someone else from the diaspora, that this is not how we need to get down. We focus on ourselves and what we can achieve, and we don't have to hurt anybody in the process. But the history still remains that we are unappreciated. We feel severely unappreciated for our contributions to the existence, of people who are now here in the diaspora.
How is that true? Can I ask you a question? How is that true when everybody knows about Black American history? Everybody knows about it.
I didn't hear the first part. Can you say the first part again?
Everybody knows about Black American history. Everybody.
That's yes, sir. I don't think that's a fact at all, because most Black people don't even know their own history.
Sorry. You can go anywhere in the world. Everybody knows who Martin Luther King is. Everybody knows who Malcolm X is. Everybody knows who Harriet Tubman is.
Those are like surface level examples that people know about our history. They truly, as I said, most Black people have little knowledge, or for some don't even have the desire to learn our true history as a people. So I can't expect other people to just automatically know it. So that's why I would say that's an incorrect
I'm glad Dennis is back. But thank you very much, everyone. Peace and love. Salute. Love you all. May God continue to guide and protect us. Blessings.
Well done for keeping the stream going.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. Thank you. All right, let's pass the mic to let me pass the mic to the Zilly, and then we're gonna close out.
Yo, peace, dudes. Peace, Dinus, and everyone else on the panel, everyone listening. I was listening earlier, and I actually wanted to get in when a lot of the action was going on, but I was driving. It was a lot of the same old stuff that we always hear. Hey, I'm a FBA ADOS, but as many people would know, is that I don't have bias, and delineation. Okay, sure, fine. We can do that. But how long does delineation take? It doesn't take 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. We delineated the moment that we said that we are our own ethnicity, though, as I said earlier, it wasn't even necessary because the entire world knows that we're our own ethnicity. So my problem with FBA and ADOS is they're basically trying to create a boogie monster. Anyone who knows anything about creating a movement knows that it works better and it works faster if you create a boogie monster to galvanize your people. Yeah.
No, I'm agreeing with you, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what and I also say that the conversation, the topic is not for everyone. Like I said prior, whenever you create an organization or a business or a company, the founders may have a good functional operational system, but then you start hiring people and you start letting employees in who don't have the same vision as you. They don't have the same qualifications as you, and they start going on these side missions, and they think that FBA is all about cussing
Cussing out
immigrants
Africans
out.
and immigrants, yeah.
That's not the purpose of FBA. See, that's for the low-level people who are trying to invade smart places. We have a lot of that going on now. We have, with the internet and social media, we have people who should not even be having the darn conversation. Go and fix a car, dribble a ball, sell some drugs, make a rap song, whatever, construction, whatever. Stay out of smart conversations that's above your intellect.
Yeah, can I add on to what you're
Yeah.
saying?
Yes,
So
please, go ahead.
yeah. So I just want to say that I definitely understand where a lot of Black Americans are coming from because I feel like, don't get me wrong, Black immigrants definitely, like, I don't care what nobody says. Black immigrants definitely played a role in FBA coming about. That I will never deny. I've been around Africans my entire life, and I will be honest with you. I haven't heard the most positive things about Black Americans. So I'm not gonna go and put up a front and just be like some of these Africans and be like, oh yeah, we all love you, man. We all love you. No, because Africans as well are going through decolonization, right? Because we literally just became independent not that long ago. Like the same time y'all got civil rights here, we literally got freed and were allowed to rule over ourselves. You know what I mean? Not trying to make it the entire excuse, but I'm just trying to like get you to understand the bigger picture that, you know, I definitely do think that as Black immigrants, there definitely is some accountability that we have to take, especially with how we talk about Black Americans, because I'm not gonna lie, some of these Black immigrants damn near sound like racist white people as well when discussing Black Americans, right? Now, I feel like the bigger picture that Black people in general are not understanding, right, is that, and y'all might disagree with me, but we're not really supposed to be integrating with these people. When I say these people, I'm talking about the palm colored folk, right? Because Malcolm X said very specifically, right? And y'all can take this however you want to. I mean, no disrespect, but Malcolm X said that Black people, especially in this nation, are victims of Americanism, right? We want to assimilate with the oppressor, right? Rather than have our own sovereignty from the oppressor, right? And that's where he was talking about separation, not segregation, right? And I feel like, FBA especially, they've sort of forgotten that, and they're, oh yeah, we FBA, we foundational Black Americans, but you're trying to identify yourself with a settler colonial country whose government hates you, literally put it all types of drugs and guns and bullshit in your community, right? That's the country slash settler colonial ideal slash project that you are trying to identify with. And this is what Malcolm literally was talking about. And I think that Malcolm's words is so powerful because the same exact things that he was talking about is literally going on right now. Malcolm literally talked about neo-colonialism happening before independence. I really do wish that more of us would listen to the things that he said before these devils took him away from us, right? Because Malcolm was so insightful. I low-key think this man had a time machine and he was just literally seeing the future and he was telling us to wake up, but we didn't want to wake up. And also, let's remember that Malcolm was the most hated because he spoke the truth, right? No disrespect to Dr. King, right? But Dr. King was about that assimilation. He was about desegregation. Oh, it's, bigger than black and white and we're all the best of buds. But listen, you cannot expect a people, right? The palm-colored people, you cannot expect them to deconstruct from being colonizers and devils in, in a decade, right? You can't expect from 1960s when they were hanging us to 2026 for them to just completely deconstruct from that, on top of the privilege that they already get from being white people, right? And I think that's the thing that we don't understand is whether it's Africans, whether it's Black Americans, whether it's Caribbeans, we all want to assimilate with white people. We all want to assimilate with white culture. We
You know
all want
what?
to assimilate.
Let me push back
What were
just
you
a
about to say?
little. Yeah, let me push back just a little bit on
Yeah.
on you on that. You know,
Mhm.
and when it comes to Malcolm and his ideology and the ideology that a lot of us had then, I think that the time for that passed. Basically, Americanism won when I was over in Afghan, Iraq, all of that. Americanism won, bro.
What do you mean it won? Like it won against? What do you mean?
Against, let's say, traditional culture. Everyone wants to have a version of America. It's just too shiny and too attractive to all peoples. So the separatism thing, I think that's a very outdated thing. The world is global now. We can't be separate. Anyone living separate is going to be like North Korea. You know.
Okay. Like I understand what you're saying.
Mhm.
You're trying to say like if we completely isolate ourselves, that's not necessarily what I'm even trying to say, and I don't think that's what Malcolm was trying to say. I think what Malcolm was trying to get at is that we cannot expect to be sovereign under these people because we will never be sovereign under these people ever, especially because this is my thing, right? Go and ask any of these white people, go and ask them who built this country and see the first thing that they will say. They're never going to say black people because the second that they say black people, that means, we sort of owe black people for this country existing. Oh, wait, we didn't pay. These people will literally never accept the fact that if it wasn't for the transatlantic slave trade, if it wasn't for 246 years of slavery, on top of neo-slavery, let's not forget sharecropping, that was a form of slavery as well, right? These people, the second that they actually humanize what Black Americans have went through for the past 400 years, there's a check that is owed to Black Americans. Right? And these people do not want to do that because that ruins the settler collective. That's what I'm saying. We cannot expect, right? I'm not, and listen, I'm not a racist. I don't hate anybody, but we cannot expect for Black people in general, not even just Black Americans, but even Black immigrants that want to come here and have this la-di-da fantasy as if you are not as well trying to assimilate, right, with a settler colonial society that hates you and that will hate your children and your children's children. Right. And this is the thing, too. I think that part of the diaspora wars and why Africans are low key so disrespectful to Black Americans is because they don't want to see the future of what their generations will be 50, 100, 200 years down the line. There's evidence, right, that the descendants of second generation immigrants end up finding themselves in the same predicament as Black Americans. They don't end up doing better than Black Americans. They don't end up having more generational wealth than Black Americans. Literally find themselves in the same exact spot that some of these African immigrants and some of these current immigrants, when they came, they're like, oh, haha, Akata's doing bad, Akata's doing bad. And now your descendants are doing bad. Because again, this government, this settler colonial government, does not discriminate against all you African, all you Black American, all you Jamaican, right? Black is Black. And as long as you are Black in this nation, you are not safe from systemic racism. And that's the thing that, again, FBA either doesn't want to acknowledge or, you know, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with these people. I think that they low-key want to be like, I call these people Black 2.0 because this is another two, right? This is done for Black American reparations. Can somebody tell me in this lobby what is done for reparations?
Say that again.
Nothing, right?
No. Say that again.
What?
Is it me or is it just only me? But you breaking up.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. You're breaking up, but I gotta pass the mic to Smitty because I gotta close out soon. I gotta read super chats. Go ahead, Smitty.
All right, I want to keep it just simple. This conversation did not just start with FBA.
As somebody who has Nigerians in my family, Ghanaians, Trinidadians, Caribbeans, I had conversation with these people and how they view us and everything. There have always been, like the last speaker said, there have always been a separation in how they view us. But I think we're being a little bit disingenuous when we're saying that if we're going to act like Black Americans, for the most part, have not always viewed Africans as kin or always try to support Africans. So I think when we actually get in this conversation and act like, oh, this came out of nowhere. No, there wasn't. There hasn't been any reciprocity between the diaspora and Black Americans. Because when you look at it and when it comes down, most groups of the diaspora come to the United States. So we get in contact with East Africans, South Africans, West Africans. And usually the attitude is all the same. There's something wrong with these Black Americans. There's something wrong with these Black Americans. You can put it on Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed is just the new popular thing. The whole idea of Native Black American, it was started with Claude Anderson. Because Claude Anderson, who worked for the government and knew how white people move and how they treat Black Americans, said, hey, they are going to try to use different groups to come in and subvert you and use what you fought for to benefit those new groups. This is not a new idea. Tariq Nasheed is only the person that popularized this idea. This has happened throughout years. Now, the thing with Black America, I've been to South America and spoke to those groups of Black people. I've been to the Caribbean and spoke to those groups of Black people. Like I said, I had a conversation and dated a lot of African people. If you want to be honest, the reason why everybody has this, it's going to sound messed up, this low opinion on Black Americans, because it's a little bit of jealousy. I had Africans actually came out and been honest with that. There's a little bit of jealousy because they feel, without actually knowing the history and context of Black America, that we should have more. But in the situation that we've been through and what we did, we are not as bad as what people think. Yes, we have problems with our community, but knowing Nigerian people, I had a Nigerian cousin that my uncle married. He had a son. He came here. He's not allowed back in the United States because he was doing fraud and everything like that. And I'm looking like, wow, I thought these people were so high educated. I didn't know this. Once you realize that that our situation isn't that bad, in the scheme of things throughout the diaspora, we actually have some footing to stand on. Like, hey, this whole Pan-African thing, we always reach out and try to help the continent. People saying that we haven't done anything, if you actually look at history, we have always tried to reach out. There have been organizations that I've been a part to, always giving money to Africa, always trying to help these groups. But when we get that treatment and when people come back and say, hey, you know what? You guys are lazy, that you don't do things, that is the problem. And when Africa said, the slave trade thing, where we look at them, yeah, that's an issue, but it gets exacerbated once we hear all the insults and everything. Black Americans have always tried to be a part of diaspora and unite with everybody. But now people are asking, what are the tangible things that we are getting from this? Because that's the whole thing with Pan-Africanism. People say that Black Americans ain't Pan-Africanism, but I think we had the most Black unity throughout the whole diaspora, because believe it or not, we did fight for everybody to get here. We did. People want to say, oh, you didn't do nothing for me. The whole Airbus, the whole college educated African thing coming to the United States, that was started by, I believe, a Kenyan man who teamed up with Dr. Martin Luther King in the Black church that sent money to African students so they can get over here. Then the United States took the idea and made it national. Most of the reasons why Black people come over here are because on behalf of Black Americans. We haven't really done anything, because I know the history of the UK, like Africa said, that we haven't came here. When y'all came here, we haven't tried to fight y'all, assault y'all, or anything like that. What we do, we just talk shit back. And right now, we just getting sick of it. That's the main thing. We're looking like, hey, where's the actual unity in this? That's the main question. Where's the unity in this Pan-African strife? Because that's why there's FBA, because these issues have not been resolved over years, and Black Americans have been slow to speak on it. And I will say this, the reason why people don't say they're not Africa, because our culture, one thing about culture is shaped by our environment. We were bred here, made here, and our culture and surrounding, the way we think and everything is America. And us and Black Americans never really cared what white people think. We never try to really integrate into America as much as people say. Most Black people do not care what white people think about them. That's why we are considered counterculture in the way we move and we act. That's why everything we do gets demonized, because we are counterculture. We don't integrate into white spaces like that. We really don't. So I don't agree with that. Oh, we're trying to Americanize. There's different people have different ideas what American is. If you hear the most common thing, there's two America. There's Black America and there's white America, and everybody else falls in between. Most Black people try to actually start their own groups and their own societies and everything, and then I believe we get so much pushback from the rest of the society. What the thing is, it's not even, we don't care what the Asians say or the Hispanic thing. It's the Africans. That's why you get the most pushback, because we thought that you were our allies. That's where most of the pushback comes from. That's why we are more mad at y'all than anybody else. We know Hispanics don't mess with us like that. We know Asians don't mess with us like that. But if you want to be for real, that's why you get so much pushback, because we looked at somebody who thought was our brothers or distant cousins, like, hey, they can help us out, and that reciprocity has not been there.
Okay, but this is another thing that I feel like you're not considering.
Hey, real quick, let me read these super chats real quick. I'll pass my issue. Unity is strength. Thank you for $20 holla. Issue is when Africans come to the U.S., they do not assimilate to the Black American culture and identity. How is that assimilation supposed to look like? They hopscotch in and out of their interactions with us, and we're suspect FBA to lead Pan-Africanism when it's their home. I don't understand what that assimilation supposed to look like. All gas, no brakes. Thank you for 999 holla. Hannibal Barca, thank you for 99 holla. Yo, Dynas, my Timbo Slice page is ghost because I troll FBA, but to the FBA is 50 Cent considered a tether, making a British series called Fightland. Unity is strength. Thank you for okay, no, I already read that. Here we go. Unity is strength. Thank you for $20 holla. 600 Black women have lost jobs over the past year. Modern women only submit to the men that provide for them. I don't care if you're FBA or African. If you employ these women that support you, start and own your business, Black man. Pape 5602, 550 joules. Stay hydrated. Pape 5602, 10 joules hiding. Yo, peoples, thank you for the joules as well. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you better now.
Okay. All right. Sorry about earlier. So again, I think the thing that you're not really understanding as well is that you have to first of all remember that we literally just came out of colonization, right? And you need to understand that, for starters, when Africans come to the States, I may get hate for this, but we're trying to run away from ourselves, right? Because we are coming, a lot of African immigrants, when they come here, right, they are basically trying to find that success story to where, you know, it's almost like respectability politics. Like, respectability politics is really big in African households, and it's really big in African households, especially because of colonialism and respectability politics that we have to abide to in order to survive, right? Because if we didn't abide to these respectability politics, just like y'all, we would literally get killed, right? That's why, first of all, you said your cousin's Nigerian, right? So you already know.
I had he's not blood cousin, but he married his mom married into the family and everything.
Right. This is where I'll say, this is where sometimes I wish I was Black American, right? Because when it comes to, first of all, things like hair, right? You guys have a freedom that a lot of Africans don't. Because when our parents, for example, see like locks or braids or anything besides a shaved head, they will start saying, "Oh, you look ragged. You look, you know that culture, right? You know about that, right?"
Yeah, you look like the Yakata. You look like a thug. You look like a gangster, and I'm like, damn, that's crazy.
Exactly, and that's exactly my point. Is that Africans have a respectability politic problem. We have a colonial problem, right? Because the thing is, we are no longer under European powers, but we are still healing from what happened to us. So when we come and we see that, you know, for example, you got like Black Americans that got dreads all the way to their, you know, head. I mean, their back, and then, you know, you guys are more free spirited with your hair, specifically the men, right? and you know you're not like let's say trying to assimilate or be a yes man necessarily to the white man, right? A lot of Africans are seeing that and they're like, why is he giving the white man a tough time? We came here to succeed under his government, right? We need to, you know, look presentable, right? We need to look smart. You know how Nigerians are. Oh, you need to look smart, shaved head, right? And this is what I'm saying is that you have to understand that when Africans have a lot of these anti-Black American sentiments, they're really anti-Black sentiments, right? They're self-hate. And I would even argue and say that we really can't hate you guys without hating ourselves. And that's why I said earlier that a lot of the Africans that don't want to accept the facts that, you know, systemic racism is real and that there's actually barriers for Black people here, right? They don't want that American dream that, oh, you know, I got a Bugatti, or I got a mansion, I'm successful in America. Oh, they don't want that dream to go away, because for them to come all the way to America and make it here and pass through immigration just to, you know, be at the same level and have the same barriers and acknowledge those barriers, it's basically a slap in the face. You get what I'm trying to say? So the thing is that I'm not trying to say that the disrespect that y'all get is okay, right? But what I'm trying to say is that I think there is more room for us as Black people, as a Black race, to learn about each other's trauma, right? To build from and even learn from each other's struggles. Because I'm not going to lie, there's a lot of similarities when it comes to the Black American struggle and the continental African struggle, right? There's a lot of similarities, a lot. Even if you might not agree with that statement, I've read it, I've seen it. Like, you know, we damn near, it's like we're not fighting the exact same battle, but it's damn near the same, right? So I understand what you're saying, but I feel like you also need to understand that, first of all, not all Africans are coming here hating on y'all, right? And then another thing too is that a lot of it, when those black Africans are doing what they're doing, a lot of those Africans are sellouts to other Africans. A lot of those Africans hate themselves. A lot of those Africans that are hating on y'all, they'll probably go and marry them on a Mzungu, you know what I'm saying, a white girl, because they hate themselves. They don't love themselves, right? Because that's what the legacy of colonialism did to us. It trapped us in self-hate and respectability politics. And, oh, you need to be a good Christian. Oh, you need to be a smart. You need to look presentable. You need to stop being gangbanger, right? Like even the way that certain African parents will even talk to their children. It's about assimilation. It's about survival under white supremacy, right? You don't need to be a hyper rasta before the police come in and do something to you. You want to be like Trayvon, like all those type of little anti-Black things that's based on what our ancestors went through in Africa when they were colonized by these Europeans. You know what I'm saying? So it's not necessarily that Africans have an agenda necessarily against Black Americans because it's a part of their culture or it's a part of, you know, some type of deep-seated tradition. A lot of it is tied in self-hate and wanting to assimilate with white people for the sake of survival. You know what I'm saying?
I get that. I get that. Yes, I know colonialism and everything that did f up Africa in a lot of ways because I studied it and I was curious. I know a good amount of African history, but the thing is, we never hear that from them. So when we see this, that's where they're realizing is, damn, they have their own issues, probably worse than us. And when you get we have to go back to Africa, we have to do these things. It's like, nah, we got to work on ourselves. And like to the super chat, there are Africans that will bounce inside and outside of Black American that will use it as a benefit to them. If we're saying that don't exist, then we're just straight up capping. If we're saying that doesn't happen, we're straight up capping because I've seen it firsthand. Oh, yes, I will go to HBCU and accept these scholarships. Then, these Black Americans are lazy. I got it because I worked harder. No, you got it because you came from a privileged family and you won the lottery to come here. Because I know America don't just accept any African people. They don't accept any African people. So but also on the continent, I was talking to this one guy. He was Igbo. He comes from he lived in Germany. He comes from a rich African family. He was educated in Germany, had a thick German accent, and we were talking, and I was like, "Dad, yeah, y'all gotta work out. Like that's your own country, man." I think I was talking about somebody from Yoruba. He said, "That's not my country, man. We are not the same. We are different." But like y'all both Nigerian, like that doesn't mean nothing. So that made me realize, like wait, so this whole Pan African thought. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, you're okay. So I from what it sounded like, it basically sounded like you were about to say that Pan-Africanism is like some type of fake, because it's like you see that not only is there division between Black immigrants and Black Americans when Black
No, it's
immigrants,
not a fake. It's not a fake.
So what were you trying to say?
It's not a
I didn't
fake.
let you finish. What were you trying to say?
It's a Western. It is a Western idea because the Black people here had to unify because they felt they had to. In Africa, it is different.
You see, that's where I disagree.
Because Pan-Africanism isn't a Western ideological. I can't think of the word. Idea
thing,
or
right?
thought process.
I think that there's a difference between branding Pan-Africanism and what Pan-Africanism actually was, right? Now, I will admit, yes, Pan-Africanism definitely has a beginning, right, in the slave trade, because when Africans were on those boats, they understood we cannot survive, as just Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo or Yoruba. We have to unite, or otherwise we will literally die, right? So I understand what you're coming from, where you're saying like that, Pan-Africanism sort of started in the Americas, but I also believe that Pan-Africanism is a conscience. It's a state of realization, right? Because I'm under the impression that we will literally not survive, right, if we are not unified. There's just no way. The West is too powerful. Western Europe is too powerful. These people have been colonizing us for almost 400 to 500 years now. We will literally not survive if we are not united, right? And why I'm saying that is, look at what happened with Haiti. Do you understand that Haiti paid the cost for all of us, including Africans as well, right? They paid the price because these colonizers knew that if Haiti was a free, independent Black republic, that this would mean trouble for the racial caste system in the Americas. Then that means, Black Americans can come. And remind you, before Haiti became destabilized and had to pay reparations to the French, there were already Black Americans that were going to Haiti to join them. Right?
Yeah, I
And
know
that's
that.
probably not just Black Americans. There's probably other diasporans too that were going to Haiti. And this is why I say that when one of us are free, it is a danger to the status quo. And that still stands today. That is why France refuses to pay reparations to Haiti, refuses to pay reparations to Black Americans, refuses to pay reparations to any African nations, because they understand that once one of us steps out of the status quo, then all of a sudden, all these other Black people are going to have enough legroom to do the same. And I feel like we have not understood this. We have forgot this because of what COINTELPRO did. I promise you, I'm not a hotep. I'm not, some. I promise you, I'm not like some crazy hotep. I'm just speaking facts, right? Because you know what COINTELPRO did with Pan-Africanism in the 70s and 80s. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, I understand. But I also don't want to
And
overblame.
they did that because the Mau Mau and the Black liberation movement in the US were literally like coalescing and getting inspiration from each other. And white people were getting scared that there's going to be a Mau Mau rebellion right here. You know that, right?
Yeah, I understand. Yes, the COINTELPRO did a lot of things, but I don't want to over exaggerate because there's some things that people blame COINTELPRO on. I'm like, no, these were just issues that were never resolved, that were ignored. Those are two separate things. Like people say, oh, FBA is COINTELPRO. No, these are issues that Black Americans had with the rest of the not the whole diaspora, but a lot of the diaspora. These were issues that we never
really started,
saw.
though. Yeah, but you know what though? This is the thing though. I feel like these problems started when Pan-Africanism went downhill, right? Because once COINTELPRO got involved, right, and Africans got their independence, but then remember, when Africans got their independence, that didn't mean that they were economically free. It didn't mean that they were politically free. It didn't mean that they really even had sovereignty in their own nations or say in their own government. It just meant we're giving your national leaders, right, the role of governing y'all like some sheep, so that we don't have to do it because it's too expensive. That is basically what the African independence movement was. I know a lot of Africans are going to be butthurt. Oh, we're free.
Yeah, they're still connected.
Listen, we're not free, bro. We're not free. Okay, so
they're still connected to European empires.
Right, and that's when Africans had an incentive to, you know what, it's not working in my so-called free nation, I got to go to America. But mind you, they're going to an America with a post-independence mentality that still hasn't decolonized, right? Because capitalism and, you know, respectability politics, like what I was talking about, that was the status quo. It's not the world that our ancestors once had and thrived in prior to these people coming. So when they're coming to the US, right, like, these are not Pan-African Africans. These are not the same Africans, right, that were trying to gain independence and sovereignty and that were, you know, in coalition with Black Americans. To be honest with you, a lot of these Africans that are coming here and disrespecting Black Americans, these are the children of those people who have seen Africa lose to actual sovereignty, right? Because Patrice Lumumba died, right? Or one of our leaders like Jomo Kenyatta, he sold us out. Right, he sold us out, and he was, you know, being a elitist with the, you know, U.S. and the British, and, you know, he's busy sipping his tea like he's some Englishman when you a damn Kikuyu, right? So that's the thing that I think a lot of people don't understand, is that when people will say, oh, we're not really Africans because look at the way that Africans are coming here and treating us, they're not understanding that these are Africans that are colonized, right? And not only colonized, but they are not the same Africans. As much as it might hurt some people's feelings in the comments, they are not the same Africans that were enslaved, you know, in the transatlantic slave trade, or that were colonized, right, in Africa, right? And then another thing that I even want to talk about is a lot of FBAs will say this thing about, oh, Africans sold us, Africans sold us. Hold on. So when we talk about the Holocaust, right, we don't say that white people threw white people in concentration camps. Right? When we watch samurai movies, we don't talk about, oh, the Japanese were killing other Japanese, right? And mind you, I'm not trying to make an excuse for those Africans that participated necessarily, but I'm saying that there's a nuance that needs to be had before we go and just say this whole Africans sold us out, right? Because again, Africa was the most diverse, I will probably say the most diverse ethnically continent that there is in the entire world. We're not even racially the same. Right, the people in the north aren't even the same color as the people down in the south. And what people are not understanding is that when you have a continent that diverse, right, divide and conquer is easy. Right.
So I agree. I'm gonna keep this close. It depends on what circles that you are in, because the Black people I know, the Black people I came up, we say that was white on white crime. World War I and World War II were white on white crime. It was so bad that they tried to make sure it won't happen again. That's why Europe had to come together the way it did, because when white people fight each other like that, they go no holds barred. But also, when we talking about, yes, I know it's different groups and everything, but my thing that kills me, because I actually knowing African history, the African militaries were superior than the European militaries that when they first made contact. Yes, they had rifles, but those rifles were not accurate. That's why you had the Europeans stand in line with volley fire, because the rifles were so inaccurate. African military tactics chewed up and spit out European military. What happened is Europeans played the long game, and what get me mad is that you took, because people think, oh, they were just grabbing random slaves. No, Africans did the dirty work of actually capturing slaves, because if you look at the skills in America and everything, all that is basically foundationally from Africa. The skilled workers and everything, the farming, the architecture, the mason, the blacksmith. Yes, all that. They were specially ordering Negroes. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, and that had an effect on these African empires later on, because you don't have the same blacksmiths, goldsmiths, farmers, and everything. So that effect, that's what I'm saying. Africa did not look at this stuff long term when they were dealing with the slave trade. That's why I said, and people get mad. I said, what happened to to Africa? Africans had a big role in that, in hurting themselves. Because even with the European militaries, most of them were African, because Europeans could not survive Africa. So that's when I look at it. I'm like, yo, the history of Africa, what happened is because Africans were so divided. that they didn't want to help each other out, and they couldn't see that they're trading each other, and they're trading their basically their STEM people, their architects, their farmers, and giving them to Europe, and people don't believe it, but that's why Europe had entered the industrial age quicker than anybody else, because they were fueled by their own domestic domestic inventions and African inventions. Think about it. A man from Ghana and Boston created the cure for smallpox. All these things basically that they got from Africans help fuel European powers. So when I hear Africans say, "Oh, this and that," and you haven't achieved nothing, I'm like, "What are you talking about?" They we're the ancestors and the people that came that knew how to do agriculture, even with the cowboy culture, even with herding and everything. All that came from Africa, and that's when I look at Africa, I'm like, "Yo, y'all screwed yourselves because you gave up your intellectual properties." These people. They didn't see the value in their own people that they were trading.
But
so when I look at Africa, I'm like, I don't look at.
But that's the thing you're not understanding, though, is that when they were going and having these wars, they weren't looking at the people they were selling as their own people. They spoke a different language. They practiced a different religion. They ate different foods, and they had animosity. Just like we don't expect a German and an Italian, we don't call those people the same people. We understand when there's World War II and these people are killing each other. Remind you, Germany literally went to war with half of Europe. The France, they did the same exact thing. Right,
but before you go there, but before that, because you always say, well, if we will conquer another land, we will integrate those people in their intellectual properties within our group. The Ashanti did that. The whole Dinka symbols and everything. I might got that wrong. Those aren't originally from the Ashanti. It's from another group that they conquered, and they incorporate that within them. If you actually did not have the slave trade and you incorporated these groups of people within your society, Africa would not be in the way. Africa was already the Ashanti Empire was industrializing at the time when they faced the British Empire. It took 3 wars for the British Empire to conquer them, but they didn't have the enough manpower.
When they conquered the reason people, why the Ashanti Empire was industrialized, they always traded because of the slave trade, right?
Yeah, that too. But I know that. But even so, like the slave trade did not need. I understand it was going to happen, but it did not need to happen because it backfired and hurt these people. Because once you have, Africa had the number superior and they had the terrain superiority than Europe's. That's why, and I do because I researched African warfare. I researched African warfare and African martial arts, so I know how they fought and everything. So when I look at them, I'm like, damn. Warrior in hand-to-hand combat and strategic, they outdid them. So the Europeans pivot and say, you know what, we're going to find a common ground. We need manpower to build our infrastructure in our empire, and they need goods. And honestly, most of the goods that they probably didn't need because they probably could just trade them and reverse engineer them because that's how smart Africans were or are, I should say. So that's when I look at it. There's going to be a backlash. Like, no, y'all did sell it. That's not going to go away. People are going to act like it didn't, but that's not going to go away. And that's not just Black Americans. I know Caribbeans that feel that way. I know certain people from South America that feel that way. But that has to be something that has to be resolved.
But that's my thing, though, is that because first of all, okay, and I'm not trying to necessarily take away like smoke. But my thing is, how sure are you, especially with a lot of the ethnic groups that researchers have determined that, let's say, Black Americans or even like Caribbeans will come from, how sure are y'all that your ancestors that got enslaved were not also participating in that same trade, right? Because there was a guy, a pastor from like, I think, what was it? I don't remember. He's like an American pastor, but he did his DNA test and he found out that he was like a descendant of a kingdom called Alada, right? And he was a prince, right? But
you mean
with that royalty, though, he literally is a descendant of slave traders. Let me tell you somebody else. You know the Amistad story, right? Where,
I know about Amistad.
Yeah. The guy that was Joseph Cinque, I think was his name, or at least that's what his slave masters called him, right? But you understand that when that guy went back to Africa, that he became a slave trader, right? Like y'all know that was one of the, that was one of the things that people said he went to go back and do more than likely was go back to slave trade after he literally was on a slave ship, right? And you know, victimized here, right? So what I'm trying to say is that I think when it comes to history, we like to have this very, you know, us versus them type of mentality when it, because again, it's so funny to me when these, you know, abos, I hope we don't have any abos here, right? The abos love to sit here and talk about, oh, we Indian, we Aboriginal, we Pocahontas, we Wampanoag, we Cherokee. But then y'all also forget, while y'all are romanticizing, right? That's the problem, is romanticization. Y'all are also forgetting that the indigenous people here were killing each other and enslaving each other and also selling indigenous people to
Yeah,
Europeans. They were doing
I
the
know
exact
that.
same
I know
thing.
that. Yeah.
The exact same thing. But then people
But
want to
okay,
try to.
so here's the thing,
What
and
you
I
about
know
to
other
say?
people want to speak. I'm just going to say this. Other people want to speak, and I'm just going to say this. With the whole thing, with how you know you're the slave trader, it's the odds. Yeah, you probably have it, but more than likely, because I looked at it, look at the geographics. Most, like I said, the most people that came here weren't actually like traders themselves. It was people that had skills. Like those are the majority of people came. Well, the first people that came here were from Angola, and they were the warrior types. They were the warrior types that because especially in the United States, because once they lost the Civil War in Angola, the Portuguese were selling them willy nilly. So a lot of them came to the United States. A lot of people that were pro were against the Portuguese coming in and running the kingdom. They lost, and those people were traded throughout North America and South America. Then, if you want to look at most of them, from the people like even the people that were ranchers or like the Fulani who were herdsmen, they were chose because of their skill. Most of the people that came over here were skilled tradesmen.
Yeah, peace. Can I be heard?
That's that. I mean, I hear what you're saying, but you misframing historical, primary historical sources. That's how you characterizing the history. That's not like that happened in instances, but categorically to state that is just inaccurate. And how you framing it is like the brother just said, the us versus them thing. That's just not how the stuff played out. What you had was coercion. You had on either side, regardless. Like for instance, like you got the Buisa people. The Buisa people didn't participate at all, but they were surrounded by people that was doing raids. But it's
Participating,
not like
right?
they categorically said, okay, today we about to go get these people because they good at rice farming. Tomorrow we finna go get these people because they blacks. No, you had independent groups that came in going through their interest, and they would coerce one group, and then that group would go raid, and then the whole next day, so say one group raids. If they don't meet that quota, then they finna raid their group. They just really just finessed everybody. And as far as you saying military tactics, from certain instances, yeah, but with the cannons, and you saying that the rifles was accurate, bro. This period of time was, we talking about hundreds of years of periods. Like the weapons were being updated and being manufactured to where they were getting better, and the cannons and all, but that was later on with colonialism. But the way we frame history, regardless, bro, it's just not how stuff played out
It's
for real. Like
romanticized,
we
yeah,
treat it like it's a movie. That's not how history works, bro.
exactly.
You gotta go read the primary sources. You can't just read people retelling it.
I'm gonna say another example that you just said, right? Like I'm gonna give another example on top of that, right? People love to talk about the kingdom of Dahomey, right? And how it's this evil kingdom, and they were, you know, selling their own people and stuff like that. People don't understand that Dahomey began as a tributary state under oil, right? And the oil were literally making these people sell themselves to oil as tribute, right? They were literally under oil's foot for the longest until they basically said, no, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go and take some of y'all, go to these Europeans and get some guns so that we can become our own damn country, our own damn kingdom. Right?
Well,
Like this is
initially they came from the Aja, and
the Aja,
the
yeah.
reason why they left Aja land because they had got into it with the king, and then they just went down south. But what you saying is being tributaries to oil, that's true. But
Yeah.
even like when you read the primaries in regards to that, how people be framing it, yeah, they did do retainer sacrifices. The Dahomey, they would that as far as what they were doing, that's really wasn't common though, based
Yeah,
upon the
it was
primary.
like an extraordinary, or not extraordinary in a good way, but it was a out of normal
Yeah.
response
Yeah,
to
out of
being
all the
oppressed
people,
by
out of all
oil.
the
Yeah.
groups, like I really the homie they was like you. I could understand why people have caused the pause with them specifically, but they try to categorically put that on most of the other groups. And like I'm saying, it was just
Yeah.
for the most part it was coercion. And
Yeah,
they
yeah,
like you
yeah.
say, like, but people be knowing this context though. They just want the us versus
They just
them
want an
thing.
excuse to
Like you
hate.
were saying
Yeah.
earlier, majority of us that came over here, bro, like me, I'm just seeing from the full bay. I know for a fact people in my ethnic group was selling people wholesale.
Right.
Like, and I'm not finna come. I know, and I get sold over here. But just because my people, if my people was selling people, bro, it's not about ethnicity as far as in regard to black people. What you got, bro, in each of our groups, you got this is where the really delineation gotta be, bro. It's sellouts and people that's not sellouts, and those of us that's not
Facts.
sellouts is in the minority. And that's
Facts.
just categorically amongst all the ethnic groups that we quote unquote got, bro. It's that simple. All this
Yeah.
other stuff is just a waste of time. If
It's a waste
you
of time.
either
I
a
agree.
sellout or you're not a sellout. It's that simple.
Yeah, I agree. Because the sellouts are the ones that are putting us in these predicaments, right? And that's my whole entire thing. And that's my problem with a lot of the people that are coming on the panel that are like FBA adjacent or FBA is that y'all want to have the most smoke with like African immigrants or Caribbean immigrants being here. But then it's like what you said earlier when you were like, oh, well, if y'all have a problem with these people coming here, then have accountability, like hold your government accountable for what they're doing over there. Because y'all know good and goddamn well what your government is doing over there, right? Like you know what they're
No, but
doing.
brother, you wasting your time with these people. Though. That's why
Oh
I said
yeah, yeah,
this the last time I'm even having this conversation, bro. But
yeah.
because bro, these people they've made their mind up. They was never with it for real in the first place.
That's
Because if
true.
it's in you, it's in you. If it's on you, then it's on you. When it's on you, it could be it could your foundation is shaky, so anything could take it away, bro. And these people just really just want to belong for the most part, I think. Because if you do not, they wouldn't even have to say that you wouldn't have to verbalize the lineage. You would just do it and operate like that. But like
Yeah,
I said, bro, majority of these people not serious and trying to convince them of anything, you just wasting your time.
yeah. You know what? You have a point. Yeah, you have a point. It's just I
It's
like
an
I
invalid
always.
point. It's an
It's
invalid
like
point.
I don't know,
I mean,
like I always like try to have like, I try to believe in people, especially my own people. Like I want to believe like if I'm able to talk some sense with you, it's going to eventually click. But I mean with that guy M, it's like you got a point, bro, because like we were speaking nothing but facts, but the guy keep talking about Liberia, this is like, bro, if you want Africa to give you something, go over there, go make an
Nah, but
opportunity.
it's they exist like with the excerpt that the brother Skywalker read from Amos Wilson, which if you didn't hear that, bro, or you need, matter of fact, just go read Blueprint for Black Power. Like
Mm.
these people have it's pathology, bro. They exist in a perpetual state of cognitive dissonance. Like you can't on one end you can't on one end say everything that the Europeans have did and are doing in contemporary times to hold you back. Then you walking around with their names on you. They branded you, so you proud of that. But then you say you a proud American. So now you walking around with another man's identity. You got another man's name, and you speaking another man's language. You have a large percentage of another man's culture, but you trying to you acting like you holding it down, holding the fort down, bro. These people are just hypocrites, and they really it's really just they trying to scratch and claw for anything that they can for self-esteem reasons, bro. That's what majority of this about them. I mean, boils down to. You can hear it in their sentiments. Like everything that they value is from a European standpoint. Dude will come up here and talk about we built the architects, we built all this. It's not about that, bro. How functional is your society and your culture to perpetuate your culture and your family? If it's not that, then it's pointless.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that? Because I dropped down. You were talking about the tribes and everything because my internet went out. I just want you to repeat what you're talking about.
Repeat what? How much? What did you hear?
I heard you were talking about how the certain tribes. I dropped off when you said if they didn't collect the quota, they'll get raided. You can just make a little quick soliloquy real quick. That's what I want to know.
No, I'm saying how you was misframing it, which I hear it a lot. Like people, it's like when you look at the primaries, it's not like how you were saying like They went over here and got these people specifically this days to that were blacksmiths. You got just people specifically for rice farmers. If they definitely intentionally tried to target groups, but they got whoever they could. And from the coercion aspect, that's the main thing. Majority of the groups, you had groups like that were definitely just going out for themselves, raiding on a daily basis to where they don't care who it is. But for the most part, when you look at the primaries, majority of the groups, it was through coercion. Like it wasn't no people just out there on their own volition, just going out and raiding. They came to a group, they ingratiated themselves within the group, they had trading opportunities. You had certain selfish people that was trying to take advantage of it because they seen that they had trinkets that they had never seen before, mirrors, umbrellas, all that stupid stuff, which was dumb on their part, to be honest, because you valuing the umbrella and a mirror for a human, that's retarded. But then again, you had groups like the Buisa that was not going for that. You had the Mosi that was not going for that. But again, and the Mosi ended up in in the Waiguya region. They ended up started to sell because again, people just started getting raided, and if they didn't sell, then they was finna get sold. So for the most part, bro, categorically, which is a fact, it was coercion for the most part. And like the brother was saying in regards to the us versus them thing, bro, there's a large percentage of our people, bro. Our direct land, bro, was selling people too, bro. I know for a fact, mine was. So, but but the main point that I made, I guess before you dropped off, bro, the ethnicity thing, as far in regards to black people, bro, it's null and void. This is what it boils down to, bro. You got sellouts and you got people that's not. And for how the demographics boil down, bro, majority of the people in each group is sellouts for the most part, and you got a small minority that's not sellouts, and I mean categorically not sellouts in all aspects. But and that's just what it is. So, and those of us that's not sellouts, we don't even get involved in all of this nonsensical conversation. It's stupid and it's emotional and it's childish. But I'll have at it.
And then another thing too that y'all also got to understand is that the Europeans, like there were Europeans that were present in African courts and political systems too, like especially the Portuguese. Like the Portuguese were heavily involved in the Kingdom of Congo and
Yeah.
basically like leeching themselves onto African kingdoms to make it to where, because you have to remember, even King Alfonso, he wrote there was multiple generation of Congolese kings that were writing letters to the Portuguese for their own people to stop being sold, right? So this whole idea that people have that Africans were just gathering their own people up and just throwing them at the white man at boats, it's like this isn't the reality, bro. Like in the Kingdom of Congo, there was literally multi-generational kings writing letters to the Portuguese who they thought at that point was their friends, right? Writing letters to these people, specifically the King of Portugal himself, for them to stop capturing and kidnapping their own people, right? And if we talk about Benin real quick, the Kingdom of Benin, not Benin today, which was Dahomey
You talking about
pre-colonial
Ego
wise.
Domigodo? That's the real name for it. Ego
Yeah, Ego
Domigodo.
Domigodo. Exactly. My brother knows what he's talking about, right? They tried to stop the slave trade, right? Like they had a time period where they literally were like, no, we're not doing this. We're not selling any more male slaves to y'all. We're not doing this, right? And they paid the price, right? They paid the price because the Europeans were the ones that had the firearms and as far as the trade dynamic, they are the ones that had, the weapons that, were usually used as scare tactics, right? They were inefficient when it came to, they're not as efficient as the guns today when it comes to like aim and shoot, but when it came to scare tactics and sneak up tactics, right? These were very useful tools because not only could you scare people with the noise and cause confusion, right? But you could also kill like, whoever was fighting back, right? That's why these firearms were so useful at that time. And these African kingdoms had, they valued them, right? So my thing is, I really do feel like no offense to some of y'all, but it's just like the brother here is like, if y'all research our history before colonialism and before slavery, you'll understand that these narratives that, especially these white people will love to say, oh, you guys sold yourself. That's not the case. That's not what happened. right? And I love when it comes to everybody else, there's nuance, right? There's nuance when it comes to the Asian, when it comes to the Japanese and their little fascism that they were doing. There's context, there's nuance. When it comes to the Holocaust, there's nuance, right? When it comes to the world wars, there's nuance. When it comes to the Revolutionary War, there's nuance. You know what I'm saying? But then when it comes to black people, it's we're killing ourselves, we're selling ourselves, right? We're ruining ourselves. Like it's always, trying to blame us for being the victims while not blaming the other people that are involved on the outside coming in.
No, but
Right?
we definitely are what the brother is correct about though. There's a level of complicity, but again,
For sure.
that supersedes the ethnic group because the same coons that was over there selling people came over to the U.S. and was selling people out during the revolts. The same people after Reconstruction was selling out. The same people right now that's selling out, bro. It's a mindset thing amongst our people, bro. We have sellouts, bro, and until we get rid of them on every ethnicity, we always finna have a door wide open for the ops, bro. It's that simple. You either op or you not a op, bro.
Right. And I don't know if you necessarily agree with this, but I was saying earlier how, like, because I feel like when it comes to our race in this country, right? Like, I'm not trying to say that we want to necessarily be 100% like white people, but we want to assimilate in their system more so than gaining our own sovereignty and sort of doing our own thing, right? And that's what Malcolm X was talking about, is how, I don't know if y'all agree with this, but black people being victims of Americanism, right? And not wanting separate, instead of wanting separatism, right? They want integration. And I think that's why Malcolm X was so hated during his time, is because he was saying the truth that a lot of us didn't want to hear, right? Because we want to be treated as human beings with these people. We want to, integrate and, be recognized as this and be recognized as that, right? But Malcolm, I feel like he understood that it was never going to happen and there's never going to be a fair, quote unquote, America for black people, right? So he's just like, you know what, we need to integrate. And that's when the FBI got up with him, CIA, all them, they got up with him and they killed him because his message was too strong, right? But then that's when the Black Panthers came in and they continued until the government got up
The
with the
Black
Black
Panthers had
Panthers.
that same assimilation. They were just radical assimilationists, brother. They wasn't on nothing for real, neither though. But what I said just now, what I said, bro. The brother Skywalker, what he read from Blueprint from Black Power by Amos Wilson, Dr. Amos Wilson, bro. He articulated the dynamics perfectly. Everything that was stated is exactly how majority of black people think. So the solutions are already out there. The problem has already been prescribed. Like it's just black people is not serious and disciplined enough to implement the stuff.
I agree.
But again, I'm not. It's not even about complaining about it because I'm to a point now, bro, in my life, bro. I'm not trying to convince nobody or nothing. It is what it is, bro. Black people that's gonna come to these conclusions organically are gonna be the people that's productive. You don't got time to be out here trying to convince people of nothing at this time with all the information available. You just gotta find like-minded people and build for real. And at this point in time, bro, it's really about building seriously and not playing and be disciplined and not value their society if you're really serious. If you're not, then just don't just sit down. But the people that see us, you gonna see, bro. But I'm it's gonna be a point now, bro. I'm done having the conversations about any of the nonsense and really just dedicate my time 100%, literally 100% just to building. I don't got time for this nonsense no more.
And when you say building, like what you mean, like building what exactly?
Constructive networks.
Network. Okay. All right.
Brick
Okay,
and
let
mortar,
me
all of that, all of the above.
what's that? Pharaoh, have you spoke yet, Pharaoh?
Oh no, I haven't.
Go ahead, Pharaoh. Then we gotta close out. Go ahead, Pharaoh. We got 2 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to say that I agree with Dr. James Smalls on that video where he says where we need to stop with all the interferences and all these new, false made up identities and stick with the fact that we are African and focus and put our full focus on overthrowing white supremacy. Okay, because that's never going to happen if these all these interferences keep getting in our way. And it's like like every decade, there's always a new lie coming along, and there's never any evidence to back up these lies. There's always a new personality, a new pseudo, a new scammer who's coming along, selling our people a false identity, and 10 years from now, 20 years from now, there's going to be another new fake movement, that's going to be, they're going to say that that's the truth, and everything that's being said now is wrong, just like, everybody now saying that everything back then was wrong, and it was just new fake made up identities, and yeah, it's just a new lie but we need to stick to the original records. Okay, I mean, come on. I mean, are you going to make up a new mother? Are you going to make up a new grandmother? I mean, there's only one history, except what the original history says, and let's get these interferences out of our way and focus on what's important, and that's the growth of black people and the overthrow of white supremacy. Yeah, and we know all this hate was built on a lie, on a biblical curse of Ham, the curse Hebrew Israelites, the Deuteronomy 28, all that nonsense. I mean,
How can the first people be cursed? I'm still trying to understand that. How can the first human beings be cursed? Nonsense.
yeah. I mean, yeah, it's
We're the
nonsense.
blueprint. I'm sorry, but we're the blueprint. Nobody else came before us, man. I like people can say
Yeah,
whatever, but nobody came before us, man. We're the
yeah,
blueprint.
yeah. I definitely agree. Yeah. Like we are. Yeah, we are the chosen, or whatever they want to call it. But yeah, this curse identity and all it's man made. When they went to Africa and got the slaves, they got the wrong people. Okay, the people that they, based on this biblical curse of Cain and all, they should have got those people over there in Palestine right now, or those people in North Africa
Damn.
and Italy that's along the Mediterranean.
Damn.
They got the wrong people. Yeah,
What you mean they should have got Palestine?
yeah. I mean, yeah, and that proves that that they owe us reparations. Yeah, when it comes down to that, and these new movements, they have no honor, they have no integrity.
Because it's about money. Yeah.
Yeah, to the ancients. These. I mean, it's like, and they treat like the people who lived back then, like they treat the ancient ancestors as if they never existed, and like in their time it's not important, like the only thing that exists to a lot of our people today is now, like
But can I ask you a question though?
it's yeah.
So what do you think that we need to do, and what do you think that we need to focus on, right? Like, what do you think that our priority should be? Should we look for another Malcolm X, right, or another MLK, or should we just take what they already gave us when they were alive, specifically Malcolm, right, and just build on that? Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, we definitely should look for a new leader. Yeah, but what we need is yeah, we definitely need unity. I know people been saying that that unity, African unity, never happened, but I mean, if it do happen, it'll be the best thing that ever happened, because there's power in numbers, and yeah, and we definitely need a new leader that's effective, and that that everybody agrees with and everybody loves. Yeah, but Malcolm and all that, yeah, they are of the past, and and it's going to be hard to find another replacement for them. But yeah, yeah, we definitely need someone that's gonna raise up the energy and get and make this movement powerful and strong again. And I know it's meant people won't like it, but yeah, it's definitely, I believe it's gonna take a revolution.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it doesn't come down to that.
I think it will. I think it will.
Yeah. But yeah, we definitely need a new leader that's gonna replace these white presidents and these new black. We need some new black leadership. That's going to put an end to white rulership in America. And yeah, and we can do that. I feel we can do that without without violence, war or bloodshed. But that's up to black people. Because some black people like even without revolution, they just refuse to to do what's right and do what's needed, to uplift the black community. I mean, and I definitely agree that everybody should unite under one truth. I mean, all these identities and division. I don't see I don't see anything working. I mean, like,
Correct me if I'm wrong, right? But I believe during this, before like the civil rights movement, wasn't there all these like different, like basically identity movements that they didn't necessarily agree, right? But one thing that they sort of agreed on, right, was that action needs to happen, right? Like whether we call ourselves an Aboriginal, Indian, Pocahontas, or we call ourselves an Egyptian, Hebrew, Israelite, Moor, right? Or whether we call ourselves a Kunta Kinte African, right? The importance is action, right? The importance is liberation. You know what I'm saying? Like the
yeah,
importance is acting instead of having these pointless back and forths about, who sold who and, who's the most colonized and, all this nonsense, right? Because I feel like that's really what a lot of people take their time up, especially with FBA. I genuinely think FBA could be like constructive and actually revolutionary and game changing, right? But it's become a movement that's more focused on, sticking it to the Africans and sticking it to the Caribbeans more than actually putting pressure, right, towards the government, in any way needed to give reparations to Black American descendants of slavery. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
I just feel
yeah,
like that's what black political movements have become, right? Ever since COINTEL Pro, especially, is just it's about performatism and having the right opinion and who's the most pro-black person. It's not actually about grassroots organization, right? And mind you, a lot of people will disagree with me, right? All of y'all in the comments that are so anti-Pan-African, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Pan-Africans are the ones that are grassroots organizing, right? We are the ones that are underneath. Like y'all don't see us. We're not too loud about it. But I know hella Pan Africans that are underground grassroots organizing. Like they are working within the empire to get shit done for Black people, right? And that's my
yeah, yeah,
problem when people get on here and talk about Pan Africans. And first of all, people also need to understand that there would be no there would not be a Black people today on the continent and off of the continent would not be where they are at without Pan-Africanism, right? People forget that Malcolm X was a Pan-African and MLK was also a Pan-African, right? Because
yeah,
they understood that we do not have the decency. We are sorry, not decency. We do not have the privilege, right? The leniency of going back and forth and having these petty, stupid, identity based arguments and beefs, right? While we have these devils breathing down our neck trying to literally subjugate us and end us, right? Like,
yeah,
like they understood, even if they don't agree on the same thing, even if you got the Nation of Islam, even if you got, MLK and his integration, civil rights movement, even if you got Malcolm X, even if you got the Black Panthers, whatever, right? It's something that people need to take note on that the Black Panthers did that people might not be a fan of, but I think we should take notes is how they didn't necessarily agree with everybody that they aligned with, right? But they understood that liberation is more important. That's why they were such a threat, right?
yeah,
Because they organized with the Patriots, the whatever Patriots, right?
Young
Who
Patriots.
literally, yeah, the Patriot, whatever people, they had like the little Confederate flag, waving and stuff, and eventually they took it down, right? Out of respect for the Black Panthers. And then there was the Young Lords, right? There was the Young Lords where they were like a Puerto Rican they basically got inspired by the Black Panthers, and they were like, you know, the Puerto Rican version of the Black Panthers, right? And you know, they all organized despite their differences, because we already know Latinos and Black people definitely have their differences. White people and Black people have had their differences for 500 years, right? But they understood that liberation is more important. And I feel like as Black people, when it comes to within the race, we don't understand this. And this is not just a problem in America, this is a problem in Africa as well, right? Because there's so much divide between the ethnic groups. Oh, you're Yoruba, oh, you're Igbo. And the Igbos actually get a lot of hate in Nigeria. I hope people understand that too. The Igbos get a lot of hate. That's why they had the whole Nigerian Biafra civil war, is because of how they were being treated post-independence by the Yoruba state government, right? So we need to understand that as a people, right, we are too busy going back and forth between ourselves and bickering about stupid crap, while not understanding that, first of all, Pan-Africanism and Pan-African unity does not mean we all have to agree. It doesn't mean that we all have to identify the same. It doesn't mean that we all have to be a monolith, right? And a lot of these FBAs sound just like these Dominicans that they love to talk about that are, I know Black, I know Black. Well, you are, I know African, I know African. So how you gonna talk about the Dominican, but you just like you just like them when it comes to being African, right? You just like them. Oh, I know African, I know African. And they literally say the same things. Ethnogenesis, right? Oh, I'm multiracial. Oh, ethnogenesis. It's literally the same mental enslavement. And that's why me personally, I'm not into the whole, oh, you're Dominican, so I'm less colonized than you, right? Or oh, you Black American, or you're Jamaican. I'm more, you know, away from, you know, colonialism than you. No, we're all colonized, man. We're all colonized, and it's not our fault, right? But what we need to do is we need to organize, put up. I don't care if you're Aboriginal Indian. I don't care if you Hebrew Israelite. What I care about is liberation for the Black race. So let's focus on that and stop worrying about all these stupid identities that we call ourselves, and actually worry about making a world where not only we are sovereign, but we are also free.
Yes, but how can you garner my respect if you disrespecting my lineage? How can you
guys, we gotta close out. We gotta close out, everyone. Everyone, thanks so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe. Till next time, family. Dynasty Mirror, search for Huru. Peace.
Peace.